Chapter 1. Ahahow. A strange cry came into his ears. Mo-Bai slowly opened his eyes. Underscore. There seemed to be a huge black shadow. Mo-Bai subconsciously stretched out his arm to touch it, and it was hard. Is it a big rock? His vision finally became clear. Mo-Bai could see clearly that there was a 2-meter-tall rhino in front of him. The four looked at each other. Mo-Bai smiled awkwardly. He retracted his arm, stood up and ran back. Where did this come from? Is this still China? And where did such a big rhino come from? Didn't I just go out to have some soy sauce? Before I went home, I heard that the fairy tale 100 Years Quest was going to be updated, and then I waited for a car on the roadside. While escaping, Mo-Bai finally remembered his memory before he fainted. I don't know which bastard driver got drunk in broad daylight. It rushed all the way and sent Mo-Bai, who was waiting for the red light on the sidewalk, flying. Mo-Bai had read many novels about reincarnation after death, but this was the first time he had seen a script about a person dying after reincarnation. Roar. Although the rhino was a little slow to react. It chased after Mo-Bai relentlessly, roaring from time to time. Mo-Bai looked around while running. He was now in a desolate mountain with jagged rocks. The road was not flat, and in panic, Mo-Bai stumbled almost every few steps. On the contrary, the rhino's huge paws landed steadily, and every movement seemed to cause the mountain to shake. Mo-Bai turned slightly and found that the distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, so he gritted his teeth. I bet it doesn't have a good brain. Mo-Bai rolled over and hid behind a rock next to him. Perhaps because the target disappeared, the sound of the rhino's movement gradually stopped. Mo-Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief and poked his head out to observe the situation with a little trepidation. Why is this big guy still there? Wait, what is it doing? In his sight, the rhino was tense all over, and one of its feet kept rubbing backwards. It was clearly rushing towards this side. Realizing that something was wrong, Mo-Bai was about to move his position, and the rock behind him instantly shattered. It was too late. The charge of this thing was too fierce, and it shattered along with the huge rock. What kind of life is this? I died twice in one day. And both times I was hit and flew away. Mo-Bai closed his eyes in despair. He let his body draw a beautiful arc in the air. Warning! But strangely, except for the friction injury on his back when it touched the ground, he did not feel any pain in his body. In other words, the huge rock attack just now hardly caused him much damage. Not only that, Mo-Bai even smelled a hint of familiarity from the broken rocks. What's going on? On the other side, the rhino noticed Mo-Bai's strangeness and showed a hint of doubt. It was ready to rush over. Mo-Bai did not continue to run away, but instead focused his eyes on the rocks scattered on the ground. Then, he picked up a piece of the ground and put it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch. Mo-Bai didn't know what he was thinking. Maybe the behavior at this moment is more like an instinctive reaction of the body? Originally thought that the rock would be astringent and astringent, but when it was eaten, it tasted particularly crisp. It was as if there was strength in the stomach, which spread to all parts of the body. What's wrong with me? Mo-Bai felt the changes in his body in surprise, and the strength accumulated more and more. Almost relying on instinct again, Mo-Bai shouted loudly. A strong pressure spread from his body. The rhino, which had been attacking Mo-Bai frantically, was shocked upon hearing the sound, and its body froze in place. Although it only lasted for a few seconds, the rhino shook itself up and resumed its charging posture. Mo-Bai looked down at his hands and clenched his fists. Did I do the explosion just now? If I could use all this power in one place, I might really be able to defeat this beast. Roar! As the rhino rushed at him at a more violent speed, Mo-Bai stopped dodging blindly. Instead, he took a deep breath and stretched out his lunge, exerting force with his arms forward. In his sight, the rhino's figure continued to enlarge until he was level with its ferocious eyes. Bang! The rhino's heavy blow seemed to make the entire mountain tremble. But Mo stood in front of it motionless, with his hands firmly blocking the rhino's rough cheeks. Successful. This rock seems to contain something special. Eating it will increase your strength. Restraining his joy, Mo jumped and pulled his body to the side. While the rhino turned around in the gap, Mo swept away all the broken rocks. As expected, more powerful magic power accumulated in his chest. Power will surge up after eating. The fear had long dissipated. When the rhino turned its clumsy body, Mo was already ready, and even stretched out a finger to activate the long-lost martial arts skills. Come here. Ahaha. Faced with the shameless provocation of humans who were so many times thinner than itself, the rhino beast rushed over desperately like crazy. At the same time, Mo closed his eyes and took a deep breath, carefully feeling the changes in his body. Just when the rhino was about to hit his body. Now! Mo did not hold back at all, and vomited all the existing power. The majestic energy storm mixed with the broken rocks just swallowed burst out of his mouth instantly. Mo opened his eyes wide in surprise and found that his breath had formed a huge sandstorm. The heavy body of the rhino was swept into it, and it was lifted off the ground like a piece of paper and blown to a protruding stone more than 10 meters away. Bang! The sand and dust dissipated. The protruding stone was hit with dense spider web-like cracks. The rhino's body straddled it and could no longer move. Mo's mouth was still open, not because he continued to release the storm, but because of surprise. Obviously, the terrifying attack was beyond his own expectations. Recalling the scenes that just happened and the attack method just now, a flash of lightning flashed through Mo's mind. Wait, this is Dragon Slayer magic. I am a Dragon Slayer wizard. Chapter 2. Mo finally realized that he had traveled through time and space and entered fairy tale. This is a world of magic, and the manipulator of magic is called a wizard. What he just showed was an extremely rare dragon-slaying magic, a legendary way to kill dragons. In addition, the biggest feature of dragon-slaying magic is that it swallows most of the elements of the same attribute and converts them into its own magic power. And this element limitation also includes the opponent's magic. In other words, no matter how much magic a magician who plays with fire casts, he will only be swallowed by a dragon-slaying wizard with fire attributes. Free experience. So, I am a rock-type dragon-slaying wizard. Swallowing rocks and converting them into power. Let's call that move just now the roar of the cave dragon. Mo sat down on the spot, gently placed his right hand on his chest, and carefully felt the fluctuations of magic power coming from his body. About half a minute later, a majestic and tenacious magic power slowly triggered from his chest and gradually spread to his whole body. Mo looked down at his body, and his skin had changed a little, and the color was more like dark brown rock. Like earth armor. Intuition told Mo that with this blessing, his defense would not be worse than the thick-skinned rhino just now. But this magic power doesn't seem to be coming out, and I can't cast it instantly. Is it because I'm not proficient? After all, it took a full half a minute. If we really wanted to fight, this time would have been gone. Thinking of this, Mo focused his attention again, running the magic power in his body, trying to make himself more familiar with the secret. In a trance, he seemed to walk into a dark space, and not far ahead was a dark brown shuttle-shaped dragon-killing magic crystal, which was flashing at this moment. Mo could clearly sense that the crystal exuded amazing magic power, exactly the same as the breath in the battle just now. But, I seem to have smelled the breath of other magic. Mo did not stay for too long, and controlled his mind to continue moving his body forward. Until the magic crystal behind him disappeared. This magic power is getting closer and closer, and there is a feeling of heat. Mo couldn't help but speed up his pace. It's almost there. After walking through so much darkness, a fiery red magic crystal suddenly appeared in front of him. The shape is exactly the same as the previous rock dragon slaying magic crystal. The heat is coming from it. Fire dragon slaying magic crystal. Mobi was overjoyed and quickly used the magic power in his body to wrap it up. It has to be said that this thing is still a bit hot. Time passed by. Under Mobi's gaze, the magic crystal finally shone, and Mobi's own magic power also had a hint of flame. Success. 2 dragon-slaying magic crystals. Looking at the whole world, dragon-slaying wizards are extremely rare. Except for the 5 children who were raised by real dragons and learned dragon-slaying magic 400 years ago. Most other dragon-slaying wizards implanted magic crystals in their bodies to comprehend dragon-slaying magic. Perhaps the dragon-killing crystal is too expensive, or perhaps it is some special rejection reaction. Except for a few perverts, I have never seen anyone who can implant 2 magic crystals into the body at the same time. The source of magic power does not seem to end. Maybe there will be other gains ahead. After calming down a little, Mobi walked towards the edge of darkness again. With the experience just now, Mobi speeded up with expectation. Not long after walking forward, an exquisite yellow crystal came into view. Sure enough, this magic power is a thunder-attributed dragon-killing crystal. Compared to the previous rock and fire, the thunder-attributed energy is particularly violent. I am afraid that it will be paralyzed by its counterattack if you are not careful. But Mobi had previous experience and did not rush it. He just slowly used magic power to assimilate it bit by bit. Yes, it is the thunder attribute, the same power as Laxus. After taking the power of the 3rd dragon-killing magic crystal into his pocket, Mobi simply did not hide it and burst out magic power in one breath. The same magic fluctuations instantly resonated in his mind. Then he made an amazing discovery. There are 5 more crystals? Wouldn't that mean I have 8 kinds of dragon-killing magic at the same time? Mobi took a long breath and raised his hand to rub his face. It's not time to be happy yet. What he needs to do now is to refine them all in one go. Mobi quickly stepped forward to follow the trail. The Iron Dragon's dragon-killing magic crystal swallows steel and iron, and is specially used to break sharp blades. The Water Dragon's dragon-killing magic crystal, with the help of the Water Dragon's power, instantly stirs up a storm. The Wood Dragon's dragon-killing magic crystal controls life. Earth Dragon, thick black thorns. The last one is, the power of wind, Storm Dragon magic crystal. Absorb the storm, soar with the wind. After absorbing and refining the power of the remaining 5 magic crystals in one breath, Mobi instantly felt that the magic power in his body was several times more powerful. 8 elements of Dragon Slayer magic crystal, tut tut. Doesn't that mean that as long as the magic used by the opponent in the future is within the 8 powers of water, fire, wind, rock, wood, earth, thunder, and iron, I can devour their magic power and transform it into my own power? Mobi couldn't help smacking his lips. Such a powerful force. Looking at the entire kingdom, his strength is enough to rank among the top wizards. Returning from the consciousness space to reality, Mobi still saw the vast expanse of mountains and rocks in front of him. Now, it's time to find the guild. Since I'm here, of course I have to join the Fairy Tale Guild. Standing up from the ground, Mobi stretched his body and was about to leave when his side light suddenly swept to a rocky area in the distance. In his sight was a short old man, probably not even as tall as Mobi's thighs. The old man had a Mediterranean hairstyle and was sitting leisurely on a rock drinking tea and resting. Little did he know that 2 hungry wolves had already appeared behind him. The hungry wolves showed their sharp claws and teeth, and their bodies leaned down slightly, ready to pounce and bite. "Uncle, be careful behind you!" Mobi shouted loudly from a distance subconsciously. However, the old man seemed not to hear it. He took a sip of the hot tea in the cup, his eyes narrowed into a slit, and his whole face was full of comfort. Is this old man hard of hearing? Mo Bai slapped his head. Before he could make the next move, 2 hungry wolves flew towards the old man. I thought it would be a bloody hunt. Mo Bai was even prepared to mourn for the old man. Just when the hungry wolves were less than half a meter away from the old man finally noticed something. He turned around slowly, looking calm. Then, in Mo Bai's horrified eyes, the old man's left fist suddenly expanded dozens of times, and he threw it out heavily, knocking the 2 wolves directly into the air with extremely fast speed and pressure. The old man smiled, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Mo Bai swallowed his saliva, as if he remembered something, and the expression on his face gradually changed to ecstasy. The giant magic, and this hairstyle, this figure, there is no mistake. It's him. It's him. Chapter 3. Fairy Tale, President Makarov. Although this president is usually just an old man who is not serious and a little bit lustful, he is currently the most reliable person in Fairy Tale. His strength is even listed as one of the 10 holy wizards by the council. Mo Bai originally wanted to join the Fairy Tale Guild, but now he ran into President Makarov by chance. Luck is coming, and it cannot be stopped. Perhaps it just made up for his non-African physique in his previous life when he drew cards and got the guaranteed minimum and was crooked. When Makarov's arm returned to its normal size, Mo Bai was about to step forward to talk, but the old man walked towards him with a smile on his face. "Young man, thank you for your reminder just now." "Ahem. Actually, I didn't help much." Mo Bai wanted to say something else, but Makarov showed an awkward smile on his face. "I seem to be lost, do you know how to get out of here?" Puff. Mo Bai almost spit it out. Sure enough, everyone in Fairy Tale has an innate sense of relaxation. This sense of relaxation will not change with age and status. But then again, Mo Bai has been here for less than an hour, and he doesn't have a map in his hand. "You, a local, are asking me for directions?" Seeing that Mo Bai didn't respond, Makarov blushed. "In that case, I won't bother you anymore, hehe. I have to find the way back to the guild quickly, otherwise I don't know what those little guys will do." "Wait." Makarov was about to randomly choose a lucky direction, but was stopped by Mo Bai. "Storm Dragon, wings." As Mo Bai murmured, magic power accumulated on his back, and gradually a pair of illusory wings appeared. Under Makarov's stunned eyes, Mo Bai gently grabbed his shoulders and flapped his wings to fly into the sky. The power of the Storm Dragon magic crystal that Mo Bai absorbed at the end was very special. It seems that Mo Bai cannot simply absorb air to restore his magic power. But as a compensation, it can give Mo Bai the ability to fly and spread his wings anytime and anywhere. Generally speaking, it is still a relatively convenient magic. Mo Bai smiled and said, "Although I don't know the way back, at least this way I can see more clearly." Makarov nodded with satisfaction. "Well, nowadays, the young generation of wizards are so skilled that they can even fly." "Thank you, uncle." Mo Bai changed his words immediately. It's better to pretend that he doesn't know him in the current situation. After taking a casual glance at the surrounding scenery, Makarov said nonchalantly, "I just watched your battle. Although your magic power is very strong, remember to release it evenly, otherwise it will not be conducive to long-term attack and defense." "Of course, I am just expressing my opinion casually. You look about 18 or 19 years old. In terms of your own strength, it is already very strong to reach this level at your age. I just don't know what the result will be compared with the little brats in our guild." Hearing this, Mo Bai immediately thought of those familiar figures. Natsu, the fire dragon slayer wizard; Lucy, the rich star spirit girl who escaped from home; Gray, who would not fight unless he took off his clothes; and Mo Bai's favorite fairy queen, Urza. The adventure of this team was his youth. When Mo Bai thought that he was about to be with them in person, he couldn't suppress his excitement and unconsciously sped up again. Makarov pointed to the front and said, "See that big pine tree? Follow this direction and you will reach Magnolia." Magnolia. Yes, that's the town where our guild is located. It has been developing here for about 100 years. Makarov said proudly. Mobai also made up his mind. I sent him back to Fairy Tale, so it's not too much for him to pull me into the guild? Thinking of this, Mobai tentatively said, "Well, uncle, I don't have a place to settle down yet. I wonder if I can." "Yes." Mobai wanted to test Makarov's tone indirectly, but he agreed before he finished speaking. Makarov disagreed and continued. "The guild is a place to provide jobs for the little ghosts. When we officially arrive, whether you want to stay or not, I will respect your wishes. But believe me, you will fall in love with the guild. In addition, there will be an S-class wizard assessment in half a year, and your strength is also likely to be selected. But that's all for the future. I'll take you to visit the guild later. S-class wizard, the soldier test. If he could pass it, it would prove his strength to some extent, right?" Mobai was eager to find an opportunity to shine, and he couldn't hold back his excitement. He subconsciously cheered when he heard the exciting news. But he forgot that his hands were still holding Makarov's shoulders. As Mobai felt his hands were empty for no reason, a shrill scream came from under him. "Look down!" Makarov's face was pale as if he had lost his soul, and he fell straight down like a kite with a broken string, with his 4 legs facing the sky. Mobai quickly dived down awkwardly. Only then did he grab Makarov's shoulders and fly again before he fell to the ground. "Ahem, sorry, sir. Don't get excited, fly steady. By the way, kid, I don't know your name yet." Mobai. Mobai, such a short name. It's not far after we pass the woods ahead. Half an hour later. After flying over the bustling streets and towns, under the guidance of Makarov, the two finally stopped in front of a towering building. "This is our guild Fairy Tale, Ugh." Makarov wanted to say something, but his stomach suddenly churned, and he squatted against the wall and vomited. "Next time, fly steady. Ugh. I can't stand it." The voice went in Mobai's left ear and out his right ear, and he didn't even think about it. At this moment, he was completely attracted by the guild in front of him. The house was not very tall or large, perhaps it could only be called a condensed castle, but the flag hanging in the center was particularly eye-catching. The guild emblem of Fairy Tale. Seeing Mobai's expression, Makarov wiped his mouth and introduced to Mobai proudly. "This is the Fairy Tale Guild, the home of a group of rebellious little devils. As for why it is called Fairy Tale, to be honest, we have no idea whether fairies really exist. After all, we have never seen them. Unknown mysteries represent eternal adventures. Mobai, as the president, I welcome you to Fairy Tale." Chapter 4. I'm back. Makarov was merciless and kicked the guild door open. "Well, you're welcome, come in and feel free." Makarov was about to tell Mobai to come in and sit down, but a wooden chair suddenly flew into his face. It made his nose bleed. Shouts came from inside. "Fire bastard, I've disliked you for a long time. You stripping pervert, I'll knock you down today." The magic power of ice and fire exploded from the center of the hall. Even though Mobai was at the door, he could still feel the intense atmosphere. Natsu, Gray. Within sight, 2 teenagers manipulated ice and fire magic to wrestle with each other. One was wrapped in a thick white scarf, and the other took off all his clothes on the upper body. Well, as you can see, everyone in the guild always likes to quarrel, so that it looks harmonious. Makarov wiped the blood from his nose, forced a smile and patiently explained to Mobai. What he didn't know was that Mobai already knew everyone here, and the love-hate relationship in the guild was commonplace. Fire Dragon's Claws. Ice Shape, Ice Wall. The boy wrapped in a white scarf was the fire dragon slayer wizard Natsu, and his opponent was Gray, the ice shape wizard. The so-called ice shape is to release ice attribute energy to transform it into various shapes, such as various weapons used in battle, to attack. Perhaps it is due to the mutual restraint of fire and ice magic attributes? Except when the guild is united against the outside, the two will always fight from morning to night. Gray, clothes. The female wizard next to him reminded expressionlessly. I've long been accustomed to Gray's quirk. Gray was surprised and said, "Ah? When did I take it off?" Natsu didn't give Gray a chance to breathe, and kicked him away while he was stunned. A light flashed in the air. Mobi cast his eyes on Natsu, who had taken advantage of him, and found that he had a pair of shorts in his hand. As his fingers turned, the shorts kept spinning up and down. Wait, could this be? Mobi suddenly thought of something and looked at the other side. Sure enough. Gray stood up from the corner naked. He didn't cover his private parts at all, and walked around in front of everyone. Give me back my pants. Hey, come and get them. Natsu laughed wantonly. Ice style, Lancer. Gray gritted his teeth and directly released the weapon attack of the style magic. The ice spear shot forward. It accurately hit Elfman next to Natsu. Man! How old are you two? You keep fighting all day long. Aren't you annoying? None of your business. Take my fire dragon's iron fist. Natsu punched Elfman in the face. Elfman, who was beaten away, ran into someone else and knocked the pipe out of his mouth. Asshole! Don't get in the way. You're not worth a single blow. That's enough. What are you arguing about? Whose slippers fell into my wine barrel? Damn it! Behave yourself. Men should prove their strength with their fists. Not long after, everyone in the guild was fighting. It took only 1 or 2 minutes to make a mess. This is the fairy tale I'm familiar with. Mobi held back his laughter and watched with great interest. President, welcome back. A sweet female voice suddenly came from the side, which was out of tune with the noise of others. Mobi looked up and was instantly attracted by her grace. Mirage. Is this a newcomer? Hello. Mirage smiled and extended her hand to Mobi in a friendly manner. With her silver hair like a waterfall and a light pink long skirt, her every frown and smile fully showed the temperament of the guild's poster girl. She is indeed a super beauty who can be on the cover of Wizard Weekly. As if she noticed the stiff expression of Makarov beside Mobi, Mirage looked at the people who were still fighting behind her, smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that everyone is very energetic today. After the fight is over, everyone should go to work seriously." Pop! In the chaotic fight, someone threw a bottle of wine, hitting Mirage's head. Mirage was knocked unconscious. Mobi swallowed his saliva and stood there. At this moment, he could clearly sense that Makarov beside him was gathering a huge and terrifying magic power. A bunch of idiots, stop now. Makarov's roar spread throughout the whole city. Meeting hall. Almost everyone stopped what they were doing and looked over at once. Except for Natsu and Gray, who were still fighting in the corner. When everyone else kept quiet, the two continued to do their own thing, and their voices were particularly harsh. Can you put on your clothes before fighting with me? That thing is always shaking and it's annoying. You still have the nerve to say that? Who took my pants away? How do I know you're not wearing anything inside? This is intolerable. Makarov finally couldn't hold it back, and directly activated the magic power in his body to make his whole body huge. The shadow was projected on the ground, and the vision became dark. The two realized that something was wrong, and they looked up at the same time. Hey? President, when did you come back? Facing these two unrepentant villains, Makarov was not polite at all, raised his leg and kicked them down together. Simple and crude, and very useful. No. I don't dare. Until he heard a begging voice under his feet, Makarov returned to his original form and returned to Mo Bai, asking seriously. So, after knowing that the guild is full of such noisy guys, Mo Bai, are you still willing to join Fairy Tale? Yes. Mo Bai nodded without hesitation. Very good. Welcome to join us. Makarov called for 100 responses, and everyone seemed to have completely forgotten the noise just now, and all gathered around Mo Bai. I am the man Elfman, newcomer, and compete with me with fists right now. You look about the same age as Natsu and the others, what magic can you do? The newcomer brought back by the president must be extraordinary. Men and women pulled Mo Bai to ask questions, and were particularly affectionate. Everyone seemed to be familiar with each other, and there was no sign of just meeting each other. Mo Bai was able to escape only when Myra Jane approached with the magic emblem. This is the emblem of our guild. As long as you engrave it on a part of your body, you will officially join Fairy Tale. The emblem is a special magic symbol. Although the magic power is weak, it will not be washed off or rubbed off. Unless it is erased by magic. Mo Bai smiled and unbuttoned his shirt. Such an important thing should be printed on the chest. Feeling the slight magic fluctuations coming from his body, Mo Bai gently stroked the emblem on his chest. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. From now on, he officially became a member of Fairy Tale. Chapter 5. This is the guild's bulletin board. The job of a wizard is to complete various commissions on it and get rewards. Bringing Mo Bai to the side wall, Myra Jane introduced them to Mo Bai one by one. Different commissions have different difficulties and rewards. You can choose any job you want to complete. Just give me the commission. After simply thanking Myra Jane, Mo Bai carefully checked the content posted above. D-level mission, patrol the streets of Magnolia at night, no special requirements, reward 3000 J. C-level mission, ignite the sacred fire of Anuba village, limited to fire wizards, reward 20,000 J. B-level mission, expedited, chase 2 night walkers of the Thieves Guild and take back the stolen magic crystal, no special requirements, reward 88,000 J. A-level mission, defeat the beast Vulcan of Kobo Mountain and obtain the top horn of the head of the King of Vulcan, no special requirements, reward 400,000 J. J is the universal currency of Fairy Tale, equivalent to berry in One Piece, or gold coins in other world novels. For the first time working, it is recommended to start with simple commissions, Myra Jane suggested. Or, there are still many people resting in the guild today, and it feels too difficult, you can find everyone to team up and go to complete the task together. Mo Bai is still hesitant. It's not that I can't find a job I like. But the commissions posted so far are too simple. The highest reward among the A-level commissions is just to conquer Vulcan. Mo Bai is naturally familiar with Vulcan. A kind of ape-like magical beast, it has been active in the Kobo Snow Mountain for many years to attack travelers. It is agile and can be considered a tough opponent. But after all, they do not have magic power in their bodies. For some powerful wizards, they are just minions. Mo Bai made a calculation in his mind, although I am a newcomer now, according to the previous experience, my strength should not be weak. At least some ordinary S-level tasks can still be competent. Unfortunately, due to the difficulty and danger of S-level tasks, it is necessary to obtain the approval of the president and pass the assessment, and personally grant the title of S-level wizard to be eligible to take the commission. Makarov also explained before that the assessment will be in half a year, and it is probably difficult to achieve in a short time. In that case, we can only choose to conquer Vulcan, the reward is not too small. Mo Bai was thinking, and was about to take off the commission sheet, but a female voice came from the door again. I heard that the president came back from the meeting of the council, and brought a newcomer. What a familiar voice! Mo Bai said secretly. Compared with the sweetness of Myra Jane, the tone of this voice has a bit more unquestionable boldness. Everyone's eyes gathered together. At the door, a beautiful woman in armor appeared here, and her long crimson hair was particularly dazzling in the sun. Urza. Oh my god, Urza is back. It's over, I haven't worked these days, and I will definitely be killed by her later. I'll be respectful first. Urza slowly walked into the hall and looked around. Suddenly there was silence. Everyone's heart was in their throat, and they turned their heads aside, afraid to look her in the eye. Kana, would normal people drink directly from a bucket? Bishita, if you want to dance, go out and dance. Wakaba, your cigarette ash is all over the floor, clean it up now. Take the cloth, all you can do is hang around on the bulletin board, get to work now. And you? All the wizards whose names were mentioned by Urza were frowning, but they didn't dare to refute, so they had to do it one by one. The biggest changes were Natsu and Grey. Although the two had just been punished by Makarov, they were ready to fight again. But when they heard Urza's voice, they immediately linked arms and stood shoulder to shoulder and became close brothers. Natsu, Grey, you should have gotten along well during my absence, right? Urza asked. Of course, we are the closest family. Yes, we got along very well today, and there was absolutely no fighting. Looking at the scene in front of him, Mo-bai couldn't help but complain in his heart. As expected of the Fairy Queen, not only is she powerful, but she is also a member of the Discipline Committee. After finding out almost all the problems of the entire guild, Urza approached Mo-bai. You are the newcomer Mo-bai brought by the president, right? I am Urza, you can always come to me if you have any questions. These two simple sentences made Mo-bai feel quite important. Thank you. Iluza shook her head gently. You're welcome. Since this is your first mission, it's better to find someone to go with you. As it happens, my last job has been completed. When you choose the commission, I will team up with you. Hey! The voice fell into the crowd. The guild members looked at each other and cast sympathetic eyes on Mo-bai. It's so pitiful. He was tortured by Urza right after joining the guild. Do you think Mo-bai would be tempted by Urza because she is beautiful, and then happily go on a mission together? If you dare to think so, you will be punished. I just hope that after this mission, he will not break down and cry and quit the guild. I still have to find a chance to persuade him to refuse tactfully. The five senses of the Dragon Slayer are particularly sharp, and the whispers are very clear in Mo-bai's ears, making him laugh and cry. Urza, how can she be so scary? When I first watched Fairy Tail, my favorite character was the Fairy Queen. Although she is one of the strongest S-class wizards in the guild, she is handsome and bold, and has a strong leadership temperament. But often deep in the hearts of such girls, there is a little-known side, which is only shown to the closest people. Back to reality, Mo-bai took 2 steps forward and took the commission directly. I choose the A-level mission, to defeat Vulcan. Uproar. The crowd wanted to say something, but they were frightened by Urza's look and dared not move. I chose the A-level for the first commission. I admire your courage. But don't worry, even if you are in danger, I will take you back to the guild safely. Urza turned around and said to Mo-bai. Actually, I'm not that bad. Mo-bai replied weakly. Urza smiled and patted Mo-bai's shoulder gently. I'm not saying you're weak, I just want to protect you. Give the order to Myra for registration, and we'll set off now. Before Mo-bai could react, he suddenly felt an unknown force on his neck. Then his whole head was brought down, and his vision gradually became dark. Puff. Urza is accustomed to burying other people's heads in her chest. But can you take off the armor first next time? This thing is really hard, what's the difference between hitting a stone? Although this is considered physical intimacy. However, through the tough armor, Mo-bai didn't take advantage of Urza at all, so he had to cover his forehead that was hurt by the pressure and go to Myra Jane to register. Everyone, we're leaving first. until the two figures disappeared in front of the door. In an instant, the hall resumed the noise just now. Makao, I remember that you were captured by Vulcan last time and became his wife, right? The first half is true, but what about the second half? With Urza here, they shouldn't have much trouble. Are you kidding? The commission is to get the head of the King of Vulcan, which is incomparable to ordinary Vulcans. In addition, it is Mount Kobo. What if there is a blizzard? Perhaps Urza can complete it alone, but if she brings a newcomer... Oh, don't worry too much. In the chaos, the old man's voice was suddenly heard, and Makarov was sitting leisurely at the front desk, as usual, casual and uninhibited. President. Makarov said casually, don't worry about getting into danger, this new member is very strong. Is that so? But when Urza came back just now, where did you go, President? Did you hide because you were afraid of being scolded by her? Shut up. Chapter 6. Kobo Mountain. After just a few dozen miles in the carriage, the snow-covered mountains were in front of us. Mobai couldn't help but shudder. Urza looked ahead and said thoughtfully. After crossing this snow slope, we will reach the area where Vulcan often appears. While the weather is not bad now, we should find the King of Vulcan as soon as possible. Mobai moved forward step by step. Although the weather was still clear, the snow covered his entire feet. Be careful not to step on empty air or slip. Urza kept reminding. Mobai followed behind her with a bitter smile. I am also a wizard, don't think of me as a child, right? Well, indeed. But what is your magic? Urza asked. Well, you will know when we fight later. Mobai kept it a secret. But to be honest, he was still a little excited. As they went deeper into the snow, the road became steeper and the snow layer gradually thickened, covering their ankles. Mobai suddenly had an idea. I remember that I have a water-attributed Dragon Slayer crystal in my body. Maybe eating the snow on the ground can also increase my magic power. Mobai made a snowball and threw it directly into his mouth. As the snowball melted in his mouth with a cool feeling, his energy was indeed restored, but it was pitifully small. It was nothing compared to the energy obtained from swallowing rocks before. As Mobai was thinking, Urza beside him suddenly stretched out her arm to block him. There is a Vulcan hidden on the hill at 1 o'clock. Ah! As soon as Urza finished speaking, a group of white ape-like monsters swooped down from it and rushed towards the two of them. It was the Vulcan they wanted to attack. Vulcans have lived in the Kobo mountain for many years, and their body structure has long been adapted to this place. In the snow, they are even faster, and in a blink of an eye, they meet Mobai and the others. Roughly estimated, there are more than 30 of them. What makes Mobai embarrassed is that these Vulcans seem to have no interest in him. Instead, they all surround Urza, and their lecherous eyes sweep over Urza's body unscrupulously. Change clothes. Heavenly wheel armor. Urza does not hesitate at all. As the magic circle under her body rotates, the original armor on her body is replaced instantly. Ah! After changing clothes, Urza's snow-white skin is more exposed, and the Vulcans immediately scream with excitement. As one of the S-class wizards of fairy tale, Urza is best at disguise magic. She adjusts the armor and offensive and defensive methods through different battles. Finally, she wins with abundant magic power and extraordinary physical skills. The skywheel armor used at this moment is made of steel armor, and there are 4 steel wings on the back. It is most suitable for dealing with a large number of enemies. Urza held the sword in both hands, and as the magic power was continuously released, more than a dozen sharp swords appeared out of thin air around her. Skywheel Dizzy Sword. The sharp sword was cast, and the closest Vulcan was the first to bear the brunt. His body was directly pierced, and he fell in the snow. Vulcans are creatures that are both wretched and love to bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing that their companions were killed so easily, they couldn't help but collectively step back a few steps. This woman is so fierce? In contrast, the person next to her seems to have not made a move until now. Maybe he is just a muggle who can't do magic? The leading Vulcan thought so, and waved to the remaining dozen companions behind him, screaming a few times. Then he actually rushed directly towards Mobi. Damn it! Aware of the Vulcan's movements, Urza waved her swords and directly chopped down the two Vulcans in front of her, preparing to support Mobi. 4 more gathered beside her. Mobi, be careful! Unable to get away quickly, Urza had to shout to the distance. However, Mobi still chose to stay where he was, allowing the dozen Vulcans to crawl quickly in front of him, while he secretly observed their positions. Almost all in one line. Magic power continued to accumulate in his body. Mobi carefully felt the fluctuations of magic power, which flowed from his abdomen to his throat, and his cheeks bulged bigger and bigger. Just as Vulcan stomped hard with his feet and prepared to attack in the air, a hot breath suddenly broke out. The roar of the fire dragon. Mobi's dragon-killing power hit the Vulcan group, and the scorching and majestic flames enveloped all the Vulcans, causing them to scream one after another. They didn't even have a chance to escape, and their bodies were burned to charcoal. They probably never dreamed that the guy they regarded as a muggle could breathe fire. Iluza, who was standing by, was also stunned by what was happening in front of her. This is Fire Dragon Slayer magic. She was very familiar with this attack method, which was almost the same as Natsu's. Besides Natsu, are there other Fire Dragon Slayers? Could it be that Mobi also learned magic from the Fire Dragon? The current crisis has not been completely resolved. Urza can't afford to be distracted and turns to deal with Vulcan on her side. However, since she has learned that Mobi's powerful strength does not need her protection, Urza is more able to fight. After a minute, only 2 people were left standing. Urza looked around at the traces of Mobi's battle. The white snow that originally covered the old snow had been completely melted by the raging flames, revealing the bare mountain terrain. This destructive power. I'm afraid it won't be weaker than Natsu's. Iluza had a basic judgment of Mobi in her heart. After finishing his own battle, Mobi also slowly walked towards Urza. Iluza tilted her head and showed an interested smile. I really underestimated you at the beginning. It seems that the president has brought us a new dragon slayer. However, you and Natsu are both fire dragon slayers. Could it be that you were also raised by a dragon and can replenish magic power by swallowing fire? Mobi scratched his head. That's a bit hard to say. Simply put, I implanted some rare dragon slayer magic crystals into my body, and obtained dragon slayer magic. I have never seen a dragon, but I can indeed feed on fire. Maybe, I just happen to have the same attributes as Natsu. Iluza nodded slightly disappointed. She had heard from Natsu a long time ago that dragon-slaying magic was taught by the dragon himself. But one day, the fire dragon that raised him suddenly disappeared, and there has been no news since then. Mobi's situation did not seem to provide him with any clues. Iluza naturally did not know that Mobi had already known everything through the god's perspective. The reason why he did not reveal it was because he had just joined the guild and the time was not yet ripe. On the exposed snow-capped rock ground, the bodies of Vulcan were scattered all over the place, and all of this was done by the 2 wizards who were heading deep into the snow-capped mountains. Time passed by minute. The sunlight that was originally faintly felt was quietly covered by clouds, and grains of snow slowly fell. Chapter 7. By the way, this Hawkby mountain is big enough. We have been walking for so long. Mobi just finished speaking. Urza beside him suddenly stopped and looked into the distance, and said vigilantly. Be careful, the spherical ice cave in front is the nest of Vulcan, and the number may be several times that of the previous encounter. In addition, a few Vulcans have magic power and can use receiving magic, which will make the battle very difficult. And we have to face the King of Vulcan. According to rumors, the magic power of the King of Vulcan is particularly strong, even not weaker than that of ordinary wizards. There is also a saying that the king of Vulcan can control the weather here, and when angry, he can even summon a blizzard to bury the warriors who come to attack directly. In short, this will be an extremely dangerous opponent. Iluza's expression was serious, and her tone revealed her fear of the king of Vulcan. If it is so dangerous, why is it only an A-level mission? Mobi was puzzled. Because the client is only willing to pay 400,000 J and has been reluctant to increase the reward, this commission has been posted in the guild and no one is interested. I originally wanted to come here alone to solve it, but I didn't expect that you would also take a fancy to this commission. Urza explained. Mobi was quite speechless. What a ridiculous reason. Stop. Urza suddenly increased her voice and stared at the sky in the distance. The clouds there don't look right, and there seems to be a fluctuation of magic power. In just a few seconds, the two suddenly felt a strong wind, snowflakes rolled up, and even the balance of the body was difficult to maintain. In the sky, dark clouds gathered quietly, which was disturbing. Catch me! Urza suddenly stabbed the sword deep into the ground and shouted to Mobi. Mobi turned his head slightly and stared at the direction of the storm with sharp eyes. Although his vision gradually dimmed, he still found a vague black shadow in the distance, which was slowly moving towards him. Suddenly, a huge funnel-shaped cloud column dropped from the clouds, connecting the sky and the earth. It rotated at an astonishing speed, carrying the power that seemed to destroy everything. Tornado? A tornado blowing on a snowy mountain? Is this reasonable? It's the king of Vulcan. Although Mount Hawkby is covered with ice and snow all year round, there has never been such an abnormal phenomenon. Urza speculated with a solemn expression. It seems that the beast has already noticed that we will threaten it and wants to take the initiative. Mobi said while checking the surrounding environment. There were snow hills all around. And Urza and he happened to be in the lowest part of the terrain. Not only that, at the horizon in all directions, a huge monster gathered in a black mass at some point. It's Vulcan. In terms of size, it is much larger than the one encountered before. The number is also more amazing. These beasts are not stupid. They know how to use the terrain to set up an ambush. Seeing the encirclement shrinking and the tornado gradually approaching, Mobi finally saw the giant Vulcan shaking its head in the air in front of him. It seems that it is the king of Vulcan, the initiator of summoning the tornado. Ah! The king of Vulcan let out a monkey cry, and the Vulcan minions that were originally advancing together suddenly stopped moving forward and stood at the highest point of the snow slope. The tornado was mixed in the encirclement, constantly sending death signals to Mobi and Urza. It seems that the king of Vulcan wants to trap us to death. There are slopes all around, and it will be very difficult to break through. Change clothes. While analyzing the situation, Urza chose the purgatory armor with stronger close combat capabilities. She vowed to fight her way out. The defense on the left is the weakest, let's break out from there. Follow me. Mobi. Arisa's constant urging came into his ears. Mobi's eyes were always on the tornado that was getting bigger and closer, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Maybe, I have a way to deal with that thing. What do you want to do? Mobi ignored Urza's question this time. His eyes were like torches, and then he took a deep breath in the direction of the tornado. Ah! The king of Vulcan saw Mobi's abnormal behavior of still standing there, and thought he was scared silly by the tornado, and let out a mocking roar. But the next second, it couldn't laugh anymore. Under the eyes of dozens of Vulcans, the tornado that originally carried a monstrous destructive force, now seemed to be controlled by humans. It turned into a bunch of concentrated energy beams, constantly flowing into Mobi's mouth. Super strong suction, incredible. Seeing the power decreasing, the king of Vulcan hurriedly urged the magic power in his body to strengthen the tornado. As the magic power continued to decrease, the tornado suddenly exploded with a stronger momentum, and the sound waves were shocking. It even directly swept several Vulcan minions that were close to it, and their bodies were torn apart in an instant. Seeing this, MOBI also exerted a little force and increased the frequency of inhalation. The king of Vulcan finally realized that something was wrong. The human in front of him had not used any magic, but he had eaten all the tornadoes that he had summoned with all his strength. As the magic power continued to be consumed and fatigue invaded, the two ape arms of the king of Vulcan continued to tremble, and the momentum of the tornado weakened. Until the last ray of storm energy rushed to the direction of MOBI, allowing it to be absorbed. Urza's beautiful eyes also flashed with confusion and shock. You absorbed the storm into your body? Aren't you the fire dragon slayer? The last bit of magic power in the king of Vulcan's body was finally drained, and he lay powerlessly on the snow slope, gasping for breath. On the other hand, MOBI was full of energy, and his magic power was even more abundant than when they just met. MOBI smiled confidently at Urza. Power will surge out after eating it. We'll talk about these things later. Next, it's time for us to fight back. The power of the storm flowed in his body, and MOBI could feel that it was a huge power he had never had before, far exceeding the magic power he had when fighting against Rhino. What a pity, I thought the storm dragon could recover its magic power by eating air, but I didn't expect it to only swallow the storm. But at least, it's enough to deal with the current situation. The wings slowly emerged from behind, and MOBI gently lowered his center of gravity. The body rushed out like an arrow from a string. In the eyes of the Vulcan King, because MOBI's body moved too fast, he could not detect it at all, and could only see the snowflakes raised during the flash attack. The Vulcan King was completely panicked, but he didn't know that MOBI had already come behind him. Storm Dragon's Wing Attack. When MOBI's figure was clear, the mountain-like body of the Vulcan King had already fallen, splashing large snow waves. The nearby Vulcan minions were horrified to find that the sharp horns on their leader's head were cut off. MOBI's teammate, Urza, was also surprised. It's too fast. Even if it were me, I wouldn't be able to kill the Vulcan King and get his sharp horns at the same time. After brushing off the snow on his body, MOBI casually played with the sharp horns in his hand. Your boss is dead. If you don't want to end up like him, you'd better disappear from my sight immediately. Ah! When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Amidst the wailing of Vulcan, MOBI slowly returned to Urza, raised the sharp horn in his hand, and smiled a brilliant smile of victory. Chapter 8. In the evening, the sun began to slowly set, and the sky was dyed orange-red. As the outline gradually blurred, the light gradually softened. MOBI and Urza had already walked out of Kobo Mountain. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, they decided to continue their journey tomorrow. Bonfire. 2 wooden sticks with fish were roasted on it, crackling and gradually exuding fragrance. MOBI was looking forward to this dinner. But the strange eyes of his teammates next to him always stayed on him, making him feel uncomfortable. Cough cough. MOBI coughed twice tactically, and directly grabbed the half-cooked fish and put it into his mouth. The taste was fishy and astringent. But MOBI not only did not spit it out, but instead accelerated the speed of biting. Soon, a fish was eaten clean. Noticed that Urza was still looking at him with that look. MOBI finally couldn't help it. Big sister, you have been staring at my face since just now. Is there any magic text on it? No. I'm just curious about how much strength you have hidden. You have seen them all. Fire Dragon Slayer, Storm Dragon Slayer. By the way, he can fly. What else? Arisa's eyes never moved, always believing that MOBI had hidden his strength. MOBI felt uneasy when he was looked at. After a while, then a few more words came out of his mouth. And Iron Dragon Slayer magic. And what else? And Thunder Dragon. And what else? And water, wood, rock, earth. That's all. That's all. Mo said helplessly, spreading his hands. I thought Urza would question it, but I didn't expect her to laugh out loud. 8 Dragon Slayer powers? It seems that I really underestimated you. A-level missions like this are too easy for you. Mo shrugged and didn't comment. I heard you say before that in addition to Natsu, there is another Iron Dragon Slayer named Gajeel in the guild. As a veteran, Mo is naturally familiar with Gajeel. And now I deliberately raised this question to sort out the timeline and see what will happen next. Urza said, Gajeel. Speaking of which, he was not a member of our guild not long ago, but from another hostile guild, Phantom Ruler. After we went to war with Phantom Ruler, Gajeel directly destroyed the guild with his Dragon Slayer ability. What you see now is the rebuilt fairy tale. But according to the president's meaning, since he is already a companion, the past will not be pursued. During this period of time, Gajeel has been trying his best to integrate into us. Is that so? Mo stroked his chin and thought. After listening to Urza's story, he also had a general idea of the time here. Mo recalled the scene when Makarov just brought him back to the guild this morning. He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a young man in a black coat on the second floor who had been watching the noise of the crowd, but he didn't say a word from beginning to end. That must be the grandson of the president, the Thunder Dragon Slayer Laxus. It seems he is still in the guild. I remember that he is still a reckless man who only pursues strength. It won't be long before he will start a civil war because he can't tolerate the current slackness of the guild. If we calculate according to this period, it is after the war with the ghost and before the civil war. Thinking of this, Mo's pupils suddenly dilated and his body shook twice. At this moment, he finally sorted out the timeline and understood what time it was now. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Urza asked with concern. However, Mo quickly regained his composure, smiled lightly and said it was nothing, and then changed the subject. Rest early, I'll keep watch. Iluza nodded, okay. If you feel tired, you can call me to take over at any time. You have consumed a lot of magic power today. Don't forget that I am a dragon slayer. Compared with the swallowing storm, the magic power consumed is nothing. Mo rolled his eyes and said. The waning moon hangs on the phoenix tree. The sound of the clock is interrupted and people are quiet. Tilting his head to look at his side, Urza is sleeping peacefully, and her breathing is gradually becoming even. Mo got up and took off his coat, gently covering her. After the war with Phantom, before the fairy tale civil war, if nothing unexpected happens, the next thing is the Tower of Paradise incident. You still have to pick up the courage to face the pain of the past, but now I am by your side, I won't let you suffer that kind of grievance. The next morning, in the Fairy Tale Guild, President Urza and Mo haven't come back yet. The Hakobi mountain is not close to Magnolia, and they are going to the deepest part. How can they come so fast? But why are you in such a hurry? I bet 2000J with Kana. They will come back today. Makeo, you are an old member. Can you set an example for the children? By the way, where is Kana? I want to bet 20,000 J. We are back. While the two were discussing, a familiar voice suddenly sounded outside the house. Then the door was kicked open. Everyone's attention was attracted together. Dang! Urza punched Mo on the top of her head. Did you open the door with your foot? Sorry. I won't dare to do it next time. Mo rubbed his head that was hit and hurt, and cursed President Makarov in his heart. He learned this from him. Seeing the two return, the people in the guild who were originally quarreling with each other immediately gathered around. How was the work going? You came back so soon, you must have completed the commission, right? I bet 500 J, you will definitely return victorious today. And me, I bet 2000. But how did you deal with the King of Vulcan? I heard that the big guy is extremely dangerous. With Urza here, How could we fail? The heated discussion made Mo overwhelmed. It went well. The client was the blacksmith in Harjanport. Although the reward was only 400,000 J, he used the remaining sharp corner materials to help Urza reinforce her armor, which was an unexpected gain. Is that so? It is worthy of being the most dangerous A-level mission. After barely answering everyone's questions, Mo finally squeezed to the front desk. Only then did he discover Makarov in tears. President, what's wrong with you? You came back too early, I didn't have time to bet with Kana. After a while, everyone sat together and listened to Urza's description of the whole process of the commission. But without exception, their mouths opened into an O shape. What? Did I hear you wrong? You mean, you almost didn't do anything during this work, and Mo did it all by himself? That's right. Including the final battle against the King of Vulcan, it was all Mo who defeated him alone. Urza smiled. The members of the guild knew that she couldn't joke about such things. All looked at the newcomer who had just reported yesterday with surprised eyes. Urza added, in terms of strength alone, Mo is not inferior to me, at least he has reached the level of an S-class wizard. S-class wizard? Or at least. Everyone was surprised again. They only heard from the president yesterday that Mo was very strong. But they didn't expect that under his simple and easygoing appearance, there was such a domineering and fierce side. Mo seemed to be nonchalant. Ahem, it was just luck. Myra, give me a cappuccino. Chapter 9. As for the reward, the blacksmith has already helped me reinforce the armor, Mo. All 400,000 J are yours. Urza suddenly said. Well, since we are teaming up, let's split the reward equally, right? Seeing that Urza still wanted to insist, Mo added, no need to be so polite, we can continue to team up in the future. If I slack off one day, I will split your share equally as usual. I really can't do anything about you. Urza chuckled and buried Mo's head in her chest again. As expected, Mo hit the hard armor again. So hard. Mo cried out in pain in his heart, unable to say anything. He thought that one day he would let Urza do this without armor. I don't believe it will be so hard by then. Urza suddenly said, by the way, Lucy found me just now and invited me to relax at the resort hotel. You should have time too, right? Vacation? Mo instantly became alert. It seems that the time he had guessed before was correct. It was when Urza was at the seaside resort that her former companions brought her to the Paradise Tower again. The Paradise Tower was the place that caused her the most pain. Okay. Mo naturally couldn't let Urza bear all this alone, so he readily agreed. Hey Mo, I heard that you are quite strong, do you want to compete with me? I'm excited. Hearing someone calling him from behind, Mo looked back, but there was no one in sight. However, a scream came from above his head. On the other hand, Urza raised her arm slightly next to him. Looking up along her arm, he found that Natsu had been slapped away by her and embedded in the ceiling. Don't fight all day, Natsu. Pack your luggage, we're going on vacation now. Happy, remember to pick him down from the ceiling. Gray, get dressed. Looking at Urza, who had returned to her disciplinary committee appearance before leaving. Mo smiled awkwardly and happened to meet Lucy's eyes next to him. Hello. My name is Lucy, I'm a celestial mage, and I just joined the guild not long ago. Mo extended his hand to Lucy in a friendly manner. Mo, please take care of me. Before he came here, Urza, Lucy, Gray, Natsu and his flying cat partner Happy formed the strongest team in the entire guild. At the same time, they also formed Mo's youth. After more than a day of bumpy ride, the 5 people and 1 cat finally arrived at the resort the next morning. After Lucy showed the VIP ticket for 4 people, the etiquette lady at the front desk immediately called the waiter to help. As for Mo Bai's share, Urza insisted that she should pay for it, and Mo Bai naturally couldn't resist her. Looking at the thin-armed waiter, Mo Bai couldn't help asking, "My 2 bags are very heavy, are you sure you can carry them?" "No problem, this is what I should do, first, sir." As soon as he took the bag from Mo Bai, the waiter's face immediately became ferocious, and his waist bent down uncontrollably. Bang! The bag fell heavily to the ground. The waiter was so scared that his face turned pale, and he apologized to Mo Bai repeatedly. It's only been 2 days since he started working, and there was a problem. I'm afraid he will be scolded by his boss. Mo Bai waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, "Forget it, I'll do it myself." This move attracted the attention of Lucy next to him. Lucy couldn't help asking, "What did you bring, Mo Bai? It's so heavy, it can't be 2 stones. How do you know?" "Hey!" In Lucy's doubtful eyes, Mo Bai opened the 2 bags as if nothing had happened. Inside were 2 square rocks. The whole bag was stuffed full. Lucy's face was full of black lines, and she was speechless. "No, you really brought 2 stones. Backup food, backup food," Mo Bai said. Urza explained beside her, "He is a dragon slayer like Natsu." Lucy's face looked better after hearing this. Only the guy who helped Mo Bai move things just now was still doubting his life. The rooms of several people were on the 11th floor, and the scenery and lighting were pretty good. After unloading the luggage, Natsu clamored to go to the beach to have fun. Except for Urza, who said she wanted to rest, the others were happy. Gray was immediately elated. "Ah, sunshine, beach, I can finally take off my clothes without any scruples." "Gray, you can take off your shirt, but keep your underwear on." "Ah? When did I take it off? Why did I come out to play with this naked pervert? It just so happens that Urza is not here, Flame Soul. Let's have a good fight today. I'm on fire." "Stop, stop fighting. Hey!" Without Urza's control, Gray and Natsu started fighting again. Looking at Lucy's eyes looking at him for help, Mo Bai could only shrug. Indicated that he had no other choice. That's it. It lasted until the sun set. Mo Bai looked at the golden clouds in the sky and muttered to himself, "It's almost time. Urza's former companions will be here soon, right?" But he looked at Natsu and Gray, who had been fighting next to him for an afternoon. At this time, both of them were beaten to death, and became 2 pigs with bruised noses and swollen faces. Mo Bai sighed helplessly. "It seems that we have to drag them back to the hotel first. Until these 2 idiots are settled." Lucy and Happy also returned to their room. Standing alone in the hotel corridor, Mo Bai did not return to his residence, but walked to the deepest part of the corridor and stopped in front of the door at the end. "This is Urza's room. According to the original plot, her old friend will show up tonight and take her away. We have to find a way to protect her." Mo Bai took a deep breath and walked forward and knocked on the door gently. Chapter 10. Inside the house. Knock, knock. Iluza, who was enjoying the sun on the balcony lounge chair, suddenly woke up and looked around blankly. "Did I fall asleep?" Recalling the nightmare just now, she returned to the purgatory of her childhood. Urza couldn't stop her palpitations. Knock, knock. The knock on the door sounded again. Wiping the cold sweat on her forehead, Urza took a breath and opened the door. "Mo Bai." Mo Bai smiled and suggested, "Let's go outside for a walk. I heard that the night view of the beach here is beautiful." "Okay. Wait for me." Iluza agreed readily, and a light came out of her body. She resumed her usual armor dress. But she found that Mo Bai was looking at her with a weird look at this time. "What's wrong?" Mo Bai asked. "Sister, don't you think this is strange? Who would walk on the beach wearing armor and carrying a sword?" After hearing this, Urza became a little embarrassed for a moment. "Armor can make me feel more at ease. Are you worried? Mo Bai asked. Urza, who has always been generous, seemed to be hesitant at this moment. Mo Bai saw this and did not ask too much. He naturally knew that Urza was only strong on the surface at this moment, but she was extremely insecure in her heart. When the two arrived at the beach again, the moon was already shining in the sky. The tourists were almost gone, and there were only a few dim lights on in the vast open space. Urza turned her head helplessly and asked, "Is this the beautiful night view you mentioned?" Ahem. I just heard about it, it seems I was deceived. Mo Bai smiled awkwardly and made up a random excuse to get away with it. He had other intentions. The main purpose of asking Urza out was to protect her. At the same time, a ship suddenly sailed on the sea in the distance, and the melodious sound of the flute floated by. Mo Bai immediately noticed it, and immediately narrowed his eyes and stared at the movement on the ship. Is it coming? However, Urza at this moment did not find anything unusual, and suggested, "However, let's find a bright place." Mo Bai shook his head gently and pointed his finger into the distance. Do you see that ship? Urza looked in the direction. Although the light was not good, she could still see the ship parked on the shore. 4 people in cloaks slowly appeared from above and were walking towards them. Magical fluctuations were faintly spreading. Urza also realized that something seemed wrong, and her right hand instinctively touched the hilt of her sword. Perhaps, they are coming for you. Mo Bai said softly. Urza was startled. Me? The 4 figures were getting closer and closer. Seeing Urza's puzzled look, Mo Bai did not explain too much and directly protected her behind him. The other party walked to about 50 meters away. The cloaked man on the far right suddenly raised his arm, and a beam of red light was printed on Mo Bai's brow. Without waiting for Urza to react, dense guns and bullets rumbled over Mo Bai. Skin of steel. The smoke and dust dissipated, and Mo Bai activated the power of the Iron Dragon at the last moment. At this moment, his skin was dark, as if he was wearing a layer of iron armor, and he was unscathed. Urza breathed a sigh of relief. Stay here and don't move. I'll go check it out. After saying this, Mo Bai's body was like lightning. Instantly, he shuttled behind the cloaked man who had just attacked him. The powerful electric current gathered from his fists and hit the other person's back heavily. Thunder Dragon Jaw! A scream came from under him. Under the strong stimulation of thunder and lightning, even the other 3 people next to him felt slightly paralyzed. Wally! The other cloaked man shouted the name of his fallen companion and quietly took out a stack of magic cards from his body, but suddenly felt a storm coming in front of him. It stung his face and hurt. Why is the wind blowing? No. This is that guy's magic. When he reacted, he suddenly found that his hands were empty. The cards had been torn into pieces by the strong wind. On the other side, as Mo Bai took a deep breath, the power of the storm burst out from his chest. It gathered to the top at the moment of opening his mouth and suddenly exploded. Storm Dragon's Roar. Take advantage of the gap when Mo Bai releases magic. Another cloaked man flashed to the side and pulled out a long whip from his waist. Be tied up obediently, meow. The long whip snaked forward, and it was about to bind Mo Bai. Wood Dragon's Roots Entangle. Mo Bai suddenly freed his left hand and swung it at him. As his wrist turned, a wood dragon grew out of thin air under the cloaked man. Thick vines. The cloaked man had to retract his whip and concentrate his magic power on his feet. As the magic power continued to bombard the vines became more and more lush and strong, constantly climbing up from the ground, until they tied up the cloaked man tightly and made him unable to move. After getting rid of 3 people in one breath, Mo Bai looked into the distance and was about to take the next step. Finally, the tall cloaked man suddenly exuded a strange magic power. Mo Bai's head sank, his vision became dim, and his hearing also decreased. It was as if the whole person was isolated from the world and the mute button was pressed. Dark moment. In a blur, the tall cloaked man suddenly appeared behind Mobi, but Mobi was still groping forward and never looked back. Purple-black magic power gathered from his hands. Aiming at Mobi's head, the cloaked man's palm suddenly hit out, but at the moment of contact, Mobi's figure disappeared instantly. Sensing something was wrong, the cloaked man hurriedly withdrew his magic power, but Mobi's calm voice came to his ears. "Sorry, my 5 senses are stronger than those of ordinary dragon slayers." Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. The flames shone, and the fire illuminated a large area of the beach. The exploding fire fist landed on the cloaked man's abdomen and was blown away by the huge magic power. Only then did his vision and hearing return to normal. At this point, after taking action to deal with the last cloaked man, Mobi wiped off the sand on his trouser legs and breathed a sigh of relief. How could it be? The cloaked man entangled by the wood dragon's whiskers struggled desperately, trying to use magic to break free. The vitality of the wood whiskers became even stronger, until they crawled all over his body. Seeing that his magic power was about to be exhausted, the cloaked man finally shouted hysterically, "Arisa! Kill us!" It was a female voice. "You are." Ever since Mobi started fighting with the 4 people, Urza had a vague sense of familiarity with them. At this moment, she finally approached the girl who was talking and took off her cloak. "Am I Milyana? Why is it you?" Under the disguise, it was the face of an old friend with tears streaming down her face. Urza's heart trembled, and the past scenes came to her mind. Milyana had already snorted softly, gritted her teeth to stop the tears, turned her face aside, and ignored Urza. "Where have you been all these years?" "Of course, I lived well in the Tower of Paradise, sister." Hearing the voice behind her, Urza looked back, and the other 2 cloaked people who were knocked down by Mobi also showed their faces. "Wally? Shiu? You?" Seeing that the 2 cloaked people still wanted to approach Urza, Mobi stood between them expressionlessly. After seeing Mobi's terrifying strength, Shiu knew that he could not compete with him at all, and laughed sadly. Sister is living the life she wanted. With such a powerful companion willing to stand in front of her. No wonder she left us behind. Be careful with your words. Mobi reminded coldly. No, it's not like that. Urza waved her hands desperately. It's Jalal. It's ridiculous. We have been forced to this extent by you. Shiu wanted to say something else, but a fist the size of a sandbag suddenly swung at him and stopped in front of him. The wind from the fist blew up a few strands of hair on the back of his head. Although it did not contain any magic power, it could be said to be 0 damage. Shiu smelled a trace of extremely dangerous breath from it, and turned his head stiffly, and saw Mobi's expressionless face. Be careful with your words. I don't want to remind you again next time. Urza opened her mouth to say something, but finally kept silent. The beach fell into a dead silence. After a long time, Shiu suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Simon. Looking back, the person who spoke was the last cloaked man who had just cast Dark Moment to reduce the 5 senses but was killed by Mobi with a punch. Arisa didn't lie. It was indeed Jalal who had been deceiving us. Simon slowly stood up and said. What? Shiu was surprised. Under the focus of everyone's eyes, the cloaked man finally took off his hood and looked at Urza with deep eyes. Simon. You are all still alive. Seeing Urza recognize the last old friend, Mobi gently raised his hand and removed the wooden dragon beard that bound Milyana, and then walked to the center of the 5 people and said. Maybe there is some misunderstanding. It just so happens that now is a good opportunity to explain it clearly. However, if you still intend to hurt Urza, I will not hold back like I did just now. Chapter 11. Simon was about to tell the story. Urza walked to Mobi and paused, forcing a smile, and spoke first. When we were walking just now, you asked me if I was worried. Just this afternoon, I dreamed that I returned to my childhood and was taken to the Tower of Paradise to do hard labor and be a living sacrifice. That was the time I least wanted to recall. Mobi waved his hand and interrupted her before she finished speaking. I don't want to tear open your scars. Otherwise, let's listen to what this big guy has to say first. Urza did not compromise this time and shook her head firmly. No need, you will know these things sooner or later. Alas! Mobi looked like he really couldn't do anything to you. This fairy queen is so stubborn sometimes that it makes people feel distressed. Urza recalled for a moment, closed her eyes, and recounted the most painful past. 10 years ago, a cult that believed in black magic captured countless laborers from nearby towns. Their purpose was to build the Tower of Paradise and complete a ritual to resurrect the dead. After the Tower of Paradise was completed, these laborers would become sacrifices to start the ritual. I was one of them at the time, and you see Milyana, Wally, Simon, and Shiu now. We were all slaves there. And there was Jalal. When Urza mentioned Jalal's name again, her voice suddenly trembled. After a long while, she finally continued. I couldn't stand that kind of inhumane abuse, so I called on everyone to fight for freedom, but I failed in the end. In order to save me, Jalal was captured by the guards. Later, we finally rioted together and defeated all the prison guards, but the magic soldiers followed. Just as we were about to fail again, Grandpa Rob suddenly stepped forward to resist the magic soldiers' artillery fire, but he sacrificed himself to protect me. It was then that I finally understood magic. When I rushed into the Tower of Paradise again, Jalal was at the Tower of Paradise. The top floor. But he was completely different at that time. He no longer cared about others and became perverse and violent. Jellard told me that there was no freedom in the world, but he wanted to stay here to complete the ritual of the Tower of Paradise. Perhaps it was the last bit of kindness from the bottom of his heart that made Jalal not kill me, but let me leave the Tower of Paradise. But in exchange, I can't tell anyone about the Tower of Paradise, otherwise I will kill Wally and the others. When Urza said this, tears had already flowed. The people around her also fell into the pain of memories. There was a dead silence. Urza. Your eyes. Simon's horrified voice sounded, breaking the silence. Everyone was surprised to find that Urza only had tears in her left eye. Urza wiped her tears and said with all her might, It's strange, right? The tears in the right eye have dried up. Mobi silently turned his head aside. He naturally knew that Urza's right eye was destroyed after she rebelled against the Tower of Paradise as a child and was tortured. Although she joined Fairy Tale later, President Makarov took her to see a doctor. Her vision was restored and she looked like a normal person, but she could no longer cry. Except for Simon, Shiu, and the other two were in deep shock and doubt at this moment. Didn't you, sister, blow up the ship and abandon us in pursuit of magic? If Jalal hadn't discovered it earlier, It's just a lie. Simon interrupted, It's all Jalal's conspiracy. He blew up the ship and betrayed us. How is it possible? Looking at Shiu and others who were in disbelief, Simon sighed and continued. When Urza was threatened by Jalal by the throat, I was there. It's a pity that my power was too small to stop him. Over the years, I have been pretending to be ignorant, just to find out Jalal's true purpose and stop him. But before that, I still have to make it clear to you that Urza has never betrayed us. Regret surged into my heart. The three of them had already lowered their heads, not daring to look into Urza's eyes again. Sorry. I'm sorry. Mobi thought for a while, then asked in a deep voice. You came to attack Urza this time, it was also Jalal's order, right? Simon nodded silently, yes. The Tower of Paradise has been built, and two things are needed. One is the magic spirit power of the council, and the other is a person with a magician with the strength of the Holy Ten as a living sacrifice. And as far as I know, the magic spirit power may already be under Jalal's control. The magic spirit power is an extremely huge and terrifying magic power, which has always been reserved by the Council, the highest authority of magic here, as a lethal weapon. If it is released, it can even raise a small country to the ground in an instant. As for the magician with the strength of the Holy Ten as a sacrifice, there is no doubt that according to Jalal's original plan, it is Urza. His ambition is obvious. The beach fell into a strange silence again. For a long time. Jalal wants to take Urza back as a living sacrifice, M. Do you think I can do it? Mobai suddenly said this, which scared everyone. Simon stared with his eyes, a little puzzled. What do you mean? Doesn't he want a magician comparable to the Holy Ten? My strength is not worse than Urza. If you take me back, the ceremony can also be completed. Mobai shrugged, acting as if nothing had happened. No, it's too dangerous. Urza retorted immediately, this is my past, and I bear it alone. It has nothing to do with you or anyone in fairy tale. Seeing Urza getting stubborn again. But this time, Mobai was prepared. Do it. What? Urza was stunned. Hearing Mobai's order, Shiu, who had lowered his head, took out the card without hesitation, added magic power and threw it directly at Urza. Urza was completely unprepared. The card was like a small mobile cage, sucking Urza in and sealing her up instantly. Let me out. What do you want to do? Mobai chuckled, walked up and patted Shiu on the shoulder. Well done. Holding the card carefully, Shiu stammered and explained. I'm sorry, sister. When Simon was talking just now, your partner whispered to me to prepare to attack. We can't let you get hurt again. This is my business, and has nothing to do with Mobai. I will go with you to find Jalal, and let Mobai go back to the hotel immediately. Urza shouted. Mobai ignored this. He waved to the few people. Let's go to the Tower of Paradise. You can take me back as a living sacrifice. On the sea. The ship sailed for a long time, and Mobai sat alone on the deck, quietly waiting for the shore. Speaking of which, shouldn't the Dragon Slayer have no resistance to various means of transportation? I seem to be fine. Maybe it's because the power of Dragon Slayer has not been fully awakened. While thinking wildly, heavy footsteps came from behind. It was Simon. Are you sure you can deal with Jalal? Although I have seen your strength before, our magic is not at the same level as Jalal. To be honest, Mobai did not have a clear concept of his current strength. After all, it was the first time to face such a powerful opponent. But one thing is clear. He didn't want to see Urza cry again. Mobai's sight gradually moved to the distance, and his eyes became firm. No matter what happens later, you stay on the ship and don't move, and keep a good distance from the Paradise Tower. I will defeat Jalal. I will let Urza see it with her own eyes. The purgatory that tortured her entire childhood in the past will be completely destroyed tonight. Chapter 12. Standing on the deck, the pitch-black tower in the distance pierces the sky, giving people a strong sense of uneasiness. The surroundings are brightly lit, and countless spots of light are constantly moving. It was not until you get closer that you can see that it is a fully armed night patrol force. There are more than 1,000 people. Finally here. Mobai narrowed his eyes slightly, and the storm dragon wings on his back quietly bloomed, and then his body shot out. On the shore, the patrolling guards found Mobai's figure and immediately pulled the alarm signal. Enemy found, ready to shoot. Dense guns and bullets were fired at the same time, including attacks strengthened by magic. Mobai focused all his thoughts on the storm dragon wings behind him, and as the wings flapped vigorously, the strong wind was like a shield, blocking all attacks. The ammunition that lost power fell into the sea one after another, splashing small waves. Due to the dim light in the air and the long distance, the captain of the defending army did not realize this at all. He thought that the attack just now was not strong enough, so he ordered his men to attack more vigorously. Fire! Fire! More dense bullets came at him. Mobi leaned over to look at the vast ocean below him, and immediately had an idea. It seems that the power of the water dragon has not been used yet. Now is a good opportunity. Continuously shuttled through the hail of bullets. Mobi was not in a hurry to approach the Tower of Paradise, but instead circled in place. The captain of the guard thought that Mobi was afraid to escape due to fire suppression, and ordered to speed up the shooting frequency. He will soon have no strength to fly again, aim and shoot hard. Every time Mobi glided in the air, he poured part of his magic power into the sea. After assimilating with the dragon-slaying magic, the water surface had already set off turbulent waves, mixed with the impact of swallowing everything. The time has come. Mobi swung his arms forward suddenly. Water dragon's horrible waves. In an instant, the waves surged up, and the surging waves were like a ferocious beast, opening its bloody mouth to swallow everything. See, tsunami! The guards who were originally complacent and thought they had taken a big advantage were now scared out of their wits. Staring at the horrifying scene in front of them with wide eyes, their hearts were filled with fear and despair. Boom! As Mobi's arms fell, the water tide completely lost its power and smashed down. Regardless of whether the guards tried to hide or escape, they were all swept into it and became the nutrients of the sea. The shore was completely new after the wash. Only the Tower of Paradise still stood there, and the conventional attacks did not seem to cause serious damage to it. Mobi didn't care too much about this. His goal was always the same: Gerard on the top of the tower and the core device of the Paradise Tower. At the same time, Paradise Tower, top of the tower. In the dim room, the light was so weak that it was almost impossible to see the surrounding environment, but there was a figure that stood out. A blue-haired young man was looking down at everything that had just happened. Instead of anger, his face had a bit of a sneer. It was a blue-haired young man, at the top of the tower, looking down at everything that had just happened in a condescending manner. But his face did not show any anger or dissatisfaction. On the contrary, there was a bit of an elusive sneer. This person was Gerard. Watching Mobi's figure gradually rushing towards the tower, Jalal's mouth gradually showed a strange arc. What a powerful force! Those four rubbish haven't brought Urza back yet, have they failed again? However, the ceremony is about to begin, and using the little wizard who broke in as a living sacrifice seems to be a good choice. Assassinate the 3 crows of the guild. The plan has changed. The 3 of you will ambush on the 2nd floor together, and the target is the flying wizard outside the tower. Jalal waved his hand and turned his eyes to the 3 assassins hiding in the dark at the door. The 3 assassins responded and appeared from the darkness, respectfully bowing to Jalal. Glad to serve you. Outside the tower. Mobi was about to move to the top of the tower by manipulating the wings of the storm dragon, and suddenly felt a burst of magic coming from under him. His heart suddenly tightened, and he quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The original position was instantly detonated by the magic light wave. Mobi's face was slightly solemn. This magic power was stronger than all the opponents he had seen before. Mobi looked down and found a blue-haired young man standing at the bottom of the tower. The young man had a handsome face, but there was a scarlet spot on the right half of his face. The strange mark of blue color was slightly hideous. Jellard. Seeing the blue-haired young man in front of him, Mobi clenched his fists, and flames almost appeared in his eyes. Thinking of the sufferings that Urza had suffered, most of which were caused by this man, Mobi wanted to punch him away. Wait! At this time, why would Jalal come out alone to trouble me? This should be the critical moment for the activation of the Tower of Paradise ceremony. I remember that Jalal has the strength of the 10 holy mages. It should be easy for him to manipulate several thoughts to attract attention. Thoughts are clones created by magic. For some powerful mages, it is not difficult to create thoughts. Mo Bai felt more and more that something was wrong. The Jalal who had just attacked him under his feet was probably a six-eared macaque who was diverting his attention. Thinking of this, Mo Bai left Jalal behind and rushed to the top of the tower. As long as the center of the Paradise Tower can be attacked, Jalal's true body will definitely show up to defend. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. A fire fist smashed down, and the magic wall on the top of the tower instantly cracked, and Mo Bai lifted it up with force. Directly hardcore opened the door. But as soon as he stepped into it, the scene in front of him suddenly became blurred. The magic power in Mo Bai's body was running wildly, so he could see the real terrain clearly. Originally, the center of the Paradise Tower should be set up on the top floor, but it was basically empty here. Looking back at the position where he just came in, he found that he didn't know when the distance to the ground was very close. Is this the second floor? So that's it. The most important core device for the Paradise Tower will definitely not be directly exposed. This should be the magic illusion set by Jalal, a special protection mechanism. Although I am flying to the top of the tower in my consciousness, I am actually diving down. Just as Mo Bai was hesitating, a woman's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Unfortunately, I have to inform you that the journey ends here, handsome boy from the Wizard Guild. No one who has been targeted by the Three Crows of the Skull and Bones Society has ever been able to leave alive. Looking up. Among the three, one has long hair and a guitar, and the makeup on his face is particularly exaggerated. One wears an owl headgear. At first glance, they are two perverts. Only the woman in the middle with a long knife looks more normal. Owl, eagle, turtle-dove, assassinate the Three Crows of the Guild. As a time traveler, Mo Bai is no stranger to them. Magic power quietly brews at Mo Bai's fingertips, and the fighting spirit is ignited. I originally wanted to go directly to the top of the tower. Although there were some small twists and turns, it's not a bad idea to push all the way up from here. Slip a little, you three come together. Chapter 13. Assassination has been considered an unreasonable way of fighting for hundreds of years. All regular guilds are prohibited from accepting assassination commissions. However, due to the generous bounty, some dark guilds that do not abide by the rules of the council are often happy to carry out this work. The Skull and Bones Society, where the Three Crows are located, is such an organization. Do you like rock music? Baby! The eagle on the right screamed, and its long nails swept across the guitar, making a series of strange sounds. The Dragon Slayer has a keen hearing, and this guy plays very badly. When Mo Bai heard it, he was inexplicably angry. If he was put on the street to perform, he might not only not make a penny, but also be thrown rotten eggs. If I remember correctly, this guy's magic is to control other people to become puppets through music, so he must be solved first. Thinking of this, lightning surged around Mo Bai, and his magic power was violent, ready to attack at any time. So reckless? Is it my music that makes you so crazy? Eagle sneered and fiddled with the guitar more vigorously. As the sound pressure continued to increase, a purple-black energy wave gradually formed and hit Mo Bai. But at the moment when it hit his chest, Mo Bai's figure turned into a golden light on the spot, flashing briefly and then disappearing. After image? When? The expression on Eagle's face was suddenly replaced by panic. At this moment, he was horrified to realize that a more turbulent thunder force had appeared beside him. Boom! Owl and Turtle Dove quietly watched the energy explosion. The eagle, who was originally screaming arrogantly, has now been electrocuted into a piece of charcoal. Storm Dragon Wings. After getting rid of one person, Mo Bai quickly flew into the air to look down. At the same time, Owl, wearing an owl headgear, also infused magic power and started the rocket thrusters behind him. I almost forgot that this guy can fly. With the advantage of the rocket launcher thruster, Xiao jumped left and right in the air. Whenever Mo Bai wanted to get close to him to end the battle, he was quickly dodged and pulled away. Mo Bai was fed up and just wanted to finish and go to the top of the tower as soon as possible. The power of thunder quietly emerged from his palm. There is a chance. Just as Mo Bai seized Xiao's flaw and prepared to attack, he realized the murderous intention from behind. Moonless flow yaksha flashing sky. Banjia's strong magic slashed into the air, and Mo Bai had to free up one hand to operate rock magic. The strong shield of rock cave dragon. The several meter high rock shield emerged in time. I don't know how many times Banjia's attacks were blocked. Although it was riddled with holes, it managed to maintain its intact form. When Mo Bai was thinking about how to deal with the two at the same time, Xiao suddenly sped up and rushed towards him in his field of vision. As expected of an assassination guild, they want to kill people by making good use of every opportunity. It's a pity that they are still half a beat late. With his extremely sharp five senses, Xiao's rapid attack was not worth mentioning in Mo Bai's eyes. The moment before the two sides came into contact, Mo Bai dodged slightly and reversed the situation in an instant. The opponent's active sneak attack provided him with an opportunity to attack. Iron Dragon's Steel Fist. Mo Bai turned iron with one hand and hit Xiao, who flew in front of him directly. In an instant, Xiao's body began to fall down uncontrollably, and the force of the fall penetrated the entire second-floor road and fell all the way to the bottom of the tower. After confirming that the other party was no longer moving, Mo Bai turned his sights to the last remaining woman. Your slash is very fast. But from now on, you have used all your magic power to increase the power of the long sword, right? Baraju smiled slightly. No wonder Jalal let the three crows deal with you at the same time. You are very strong. I will not hold back in the next attack. I couldn't ask for more. Moonless flow Galo flash flame. Flash flame? Mo Bai was immediately interested, as if a keyword in his mind was triggered. Sure enough, with Banjiu's extremely fast slash, a large amount of magic flames poured out and rushed towards Mo Bai. How could he not eat the experience that was delivered to his mouth? Mo Bai was not polite and opened his mouth wide to inhale violently. The originally violent magic flames were swept away. Banjiu's beautiful eyes were full of shock. Perhaps it was because it was the first time he met a dragon slayer. He could not believe that the killing move that he was proud of and had killed countless strong men was actually swallowed by the other party without any injury. What kind of monster is he? On the other hand, Mo Bai's momentum was even stronger than before. Power will surge out after eating it. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. As Mo Bai moved forward at high speed, his arms wrapped in flames collided fiercely with Banjiu's long sword, making a fierce explosion. Banjiu felt hot all over, as if the flames of the broken bamboo seemed to melt him. The next moment, as Mo Bai's arms continued to press forward, cracks appeared on the long sword. And it shattered in just half a second. The winner has been decided. Great! He uttered a few words lightly, and Banjiu fell straight to the ground. Hey! Just as Mo Bai was about to continue to move towards the top of the tower, an aggressive magic power came from his side. He glanced with his eyes. He immediately recognized the identity of the person. Is it Jalal's thought body outside the tower just now? Just as Mo Bai was about to use the steel skin to resist, he suddenly felt another familiar magic power rushing in. The steel skin that was originally half-activated, Mo Bai was stunned and held it back. At this moment, he actually abandoned all defenses and completely exposed his most vulnerable body to Jalal's thought body. Looking for death. Although the thought body didn't understand what this operation was, it still sneered and swung the meteor magic from its hand. Ding! The moment it was about to touch Mo Bai's back, a figure suddenly shot out and raised a heavy shield to perfectly block Mo Bai. The pupils of the thought body instantly dilated. Iluza. At this moment, Urza was wearing a silver-white diamond armor with amazing defense. She once single-handedly blocked the opponent's trump card magic convergence cannon in the guild battle with the Phantom Ruler. Iluza complained in a low voice, "It's really worrying. Can't you defend yourself? Mo-bai smiled. I noticed you would come a long time ago. That level of card magic will definitely not trap you. I didn't expect it to be so fast. Although he teased, Mo-bai's actions were not vague at all. Just when Jalal's thought body wanted to retreat, Mo-bai rushed up in one step, and the hot wind swept across. The iron fist of the fire dragon. The thought body's eyes flashed with fear, but it only lasted for a few seconds before it was completely burned by the flames and turned into nothingness. Next, Jalal will be the only commander left. The wings of the storm dragon appeared, and Mo-bai was about to fly into the sky, but his arm was suddenly grabbed by Urza. Go back. I will go find Jalal myself. Mo-bai slowly typed a question mark. What's wrong with this elder sister? She wants to solve it alone again? Before she could say anything, the two people's minds suddenly surged, and then a paragraph of text was transmitted. Welcome to the Tower of Paradise. I am Jalal, the ruler here. The dark ritual just needs a powerful wizard as a living sacrifice. If anyone wants to become the nourishment for Zeref's resurrection, please come to the top of the tower to find me. By the way, the magic spirit power of the council will descend here soon. I only need one living sacrifice. As for the other person, if you don't leave, be careful to be buried together. The voice stopped abruptly. Mo-bai picked his ears casually and said nonchalantly. Let's go? Go up together. Urza glared at this heartless guy fiercely. So you didn't listen to Jalal's warning just now? Seeing that she didn't move, Mo-bai spread his hands helplessly and explained. Have you ever thought that we were on the boat just now, so it's not convenient to use dragon-killing magic to restrain you? As long as I want, I can tie you here at any time, and I will go up and beat Jalal. I brought you here just because we are partners, and I don't want you to face all this alone. Iluza looked embarrassed, biting her red lips with her pearly teeth. But you should have received the message just now. It's very dangerous here now. It's just a threat. Mo-bai smiled. He grabbed Urza's arm with his right hand, urged the storm dragon wings to fly straight to the top floor. Don't worry, no one among us will die. Chapter 14. When Mo-bai and Urza finally rushed to the top of the tower, Jalal was sitting lazily at the end, with various magic props engraved with strange runes in front of him. I've been waiting for a long time, and you are still together. The roar of the fire dragon. Before Jalal finished speaking, he felt a burst of hot magic in front of him, and quickly dodged. Mo-bai started at 0 frame and turned his direction to attack the top of the tower. Boom! With a loud bang, a huge corner of the roof of the tower was directly broken, revealing the gloomy sky. Jalal then realized that Mo-bai didn't want to attack him at all. His original goal was to destroy the Tower of Paradise. If I'm not mistaken, the core devices of the Tower of Paradise are all here. As long as they are destroyed, your plan will collapse, right? Mo-bai smiled and said, and raised his foot to crush the magic props next to him. You! Jellard's face was full of blue veins and murderous intent. He was obviously very angry at Mo-bai's shamelessness. Let me guess, is the central system here? Boom! Or, it's in the machine over there. Looking at the unscrupulous Mo-bai, Jellard couldn't bear it anymore, and raised one hand above his head, and his magic burst out. 6 consecutive stars. The celestial body flashed and hit Mo-bai at a very fast speed. But Mo-bai seemed not to see it and continued to do his own thing. Dang! The light dissipated. Jellard didn't see the scene of Mo-bai being seriously injured by a blow. Instead, he saw a huge silver-white shield that resisted the impact just now. And the person who controlled the giant shield was Urza, wearing the diamond armor, majestic and awe-inspiring. Jellard, it's time to make a break between us. Change clothes. Purgatory armor. Jalal's eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint laugh came from his throat. It's interesting. You're still the same after all these years, Urza. The dark black purgatory armor is known as Urza's second strongest armor, covered with spikes, and has amazing destructive power. Urza stared at the young man in front of her who had brought her countless shocks, and she couldn't help but clenched the serrated steel knife. 7-star sword. After a brief confrontation, Jalal took the lead in attacking, and the dark night sky was instantly pierced by light. The Big Dipper shone, mixed with destructive magic power, and fell. Urza dodged while observing the flaws in Jalal's attack, always looking for opportunities to get close to him. However, the opponent's attack frequency was too fast, and he couldn't find a breakthrough for a while. Jalal's brows tightened, and just as he was about to continue to borrow the power of the celestial body, he heard a faint roar of electric current in his ears. Thunder Dragon Jaw. Mobi had already stopped destroying the surrounding environment. Since Urza had no chance to attack, it would be my turn. A sneak attack might be a mean act. But the bewitched Jalal in front of him was indeed a villain who deceived his companions and took human lives lightly. Mobi was justified in playing dirty tricks on him. As Jalal was beaten back by a blow, Urza finally had a chance to breathe and readjusted her posture to prepare for the battle. Ha 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 ha. A sinister laugh came into her ears. Mobi and Urza both fixed their eyes on Jalal, who slowly stood up. Do you think that if you defeat me here, everything will be over? Naive. Just now, the council has completed the vote, and the magic spirit power will soon descend on the Tower of Paradise, and everyone will be buried with it. Iluza gritted her teeth, confusion flashed in her eyes. How could the council be controlled by him? Gerald laughed wildly. Are you curious? You will die here soon, and there is no need for me to hide it anymore. Zikaline, one of the 10 holy wizards in the council, everyone thinks we are twin brothers. But in fact, he is just a thought of mine. After these words came out, Urza's eyes were full of shock. What? Jellard actually used his thought body to sneak into the council early and became a member of it. What's more terrifying is that the thought body named Zikrane was rated as one of the 10 holy wizards without anyone noticing. Perhaps in the battle just now, Jalal only exerted about half of his strength. Is it really going to end? Arisa smiled bitterly and looked at Mobi beside her, with an apologetic look in her eyes. However, since Jalal said the first sentence just now, Mobi has been indifferent and said nothing. Just looked at the dark night sky above his head. Time goes back a few minutes. In front of us, thousands of miles away, is the Magic Council. This represents the highest authority in the wizard world. At this moment, the counselors are looking at the magic crystal ball in the middle, and the atmosphere is serious. The Tower of Paradise? Is it the device that uses a large number of living sacrifices to revive the dead? Shouldn't this be destroyed 10 years ago? We just discovered it recently. And according to intelligence, the controller of the Tower of Paradise. The reporter said, casting his eyes on the youngest counselor. And this youngest counselor looks exactly like Gerard. The controller of the Paradise Tower is probably Senator Zikrane's twin brother, Jalal. Zikrane's eyes did not show much fluctuation when he heard this. He spoke slowly under the focus of everyone's attention. I think everyone present knows how dangerous the Paradise Tower is. Now that the ceremony is about to start, extraordinary measures must be taken immediately to curb it. Extraordinary measures, what do you mean? Magic spirit power. Zikrane's tone was sonorous, and the other senators were all shocked. After a long time, a hoarse voice came from the corner. Magic spirit power is too dangerous. I think we should take a long-term view. Besides, isn't Jalal your brother? Zikrane looked like he was willing to sacrifice his own brother for the sake of justice. As a counselor, it is my responsibility to protect the stability of the magician world. Even if I have to kill Jalal with my own hands, I will not hesitate. The other senators finally had nothing to say. Then let's vote according to the rules. First of all, I agree to use the magic spirit power. The threat of the Paradise Tower must be eliminated as soon as possible, and I also suggest using it. Let's be cautious. The number of people in favor and against is almost the same. Until the last young woman in white in the corner, named Urusha. I agree. Urusha smiled calmly, raised her right arm, and stood on the side of Zakrane. Okay. In this case, the final decision is to use the magic spirit power. All the council members present, please follow me and lift the seal. Chapter 15. As the seal was gradually lifted, multiple magic circles appeared, and a strong magical aura floated out. Is it finally done? Next, we have to choose the target at the Paradise Tower. As the location was determined, the ultimate weapon, the magic spirit power, which contained huge energy, was instantly released. Under the gazes of all the counselors, the terrifying magic power rushed straight into the sky. About half a minute later, Mobi, Urza, and Jalal, who were still confronting each other on the top of the tower, finally felt the terrifying impact of the magic spirit power. Finally, the dark ritual is about to begin. Jalal looked up at the turbulent night sky and laughed wildly. Are I going to die here again? While Urza was thinking wildly, a teasing voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Would you like to give me a warm hug at the last moment of your life? It was Mobi who spoke. Looking at the still unruly Mobi in front of her, Urza couldn't help but smile bitterly. They were still working together at Kobo Mountain the day before yesterday, and this time Mobi was able to come on vacation entirely because of her invitation. She only felt guilty. At this moment, there was no way to refuse Mobi's last proposal. As the luster of the change of clothes flashed, Urza's armor had been completely removed, replaced by a beautiful long skirt. She gently leaned against Mobi's arms. Urza whispered. I should have tried my best to stop you from coming here. Mobi still smiled and said, it's not too late now. Didn't I say that we won't die? Fool! With the roar of energy, the magic spirit power finally descended over the Tower of Paradise, and 1,000 feet of white light rose. In an instant, Urza looked up at Mobi's face. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something to her. After all, she didn't hear it. The vision gradually became clear. Urza opened her eyes. But she found herself still on the top of the ruined tower, still tightly embraced by Mobi. What is going on? Jalal was still standing opposite. But the ferocious expression on his face was gone, only surprise remained. How is this possible? Mobi spoke in a deep voice. According to your plan, the advent of the magic spirit power will not kill anyone in the Paradise Tower, but will only become a key to activate the dark ritual of the Paradise Tower. Because you still need us as living sacrifices. But for some reason, now that the magic spirit power has arrived, the ritual has not started. Am I right? Hearing Mobi's voice, Jalal immediately raised his bloodshot eyes and stared at him. What did you do? Mobi shrugged, looking innocent. Just when you and Urza were fighting, I finally found the Paradise Tower's receiver for magic spirit power. I have to say that your plan is very thorough. The damage I did before had almost no effect. Even if I found the receiver in the end, I couldn't destroy it quickly. Fortunately, I destroyed the magic power conversion system. In this way, even if you can accept the magic spirit power, you can no longer turn it into energy to activate the dark ritual. Mobi's voice was not loud. Every word he said went straight to Jalal's heart, tearing his years of hard work into pieces bit by bit. So, you knew we wouldn't die? Urza suddenly asked in his arms. Yes. Urza pushed Mobi away and put on her armor again after hearing this. Mobi clearly saw a blush on her face. I don't know if it was anger or shyness. How shameless. Ahem. Let's talk about it later, whether it's toothless or toothless, the battle is not over yet. Not far away. Jalal, who was stimulated to the limit by Mobi, finally exploded, and the magic power with overwhelming resentment continued to surge out. Dare to destroy the Tower of Paradise, you must stay and become a living sacrifice, no matter how long you wait. And I don't know when, a clone who looks exactly like him appeared behind him. Dressed in formal clothes, looking very decent. Urza thought, is that Zakrane? The thought body that Jalal left in the council. The return of the thought body means that Jalal has regained his peak strength. Mobi also had to be fully alert to deal with it. Zakrane's cold face showed a trace of bloodthirstiness, and he took 2 steps at a time and jumped directly to the top of the tower. Just when his figure disappeared from Mobi's sight, Jalal's magic power exploded again, even several times more terrifying than before. He is letting the thought body act as a conversion of magic spirit power device. Mobi suddenly realized. Jellard has gone crazy to such an extent that he directly chooses to absorb such a huge amount of magic power. If the thought body Zakrane can be ranked at the bottom of the Holy 10, and Zakrane returns to the body, Jalal can probably be ranked around the 6th or 7th place. Then Jalal, who has absorbed the power of the magic spirit at this moment, has reached an extremely terrifying strength. Among the Holy 10, except for the monsters ranked in the top 4, I am afraid that no one can compete with it. What an amazing aura! Arisa's heart trembled. Mobi analyzed in a deep voice, but in this case, he will not be able to hold on for long, and will be backfired by the magic spirit power. We still have a chance. And Jalal himself obviously knew this, and rushed forward violently, heading straight for Mobi and Urza. Pay attention to defense. Steel skin. With the power of the magic spirit, Jalal's speed and strength increased linearly, and his left and right arms released magic at the same time. Mobi could still resist, but Urza gradually fell into disadvantage. A slight cracking sound was heard. Urza's most defensive diamond armor was actually blasted with a gap. Mobi saw that the situation was not right, so he simply jumped in front of Urza and let the huge celestial magic bombard the left side of his body. Granite Dragon's Shield. The moment the brown dragon slaying shield opened, Urza's diamond armor shattered directly, and he was also seriously injured. It's ridiculous. Seeing Urza fall beside him, Mobi had no way to retreat, and released magic again to block it. Mobi. Sheltered under the rock dragon's shield, Urza stood up again to endure the severe pain in her body. Can you fight again? Iluza nodded slightly and activated the magic of disguise. In the blink of an eye, within sight, Urza no longer relied on any armor for defense. The upper body was only wrapped with bandages around the chest, and the legs were in flame-patterned bloomers. The demon sword Hong Ying was tightly grasped in his hand. Mobi's eyes were instantly filled with ecstasy. Pure heart clothes. Mobi was naturally very familiar with this outfit. Due to her childhood experience, Urza, who lacked a sense of security since childhood, liked to wear armor, which in a sense formed a shackle for her. And now she finally broke this shackle and put on the pure heart clothes. It was undoubtedly a leap in strength. Mobi clearly remembered how many times it seemed impossible to win. Urza reversed it with the pure heart clothes and the demon sword Hong Ying. Chapter 16. Bang! Another meteor strikes, and the already riddled shield of the cave dragon shatters. Mobi and Urza's figures are completely exposed, without any means of defense. Jalal showed a grim smile on his face, staring at Urza with amusement. You even gave up the armor, aren't you afraid of being killed by my blow? Urza shook her head calmly. I have people around me who are willing to protect me, and the armor is no longer needed. At this moment, Urza, who abandoned all defenses, had a firm look in her eyes, and concentrated all her spirit in the attack, vowing to fight to the death. The tip of the knife pointed forward. Let's make a break. Looking at Urza charging over, Jalal's mouth curled up a little. Raised his left arm above his head again, and drew down the power of the celestial body. The bombardment of magic mercilessly tore Urza's body apart. Without the protection of the armor, she was enduring unprecedented pain every second. But because of the disappearance of the armor, she became more agile and successfully rushed to Jalal. The demon sword Hong Ying slashed down. Jalal was prepared and set up a wall of starlight in front of him in time to block the attack instantly. Useless Urza! Your fate is to become a sacrifice for Ziref's resurrection. Looking at Urza, who was at a disadvantage, Mo Bai frowned. At that time, Natsu seemed to have eaten some of the magic spirit power, and finally defeated Jalal with the Dragon Slayer secret art. But I have only mastered magic for a short time. Can the Dragon Slayer secret art really be released? And with Jalal's thought body, I can't directly absorb the magic spirit power. A bold idea flashed through Mo Bai's mind. Wait, maybe I can try to combine multiple dragon-slaying magics and activate them at the same time. Seeing Urza still resisting despite the pain all over her body, Mo Bai no longer hesitated and tried to activate multiple dragon-slaying magics in his body at the same time. Darkness. 2 shuttle-shaped crystals, one red and one yellow, responded. Fire and electricity are there only the 2 most commonly used ones. Mo Bai wanted to further experience the mystery of dragon slaying, but the wings of the storm dragon behind him suddenly bloomed and sent the next magic power directly. And storm. Dragon slaying magic, fusion. As the 3 different magic powers intertwined, Mo Bai's arms were faintly covered with dragon scales, and the fused magic powers gradually gathered. Just when Urza was repelled and seriously injured by Jalal's meteor magic again, her magic power finally reached its peak. Dragon slaying secret. Dragon singing for thousands of years. Originally, Jalal had already seriously injured Urza, and just when he thought he had won, he suddenly felt an extremely terrifying force coming towards him. Jalal's pupils instantly dilated, and he could vaguely see the projection of a giant dragon from Mo Bai, who rushed over. Illusion, it's an illusion. True celestial magic starfall. With the power of the magic spirit and the power given to me by Ziref, you can't defeat me. Mo Bai's eyes were firm, and his arms, carrying the majestic power of dragon slaying, suddenly swung out, and the magic power swept over. The dragon's might for thousands of years intertwined with the starlight of the celestial body. An unprecedented vibration broke out, and the entire Paradise Tower trembled. Inserting the demon sword downward, Urza climbed up with difficulty, looking at the collision of the 2 strongest killing moves in front of her, and also felt unprecedented pressure. But in her eyes, there was more shock and worry about Mo Bai. Is he trying to defeat Jalal from the front? The 2 people stared at each other, as if they were going to tear each other apart in the next second. As the magic power continued to flow out, the surrounding space seemed to be cut off. Jalal gritted his teeth and was about to borrow the thought body Zakrane to further obtain the power of the magic spirit power. But suddenly there was a severe pain in his body, and his eyes trembled suddenly. Just at this time, backlash. Feeling the opponent's breath weakening, Mo Bai seized the opportunity and swung his arms wrapped in dragon-killing magic heavily. When Jalal wanted to defend again, he was already powerless. Boom! The smoke dissipated, and Mo Bai's body was in a half-bow state, breathing heavily. It was obvious that the first release of the Dragon Slayer secret was a huge consumption. On the other hand, Jalal was knocked away by the previous blow. His body hit the back wall uncontrollably, leaving thousands of cracks. Looking at Jalal's embarrassed and painful expression, Mo Bai immediately realized that he was suffering from the backlash of the magic spirit power. I dare not imagine what will happen next. Retreat. Exhaust the last bit of magic power. Mo Bai activated the storm dragon wings, kicked the broken wall open, and flew out of the tower with his arms, picking up the still confused Urza. On the outside of the tower, Zeklin was entangled by the magic spirit power, his body was convulsing, and he was in great pain. Stay here. Become Zeph's living sacrifice. But Mo Bai couldn't care less at this time, and he had to escape. However, he flew only a few meters away. The storm dragon wings became illusory, and the speed slowed down a lot. Looking down, the two had not left the island yet. If they fell, they would be smashed to pieces. Mo-bai swallowed his saliva, but suddenly felt Urza's soft call in his arms, and she seemed to be holding two thin strips of something in her hands. This is rebar. I got it for you when you kicked the wall open. Mo-bai was overjoyed, took the rebar and swallowed it. The body was instantly supported by magic, although not much, but enough to make the originally withered wings rejuvenate. Flew far in one breath, until it was quite far away from the Paradise Tower and confirmed that it was temporarily safe. It stopped in the air for a short time. What's wrong? The magic power over there is becoming more and more unstable. Iluza looked back after hearing this. After just a few seconds, the top of the Paradise Tower suddenly exploded within her sight. The wave shook the earth and raised waves, and the sea surface was turbulent. The majestic magic spirit power surged into the sky, breaking the dark clouds that had accumulated for a long time, revealing a little starlight. Due to the destruction of the central system, the entire tower seemed to have lost the protection of magic. And it was under the huge pressure of the battle just now, and it gradually collapsed at this moment. Completely cover up the crimes that had happened here. Boom! When the smoke and dust cleared, only a ruin remained here. The painful memories of the past were buried together with the boy she loved in her childhood. Tower of Paradise. Jalal. She stared blankly at the scene in front of her. After a long time, Urza finally put her head close to Mo-bai's ear and said in a small voice, "Thank you, Mo-bai." Looking at the pale and weak Urza in his arms, Mo-bai gently stretched out his fingers to wipe away her tears. "Urza, your right eye is also crying." "Really?" Mo-bai finally felt relieved. Tears flowed normally in both eyes. The knot in his heart was untied. So far, the nightmare that had haunted Urza for 10 years has come to an end. Chapter 17. On the ship. "Simon, are my sister and the others really okay?" Xiu asked. Looking at Xiu's worried eyes, Simon didn't know how to explain. Before leaving, Mo-bai specifically told him to keep a certain distance from the Tower of Paradise no matter what happened, and never leave the ship. At this moment, there is no other way except to choose to believe. "Look over there." Wally's terrified voice came. Then a terrifying wave of magic swept through, and the four looked into the distance in horror. The towering black tower in front of them collapsed at this moment. Tower of Paradise. "Where's Urza? Did you see Urza come out?" No one answered. The sound of collapse in the distance was deafening. But the four of them lowered their eyes, their expressions dim. "Wait, look over there. Is it Urza-chan, and her companions in the guild?" Miliana's surprised voice brought everyone back to reality. Following the direction of her finger, there was a black shadow not far away, slowly flying towards them. "It seems to be them. They look injured, but fortunately they are all alive." Simon couldn't help but take a breath, his eyes full of shock and ecstasy. "That Mo-bai, really, did it? Destroy the Tower of Paradise, destroy the dark ritual, and return safely from Jalal's hands. How capable is he?" Under the crazy waving of the four people, Mo-bai in the air finally folded up the storm dragon wings. Holding Urza in his arms, he stood steadily on the deck. "Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Put the seriously injured Urza in the cabin." Mo-bai took the initiative to ask everyone to reminisce, and he was responsible for driving the ship to take everyone back to the resort. The scene changed and came to the cabin. Looking at the pile of complicated levers and buttons in front of him, Master Mo fell into deep thought. "I was so busy showing off that I let them rest, but now I remembered. I can't drive a boat at all. When I was in a state of panic." Creaky. The door opened. A sturdy man walked in, and Mo-bai looked up. Simon. According to the original plot, after the Paradise Tower was activated, Simon blocked a key attack for Urza to save her, and he was fatally injured and died in the Paradise Tower. Mobi obviously noticed this a long time ago and deliberately didn't let him follow. It was indirectly saved his life. Pull the gate on the far left up, and I'll help you with the rest. Ahem. Thank you. Under Simon's guidance, Mobi was in a mess, but he finally got the ship moving. Sailing. For a long time. Simon finally couldn't help but blurt out. Actually, I've liked Urza since we were captured together in the Tower of Paradise when we were little. Puff. Mobi couldn't hold it back. No, buddy, you like her and told me? What's going on? Simon didn't react as much as Mobi, and explained. Thanks to you this time, the Paradise Tower was destroyed and Urza was safe. You are partners in the same guild, can I trouble you to take good care of her in the future? No problem, no problem. Mobi agreed vaguely, and then asked, what are your plans next? Urza invited us to join Fairy Tale, and Shiu temporarily agreed. But we have agreed to leave when the ship docks. First, we don't want to cause trouble for Urza, and second, we have broken the shackles of 10 years and want to go out to pursue true freedom. Simon said here, and suddenly emphasized, please take good care of Urza. Definitely. A moment later. On the beach. Mobi gently picked up the sleeping Urza and stood by the beach of the resort. Thanks to Simon's dark moment magic, she has already blocked the interference from the outside world. She can sleep well. I'm so sorry for what happened before, young man. Before parting, Wally thought of the indiscriminate attack on Mobi last night, and couldn't help but feel guilty. Thank you for helping us see Jalal's true face. Miliana added on the side. In addition to thanking, the four people really didn't know what to say. After all, it helped so much. The moment the Tower of Paradise fell, the haze in their hearts began to dissipate. Mobi smiled lightly and waved his hand gently, don't you plan to stay any longer? Join the Fairy Tale Guild. We are afraid that if we stay here, it will only bring back my sister's painful memories. Mobi heard this and did not ask any more questions. Good luck to you. The melodious sound of the flute rang through the sky. The first warm breeze of the morning blew. Mobi watched the ship carrying the four people go farther and farther, until they could no longer see their waving figures. Completely disappeared on the horizon. The morning light flashed across Urza's face, and she opened her eyes hazily. Awake. Urza said in a daze, where is this? Simon and the others. After putting us back in the resort, they left. After being bound to the Tower of Paradise for so long, perhaps, only by going out to see more of the outside world can the pain of the past 10 years be healed. Okay. Urza nodded regretfully. Looking around, she noticed that her body was half dangling in the air. She was lying in Mobi's arms again without knowing when. In the same position as when she escaped from the Tower of Paradise. Well, you can put me down now. I've been holding you all the way, so I won't miss a moment. Mobi pouted. Urza was very light without armor. She felt soft in his arms, and the warm breath kept rushing to her body. Mobi was really reluctant to let her go. Mobi, Urza. Walking on the beach facing the rising sun, a familiar shout was heard from afar. 3 people and a cat were running towards them. Natsu, Gray, Lucy, Happy. Looking at his guild mates, Mobi felt more at ease. Running to the front, Lucy bent down to take a breath, and then asked with concern. Where have you been? I haven't seen you since last night. Wait. Why are you all injured? Nothing. Urza asked me to fight yesterday, and we just finished fighting. Feeling Urza's murderous gaze in his arms, Mobi coughed twice, quietly leaned into her ear and whispered. Maybe you think these things between partners don't need to be concealed, and I respect your ideas. But there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Rest well first. Don't forget, we only have 3 days to vacation here, and there is no time to think about sad things. Elusa reluctantly agreed, turned around and smiled at the 3 people. Sorry, Lucy, I made you worry. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back to the hotel with Mo first. Oh, okay. Looking at the 2 people's slightly intimate backs, Lucy suddenly felt her face getting hot, and quietly approached Natsu and whispered. Natsu, do you think Urza and Mo seem to be a little bit wrong? Ah? Is there? Natsu slowly typed a question mark, scratching his head and couldn't figure out what Lucy meant. Nothing is wrong. Lucy patted her head helplessly. Alas, I really can't explain it to you. Natsu's flying cat Happy came out from nowhere, quietly flew among the crowd and suddenly asked loudly. Lucy also wants to be carried by a princess. Lucy blushed immediately. No. Chapter 18. A few days later. The 5 people and 1 cat who had a great time finally returned to the guild. Pushed open the door. We are back. There was complete silence. Mo was also confused. What happened? Did I open it the wrong way? Why is the guild so quiet today? Looking inside, the hall seemed to be no different from usual. Myra Jane was sitting at the front desk, and Makarov was lying lazily beside him. The others were basically in their respective seats. But no one responded at this moment. Until he realized that everyone's eyes were looking at him, converging on him. Mo was completely aware of the abnormality. No, why are you all staring at me? Is there a magic word on my face? Mo was a little at a loss, and he bent down a little, and walked slowly like a thief. But he unexpectedly noticed that everyone's eyes were still focused on him. Wherever he went, they followed him. Ahem. Macau? What are you doing? Mo grabbed a random person and asked in a half-helping tone. Macau stretched out his arm tremblingly, grabbed a copy of Wizard Weekly from the side and handed it over. His eyes never moved to other places. It's really strange. Mo muttered softly, flipping through the magazine randomly to try to find the reason. Then he saw a striking report. He was dumbfounded on the spot. The council was attacked a few days ago. The true identity of the 10 holy wizards, Zikrane, is the thought body of Jalal, the ruler of the Tower of Paradise. After investigation, it was found that Jalal colluded with Altair to steal the magic spirit power, and his real purpose was to activate the dark ritual of the Tower of Paradise. After stabilizing the situation in the council, the captain of the 4th Forced Supervision Force, Lahar, led the army to the scene, but found that the Tower of Paradise had just been destroyed and collapsed. In the end, only 2 mysterious wizards were photographed flying in the air. It is inferred that these 2 people are most likely the destroyers of the Tower of Paradise. Turning over the next page, a blurry back photo came into view. However, from the posture and wings, it can be vaguely distinguished that this was when he was photographed holding Urza and flying out. This is TM. Mo was embarrassed. From the shooting angle, the council's army happened to be in a different direction from Simon's ship. Simon and his team were not discovered, otherwise they would definitely cause trouble again. Perhaps because of the severe loss of magic power at that time, Mo did not notice the arrival of the council army. Seeing Mo strange expression, Urza and others also came up, and then they saw the photo. Natsu picked up the magazine and looked at it carefully with Greyhobi, looking at the photo and then at Mo repeatedly several times. He couldn't help but ask a soul-searching question. Is this you? Mo smiled bitterly, gently activated the power of the Storm Dragon Slayer, and his wings suddenly appeared, exactly the same as in the photo. See, I said it was Mo a long time ago. Makarov sat on the counter with a smug look on his face. When the magazine was just delivered to the guild, he immediately recognized Mo by his wings, and deduced that he was holding Urza in his arms. But at that time, everyone was half believing and half doubting. After all, they had never seen the storm dragon wings with their own eyes. Now seeing the scene in front of them, they had to believe it. The originally quiet guild was suddenly filled with heated discussions. So, the Paradise Tower was completely destroyed by Mobai and Urza. I only heard the president say that the newcomers were strong before, but I didn't expect them to be so strong. However, how did they defeat Jalal? His thought body has the strength of the Holy Ten, so isn't he? Lucy's big watery eyes were full of disbelief. The teammate who played with her in the sand for 3 days actually took the time to destroy a dark ritual device? So hidden? Is it really you? When did it happen? Urza nodded with a wry smile. It was on the first night of the vacation. I'm sorry, I couldn't tell you right away. I was going to explain it back at the guild. Under the constant soft and hard persuasion of everyone, Mobai had to admit that it was indeed him and Urza who did it. And he simply described the process at that time in a few words. However, he deliberately didn't mention the name Jalal. Worried that it would bring back painful memories for Urza who had just come out of it. The members of the guild also discovered the blind spot in his words. Wait a minute, Mobai, you just said you used Dragon Slayer magic? The same as Natsu and Gajeel? Do you eat fire or iron? It seems that you can eat both. What? What are your attributes? Water, fire, wind, rock, wood, earth, thunder, and iron. I have 8 attributes. 8. Everyone felt that the 3 views they had established since learning magic were impacted. Most wizards will major in one kind of magic, and their own magic power will gradually adapt. As for some secondary magic, it is difficult to exert the maximum power. Generally, few people master and practice it, and it is often used as an auxiliary. Dragon-slaying magic is even more scarce. Natsu and Gajeel mastered one kind, which was already one of the powerful forces of the guild. And Mobai actually practiced 8 different attributes of dragon-slaying magic at one time? This is no longer a pervert. It's simply a monster. Although Makarov acted very calmly, the joy between his eyebrows was still difficult to conceal. What makes me feel gratified is not how much noise you make or how much achievement you have made, Mobai. It's that you have known to protect your companions not long after entering the guild. But in terms of strength alone, our guild seems to have an additional youngest S-class wizard. As soon as this was said, everyone became more interested in talking. I wonder who is stronger than Guildarts, who has been away from the guild for 3 years. I think it's not just S-class, it's the level of the 10 holy wizards, right? But the 10 holy wizards is just a false name, used to honor wizards who are powerful and have made outstanding contributions to the magic world. Many strong people are not among them because they are low-key. I think the next president will be Mobai. Puff. Makarov finally couldn't help it, and a mouthful of hot tea spurted out, and then shouted. I'm not dead yet. Let's go, do what we need to do. Amidst the booze, the guild members finally dispersed and returned to their previous relaxed state. What no one noticed was that on the second floor, a blond young man in a black coat stood up at some point. There was a lightning-shaped scar on the young man's right eye, which made him look a little fierce. Mobai is a little interesting. Through this battle, in addition to redeeming Urza, Mobai also had 2 biggest gains. One is that he mastered the simple secret of dragon slaying, which gave him a direction for improving his strength in the future. The second is that he finally understood his full strength. If Jalal, who was blessed with the power of magic spirits, was temporarily ranked around the 5th place in the Holy 10, I dare not say that he can surpass Jalal 100%, after all, his defeat was due to the backlash of the power of magic spirits. Mobai can at least be on par with him. In terms of magic power alone, he is even slightly better than President Makarov. Chapter 19. Mobai was about to turn around and leave. Hey Mo-bai, since you are so strong, come and fight me. I am fired up. This is a passionate and aggressive voice. Without looking back, you can guess that it is Natsu. Mo-bai spread his hands, but I just came to Magnolia not long ago, and now I don't even have a place to live. If I don't find a house, I will sleep on the street again tonight. That's easy. Lucy. Natsu's brain is rarely bright, and he directly calls Lucy, who has also joined the guild not long ago. Lucy is quite experienced in where to rent a house. In this way, Mo-bai seems to have no reason to refuse. Besides, he is looking forward to fighting with Natsu. Mo-bai rubbed his palms. In this case, let's go outside to fight now. Wait, I have something to ask you. What? Natsu, who has always been straightforward, suddenly became cautious, and Mo-bai couldn't help wondering. Under Mo-bai's puzzled gaze, Natsu finally revealed the truth. You are also a dragon slayer, right? Or, you were also raised by a dragon. Mo-bai immediately guessed what Natsu wanted to know. As the first generation of dragon slayers, Natsu was raised by the fire dragon Igneel and taught dragon slayer magic. He regarded Igneel as his father since he was a child. But until July 7, 777, Igneel suddenly disappeared. Natsu, who was still a child at the time, searched desperately, but could not get any clues. Until he joined the Fairy Tale Guild later, Natsu still did not let go of the news about the fire dragon Igneel. The same was true for Gajeel, the Iron Dragon Slayer of the same guild. On July 7, 777, the Iron Dragon Metalicana who raised him up seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, and it has continued to this day. Mo-bai guessed that Natsu thought he was also a dragon slayer and might know some clues. Sorry, Natsu, I just implanted the Dragon Slayer magic crystal into my body to obtain Dragon Slayer magic. I was not raised by a dragon. Is that so? Natsu heard this and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. But Mo-bai changed the subject and said, I do know something about the whereabouts of the dragon you want to know. Are you serious? Natsu suddenly became energetic again, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Of course. As long as you can beat me in the competition later, I will tell you everything I know. Mo-bai's voice was not loud. But it fell like a thunder in the guild hall. Everyone gathered again without knowing when. They didn't care about what Mo-bai said about the whereabouts of the dragon, they only cared about whether they would fight later. So, Mo-bai accepted Natsu's challenge in disguise. But the question is, how can Natsu win? Have you forgotten that he is beaten by Urza every day and can't take care of himself? I bet a bag of spicy noodles that Natsu will be slapped away directly. Where is Kana? I want to bet on Mo-bai to win. 10,000 J. Hey, look at the rules of both cards before betting. The red card area means that you think Natsu will be beaten away by Mo-bai within 5 minutes, and the blue card area means that you think Natsu will be beaten away by Mo-bai after 5 minutes. Looking at the noisy guild members, Urza's problem as a discipline committee member came back, and she glanced at Makarov beside her. President, aren't you going to take action to control them? Well, it's nothing wrong for everyone to play occasionally. Seeing Urza speak, Makarov had to smile and quietly hide his hand holding the purse behind his back, but he was muttering in his heart. Really, I wanted to find Kana to place a bet. In the crowd, someone said, if Mo-bai loses, he will tell Nazlong's whereabouts. What if Naz loses? You're kidding. How could I lose? Naz turned around and shouted in dissatisfaction. As a hot-blooded single-celled organism, he seemed to have never considered this issue. Then let Mo-bai tell it himself. What do you want me to do if you win? Mo-bai didn't have the heart to kill Naz too much. He said casually, help me pay for a year's rent. Okay. Naz agreed without hesitation. Natsu, you have to think it through. Flying Cat Habib pulled Natsu's trouser leg and advised. Don't think about it. As long as Ignil's whereabouts are known, the rent for 10 years will be no problem. Even Mo Bai didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Outside the guild, in an open space, members gathered. And in the front were Mo Bai and Natsu, who had previously made an appointment to fight. Then it's a deal, I'll tell you when I defeat you. News about Ignir. Seeing Mo Bai smiling and nodding, Natsu became more eager to fight. He pushed hard with his feet and rushed forward with his fists full of flames. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Granite Dragon's Strong Shield. But Mo Bai still stood there, not dodging, until Natsu got close to him, then he raised his hand to raise the giant shield. Boom! The magic of fire and rock collided and rolled up the wind and waves. Even the people watching the battle felt a lot of pressure and took a small step back. Wait until the momentum of the fire fist was completely resolved by the rock shield. But Mo Bai did not move at all. Natsu's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he quickly reacted, turned sideways and changed his moves to attack again. Fire Dragon's Wing Attack. The arms wrapped in flames swung out vigorously, like dragon wings flashing, and continuously whipped the giant shield. Natsu's attack frequency became faster and faster. Natsu noticed that the light on the giant shield became dim, and he seemed to see the hope of winning in an instant, and immediately used his best moves again. Hook Claw. Broken Fang. Sword Horn. Natsu used all his strength to frantically operate magic to attack, and chopped on the brown giant shield again and again. It's broken. The last blow. Taking advantage of the momentum to jump away from Mo Bai, Natsu took a deep breath, and his cheeks became bigger and bigger. The roar of the fire dragon. Explosive flames gushed out of his mouth, scorching the earth wantonly, emitting steaming heat waves, and the final gathering point of magic power was all concentrated on Mo Bai's shield. Under the tense eyes of the crowd, a steady stream of flames rushed forward. The shield seemed to have a crack. Then the crack spread rapidly, like a domino collapse, and spider webs covered the giant shield. Broken. The flames did not stop there, and the next moment, the hot red light directly swallowed up the exposed Mo Bai. It's over. Everyone was speechless. Will Mo Bai be killed in seconds because of underestimating the enemy? But this thought only lasted for a few seconds, and a calm voice came from the flames. Well done, Natsu. Chapter 20. The flames dissipated. Mo Bai appeared in front of the fairy tale members. His skin was grey-black like steel, indestructible. It was obviously a defensive measure taken by Mo Bai after the shield was broken just now. No hair was hurt. Everyone reacted at this time. Is this Gajil's steel skin? There are 8 types of Dragon Slayer magic, but Mo Bai has only used rock and steel. Look at Mo Bai's current position. It seems that his feet haven't moved since just now. In other words, Mo Bai has never moved or used any attack magic from beginning to end. He just put up a shield and acted as a living target, but Natsu is already sweating profusely. Did he eat Natsu's fire just now? It shouldn't be. I heard that the fire of the Dragon Slayer is special, and even if they have the same attributes, they can't eat each other. Go on, Mo Bai. I bet on you to win within 5 minutes, you can't lose. Natsu, don't attack. Hold on for another 2 minutes, and I'll give you half of the winnings. If you're new, practice more. I forgot later. As the atmosphere became more heated, Natsu's eyes lost the excitement of the first battle, and became more cautious and calm. In the crowd, a guild member who had bet that he could hold out for 5 minutes, perhaps fearing that Natsu would be crippled by the next blow, actually threw a burning torch directly in Natsu's direction. Natsu. Go for it. Thank you. Natsu was instantly overjoyed, as he could continue to replenish his magic power with the flame. He immediately jumped into the air, and just as he was about to reach out to take the torch, his eyes suddenly darkened. Looking carefully, Mo-bai had also jumped up and arrived in front of him. Mo-bai smiled apologetically. He then kicked Natsu back to the spot with a flying kick, and the torch landed firmly in his hand. Natsu's face was full of black lines, but he could do nothing about it. He could only watch helplessly as Mo-bai put the fire and the wood into his mouth. Mo-bai did not forget to wipe his mouth. The power will surge out after eating it. Don't steal my lines. Natsu was so angry that he stomped his feet. But the current situation obviously won't give him a chance to throw a tantrum. As a dragon slayer, Mo-bai's magic power increased after taking the flame and the wooden handle, and his right fist burst into a hotter flame. At this moment, he finally took the initiative to attack. At the moment when Mo-bai attacked, Natsu was about to raise his arms to resist, and suddenly heard a deep voice. "I'll help you." Then, Natsu saw a determined black shadow standing in front of him, directly helping him to block the attack. Boom! The magic power exploded. After taking the heavy blow of Mo-bai's fire fist, the figure was obviously unable to support it, and bent down slightly to relieve it temporarily. Gajeel. Natsu recognized the person and smiled knowingly. "Sure enough, you are also concerned about where the dragon that raised you has gone." "Tisk, I'm not interested. I haven't been to work recently. I just want to exercise my skills." Gajeel put on a disdainful expression and refused to admit it. He turned around and shouted at Mo-bai. "The fire dragon is not as good as others. Next, I will be your opponent. In exchange, if I win, tell me about the dragon. Who do you say is not as good as others?" Steel Soul. Looking at Gajeel, who was eager to try, and Natsu, who was shouting and dissatisfied, Mo-bai naturally had no objection. "You can go together, just remember to pay me 1 more year's rent." But the audience was not satisfied. "If you go together, how do you calculate the time? Extend it to 10 minutes. Kana, give me back." Gajeel's face showed a rare solemnity. Glancing at Natsu beside him, he said calmly, "Use the ultimate skill directly." "Hey! There is no chance if we continue to fight head-on. Let's use the ultimate skills together. Maybe we can break through his defense." Natsu was disappointed and looked at Mo-bai again. After fighting with him for several rounds, it seemed that he really didn't cause any damage. Natsu simply gritted his teeth and the flames on his body began to burst out again. "Okay." Seeing this, Gajeel no longer cared about the arm that was just injured by Mo-bai, and focused all the iron magic power in his body. 2 powerful dragon-slaying pressures filled the whole place. Dragon-slaying ultimate skill, Red Lotus Blade. Dragon-slaying ultimate skill, Karma Iron Sword. At this time, Natsu and Gajeel finally took out their ultimate skills, and the magic power was surging wildly. "Is this the last blow?" Seeing this, Mo-bai also slowly gathered the magic power in his body. Fire, lightning, storm. Dragon killing secret, dragons roar for thousands of years. The 3 magics with completely different attributes are constantly blended, and energy bursts out. The diversion was attached to the arm. Dragon scales gradually appeared on Mo-bai's body. The 3 dragons secret technique is also Mo-bai's strongest killer move. However, considering that the opponents are Natsu and Gajeel, Mo-bai deliberately held back. He only used about 60% of his power, which is far inferior to the power of Jalal in the Tower of Paradise against the enhanced magic elves. The explosive blade and the iron god sword shot from the left and right sides in front of him. Mo-bai pushed his palms in front of him and also released his 3 dragons power, instantly controlling its speed. The 3-color magic power flow was intertwined on the blade sword, and there was a faint explosion sound. "Break it for me." Natsu and Gajeel were unwilling to be outdone, and frantically squeezed the last bit of magic power in their bodies and injected it into the secret technique, striving to break the shackles of Mo-bai's 3 dragons power. "Have you tried your best?" Mo Bai naturally knew that the two of them were eager to know the news about their respective dragon fathers. Even at the cost of everything. In the impact of the Dragon Slayer's secret art just now, they had already felt their full efforts. Mo Bai murmured in his heart, "I'm sorry, Natsu, you are not strong enough now, it's not the time to tell you the truth. One day you will find that the Igneel you have been looking for a long time is hidden in your body." On July 7, 777, the Fire Dragon Igneel and the Iron Dragon Metallicana did not disappear, but hid in Natsu and Gajeel respectively. The so-called Dragon Slayer eventually becomes a dragon. Once the Dragon Slayer magic is used too much, the Dragon Slayer itself will be assimilated into a dragon and no longer a human. And Igneel and Metallicana are using magic in secret to protect Natsu and Gajeel from being transformed into dragons. But they themselves don't know. Refocusing his attention on the battle, the ground beneath his feet had already cracked as the three fought fiercely. The gushing magic power became more turbulent, as if it was going to tear the space apart. Many people in Fairy Tale were affected by it, and even had hallucinations. What is that sound? A dragon's roar. My eardrums are about to explode. I'll retreat first, I'm afraid they won't finish the fight and will shock me to death first. Although Mo Bai didn't use his full strength. Perhaps due to the influence of the previous battle, Natsu and Gajeel were already exhausted. The light of the explosive blade and the iron sword dimmed, and then they were swallowed by the power of the three dragons. The two people who had completely lost their protection were hit hard, and their bodies were directly blown away and hit the building opposite. Ding! Kana hit the countdown clock. 12:01. The challenge is over. The final time is 4 minutes and 59 seconds, and Mo Bai wins. Chapter 21. Hearing the verdict. Natsu and Gajeel looked at each other, their faces full of bitterness. Mo Bai was calm and collected his magic power back into his body. He slowly walked towards the two seriously injured people and stretched out his arms. When you become stronger one day, you are welcome to challenge me again, just like today. As long as you beat me, I will tell you everything about the Dragon Clan. By the way, if you are short of money, you can also support installment payment of rent. Being pulled up by Mo Bai. Gajeel sighed lightly, and a little regret flashed between his eyebrows. Originally, he observed Natsu and Mo Bai fighting for a long time, thinking that he would have a chance to defeat him after Mo Bai's magic power was depleted. But the result? Mo Bai seemed to have turned on unlimited firepower, and the magic power in his body was almost endless. Even if he was reserved, every attack could still completely crush him and Natsu. You are indeed very strong. Gajeel said hoarsely. Natsu held Mo Bai's hand and was pulled up. He brushed off the dust on his body, but still raised his fist in dissatisfaction. Hey Mo Bai, although I lost today, sooner or later I will definitely defeat you. Let you tell me the whereabouts of Igneel in person. Mo Bai smiled faintly. I am looking forward to it. But remember to prepare the rent for next year before the next challenge. Natsu. Macau came up with a smile on his face and put his arm around Natsu's shoulder affectionately. It's okay, Natsu, just challenge Mo Bai boldly, I will pay part of the rent for you in the future. Here is 1000J, take it. Ah? Why are you so nice to me suddenly? Because I bet 5000J on Mo Bai to win just now, and then 13000J, so you don't have to share part of it, hehe. Natsu wanted to slap Macau. After a brief chat with other members, Mo Bai left the guild alone and went to the outskirts of Magnolia Guild. Lucy had previously introduced him to a villa for rent. Speaking of which, I have been wandering outside since I came to this world, and it seems that I still don't have a stable place to live. I hope the house Lucy introduced is not a pitfall. Mo Bai thought to himself. If you want to stay in Fairy Tale for a long time, it is better to rent a house. Passing through the rumbling carriages and the noisy crowd, the destination is in the quiet fields not far away. As Mo-Bai walked forward step by step, he was planning the idea of an ideal residence in his mind. But he vaguely sensed that 3 nearby magic powers were quietly approaching him. It seems I am being followed. After realizing this, Mo-Bai chose to play along. He even deliberately slowed down his pace. See what they want to do. 2 men and 1 woman hid in the dark, secretly following behind Mo-Bai, always keeping him within their attack range. The fairy tale emblem was also engraved on different parts of their bodies. The 3 were not outsiders. They were partners of the Fairy Tale Guild, belonging to the team under the command of S-Class Wizard Laxus, the Thunder Gods. The Thunder Gods had just returned from their mission, but they did not see Mo-Bai's previous fight with Natsuka-Jil, and received Laxus's order. Work together to sneak attack Mo-Bai. That's why they kept following him, looking for the opportunity to take action. After hesitating for a moment, the female member of the Thunder Gods, Alba Green, finally couldn't help asking. I still think, is it really appropriate to directly attack teammates of your own guild like this? What if the magic power is too strong and something unexpected happens? Another person, Fried, immediately scolded. This is Laxus's order, just do it. He has his own intentions. Before Alba Green responded again, a subtle light suddenly flashed in Fried's eyes, and he immediately shouted in a low voice. The opportunity has come, get ready. At this moment, Mo-Bai just walked to an open space, seemingly defenseless. For the Thunder Gods, this is the best time to sneak attack. Go. The 3 of them simply stopped hiding and released their power to attack Mo-Bai directly. Dark text, severe pain. Light killing cannon. Alba Green also gritted her teeth and released a killing move. Fairy machine gun. Several magic beams were emitted almost at the same time. Mo-Bai continued to walk forward slowly, without any precaution or avoidance. Based on the experience of the 3 Thunder Gods working together, if Mo-Bai was hit by this combined force at the same time, he would be seriously injured if not dead. Boom! The moment the magic power touched Mo-Bai's body, a huge explosion occurred, and a black hole crater was directly blown up on the spot, stirring up thick dust. But the 3 of them looked closely. But they only saw a flash of lightning, and Mo-Bai was still walking forward without looking back, unscathed, with a firm step. Even his clothes were not stained with dust. The 3 of them were stunned and looked at each other, trying to find the answer from their teammates, but for a moment they could not understand what was happening in front of them. What? Did it miss? Impossible, look at the crater, it's obvious that he was just there, but just now it seemed that a flash of lightning passed, and then... Fried was the most meticulous among the Thunder Gods. And through Mo-Bai's performance just now, he quickly reacted and analyzed, I understand. What we just saw was just a lightning afterimage. Lightning afterimage? Isn't that something that only lightning wizards like Laxus can master? Alba Green was shocked. Fried nodded slightly, that's right. This Mo-Bai may have the same lightning magic as Laxus, and the speed is so fast that it is completely beyond our perception. When Mo-Bai returned in the morning, the 3 members of the Thunder Gods were not in the guild, and they knew nothing about the magic that Mo-Bai mastered. While they were surprised, a sudden gust of fire suddenly broke out in front of them. The raging flames attacked the 3 people directly, which was the fire dragon killing power used by Mo-Bai. Being attacked by them for no reason with a killing move, even if they were partners in the same guild, Mo-Bai would not just let them go. At this moment, he just casually returned a blow, and it had reached the level of destruction of the 3 members of the Thunder Gods' joint attack. Not good. Fried felt bad, and gritted his teeth and was about to launch a spell to resist. The other 2 also smelled a trace of extremely dangerous breath from it, and hurriedly mobilized the magic power in their bodies to defend. In an instant, a golden lightning figure shot out from the side, punching the flames directly. The waves generated by the intersection of lightning and fire had already cut the nearby grass and trees into pieces. The three of them are just doing things for me, and I gave the order to attack. I apologize to you." A deep voice came from the golden shadow. As the light faded, Fried and his companions immediately saw the face of the person who blocked them. This was a blonde young man in a black coat. The three people's faces instantly showed ecstasy. Laxus. The blonde young man was the leader of the Thunder Gods, one of the top fighters of the Fairy Tale Guild, and the S-class wizard Laxus. And before that, Laxus had heard about Mo-Bai's deeds and became interested in him. That's why the three Thunder Gods under his command attacked together to test him. Although this way of testing is a bit violent, it is also in line with Laxus's current frivolous and irritable personality. After hearing Laxus's active apology, Mo-Bai's offensive immediately slowed down, and he slowly withdrew the magic power of the attack, thinking in his heart. First the force, then the courtesy, it's a bit interesting. Let's hear what they want to say. The confrontation stopped. Laxus also breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and said to the Thunder Gods. "Back off, you are no match for Mo-Bai. He is a dragon slayer wizard who controls 8 different attribute magics, including lightning." 8. The three of them looked at each other. The expressions on their faces were almost exactly the same as the expressions of other people in the guild in the morning. While they were shocked, Mo-Bai had already stopped and looked back, with a kind smile on his face, and took the initiative to greet, as if the conflict just now had never happened. "Hello." Chapter 22. Slowly putting away the lightning aura on his body, Laxus walked straight forward and looked at Mo-Bai with a more serious look in his eyes. "Let me introduce myself. I am Laxus, the strongest S-class wizard of Fairy Tale at present. These three are my team, the Thunder Gods, Fried, Begusro, and Alba Green." Mo-Bai nodded slightly and simply responded, "Newcomer Mo-Bai." As for the purpose of Laxus's trip, it was also very straightforward, just to bring Mo-Bai into the group. The arrogant Laxus has long been dissatisfied with the current Lax Guild. He is extremely eager for power and hopes to lead Fairy Tale to become the recognized strongest guild and be respected by others. It is worth mentioning that Laxus is also the grandson of the current president Makarov, with the identity of an S-class wizard. He is indeed a strong contender for the next president candidate. But he can't wait for that day. He can't wait to start a civil war and force Makarov to abdicate. The recent appearance of Mo-Bai will be a very uncertain factor in this civil war. That's why Laxus has the same attitude as before, trying not to make enemies with him as much as possible. Laxus paused, and said with a fake smile, "Although you are a newcomer, I still want to praise you. You made a lot of noise in the Paradise Tower." "Thank you." Mo-Bai's reply was concise and indifferent. Hearing this, the three Thunder Gods were a little angry. They had never seen a young wizard of the same generation dare to treat Laxus like this. Laxus squeezed out an interested smile on his face and asked, "There is one thing I am curious about. In your eyes, what kind of existence is the Fairy Tale Guild?" "It's pretty good, everyone is very harmonious." Mo-Bai still had the same attitude as before, laughing indifferently. Laxus was slightly displeased, and gradually put away his smile. He frowned slightly, and continued to ask, "Don't you think the guild is gradually decaying? Perhaps we need a more powerful fairy tale, a guild with a far-reaching reputation and awe." At this point, Mo-Bai could already guess what he wanted to say next. Sure enough, Laxus's words began to show his edge. "I am the strongest wizard among the younger generation of the guild, and now I have the strength that is not inferior to the old man. If we can get your help again, we will definitely be able to create the most powerful wizard guild in the entire continent. By then, everyone will be terrified and in awe of the name Fairy Tale." The meaning of recruiting is already quite obvious. However, fearing Mo-Bai's strength, Laxus still did not speak too bluntly. Taking a deep breath, Laxus' eyes showed endless ambition, waiting for Mo-Bai's response. But Mo Bai just turned his head and said 2 words lightly. Not interested. If there is nothing else, I will leave first. If I don't rent a house, I will have to sleep on the street tonight. After the voice fell, Mo Bai left without looking back and continued to walk in the direction of the address left by Lucy. But he didn't take 2 steps. He sensed the monstrous lightning-attributed magic power of Laxus behind him, which seemed to carry a lot of anger and resentment. But Mo Bai didn't care, and continued to walk forward calmly step by step, until his back disappeared from the sight of several people. For a long time, seeing that Laxus was still not moving, Bigusro could not help asking, "Did that guy not understand what I meant?" He actually refused the invitation of the Thunder Gods. Putting away the violent magic power on his body, Laxus said slowly, "No, he already knew it very well." "Then what should we do? Should we postpone it?" "No, proceed as planned. The festival will start the civil war on time the day after tomorrow morning," Laxus said firmly. Fried pondered for a moment and asked tentatively, "But Mo Bai will be a big threat. Do I need to find a way to trap him?" Laxus shook his head, with a flash of war and arrogance in his eyes. "No. If I use this method, he will not obey even if I become the president. I will fight him in person in 2 days. The results will be clear at that time." On the other side, Mo Bai didn't take Laxus's matter to heart at all, and went straight to the villa recommended by Lucy. To be honest, this villa is not bad, with 2 floors, spacious and bright. Even if 6 or 7 people live in it, it won't seem crowded. Especially the big bathroom on the 2nd floor. The pool made Mo Bai particularly excited. The only drawback is that it is a bit far from the guild. If you are in a hurry, you need to fly there with the Storm Dragon wings. But it is also within the acceptable range. After bargaining, Mo Bai rented the villa for 180,000 J per month. Since Natsu and Gajil are both poor, Mo Bai didn't say much. As long as they pay 1 month's rent when they are rich, they can slowly pay in installments. For now, I'd better take care of the first month by myself. However, the 200,000 J in Hakobi Mountain last time, after paying the rent and deducting some daily expenses, there is not much left. In Magnolia, this rent is not very expensive, and it is nothing compared to Urza. Urza has more than 100 pieces of clothing for disguise. Although the girl's apartment is spacious enough, it is obviously impossible to store too many clothes in one room. Urza simply rented 5 rooms directly, broke through the middle wall, and enjoyed the treatment of a presidential suite alone. Correspondingly, she has to pay 500,000 J in rent every month. Looking at his shy wallet, Mo Bai couldn't help smacking his lips. I still have to take more commissions. Before becoming an S-class wizard, I still have to go out with Urza and others to get high-paying commissions, otherwise I'm afraid I won't even have food to eat. The next morning, after arriving at the guild, Mo Bai did not see Urza, Natsu and others, and was planning to find some commissions suitable for him to complete independently. But he found a short old man squatting at the notice board, as if he was waiting for him. "President." At this time, Makarov's face no longer had the smile he used to joke with everyone. Seeing Mo Bai, Makarov immediately said seriously, "Come with me, I have something to discuss with you." Mo Bai thought to himself. In the past, even if he received criticism from the council, or other guild members destroyed half of the town while carrying out the commission, Makarov always laughed it off. There is only one possibility that made him so serious. Something went wrong with the guild members. And it is likely a security problem. Perhaps the president has also realized Laxus's recent abnormality. Mo Bai followed Makarov to the innermost room, locked the door. After making sure that no one followed, Makarov asked about Mo Bai's recent situation. "You have been in the guild for a while, right? How do you feel about adapting? Is the commission going smoothly?" Mo-bai said speechlessly, "President, I only worked once. What do you think?" "Ahem, is that so? Maybe I remembered it wrong." Mo-bai rolled his eyes. "Just say whatever you want to say." Hearing this, Makarov cleared his throat, regained his solemn demeanor, and said in a stern voice, "What I am going to tell you now involves a team in the guild that contains an S-class wizard, Laxus and his thunder gods. Tomorrow is the harvest festival of Magnolia. According to their personalities, they would not participate in such activities, but they rushed back at this time. Plus, Laxus's behavior has become more and more abnormal recently. He always conflicts with others for no reason, and even fights. I suspect that they may do something to hurt the guild." Makarov's words just confirmed Mo-bai's previous speculation. As Laxus's grandfather, Makarov naturally knew the character of his grandson very well. He obviously realized something. Mo-bai couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, "President. Actually, Laxus and the Thunder Gods came to see me yesterday." "What?" Makarov was shocked. "Did they hurt you?" Mo-bai shook his head gently. "Laxus came to me and said that he wanted to change the current situation of the guild, to build the most powerful fairy tale, and hoped to get my help. But I think the current guild is very good. Everyone is very harmonious, and the guild is like a noisy guild every day." The corners of Makarov's mouth had a hint of excitement. With approval in his eyes, he jumped onto the table and patted Mo-bai's shoulder. "Sure enough, it is the wisest choice to ask you to come today." Mo-bai smiled, and then asked, "What do you need me to do specifically, President?" Makarov pondered for a moment, and said righteously, "At tomorrow's harvest festival, they are likely to take action. Once I have no time to take care of it, you will be the best candidate to suppress Laxus. In order not to cause a commotion, I only mentioned this matter to you. At that time, you must be sure to protect the safety of my partners." Makarov paused for a moment, then his voice became a little trembling, and he added, "Even if Laxus is my grandson, but if he does something that hurts his guildmates and Magnolia residents, I will never condone it." Mo-bai sighed lightly, and naturally knew Makarov's current dilemma. On the left side of the scale is his grandson who he raised, and on the right side is the guild he has devoted his life to. Makarov has poured almost all his love into these two sides, but now, the two sides are likely to conflict. Mo-bai didn't interfere much, but clenched his fists and assured Makarov, "Everyone in the guild, and Magnolia, I will protect them well." Makarov's old face finally showed a relieved smile. "Please." Chapter 23. After coming out of the room, Mo-bai began to recall the details of the fairy tale Civil War and thought about what to prepare. Makarov entrusted such an important task to him, a new member who had just joined the guild, so he naturally didn't want to disappoint him. "I remember that Laxus had a thorough Civil War plan, which seemed to have to be cracked step by step. How about I go and beat Laxus and the Thunder Gods today? As long as they are seriously injured, the Civil War tomorrow will definitely not happen, right? Or I'll just take the initiative and become the president of Fairy Tale tonight." His mind was in a mess. After all, this time he had to face his guild mates. Unconsciously, after leaving Makarov, Mo-bai returned to the front desk of the guild. "Are you worried?" The sweet voice pulled Mo-bai out of his wild thoughts. Looking up, Myra Jane held up her cheek with her jade hands, looking at him with a smile. "Myra? Actually, I'm not that annoying. Here, I'll treat you to cake, don't be unhappy." Before Mo-bai could explain, Myra Jane had already put the plate in front of him. A piece of white and delicate cream cake was placed in the center of the plate, with cherries on the top. "This. Try it. I just made it this morning." After a brief hesitation, Mo-bai chose to pick up the spoon and scoop it up. "Hokai." The cake filled his mouth and made him speak unclearly. Myra Jane smiled and said, "If you like, come to the front desk to find me anytime, I'll treat you. I don't know if it was because of the sweetness of the cake or the healing smile of Myra Jane. Mobi felt relieved immediately. The light bulb in his mind seemed to be lit up all of a sudden. He seemed to have a preliminary idea of what Makarov had told him. By the way, Myra, is there a magic tool store in Magnolia? Also, are there any craftsmen who can do stone carving? Mirage tilted his head and thought for a while. There seemed to be quite a few tool stores in the north of the city. As for stone carving, I remember there is a stone-shaped magician living there. Stone shape, magic similar to Gray's ice shape. Both use magic power to condense into other objects. Thank you. Swallowed the remaining cake whole. Mobi wiped his mouth casually, left the guild and headed straight to the north of the city. This trip to the north of the city may be related to the final outcome of the civil war that will take place tomorrow. The next morning. Since getting up, the noise in the town can be heard faintly, even if you live in the suburbs, you can vaguely hear it. The event started so early. As for the streets, posters of the Harvest Festival were posted everywhere, and the number of pedestrians was twice as much as usual. If it weren't for Makarov's mission, he really wanted to go shopping. At this time, the Fairy Tale Guild was also very lively. In addition to most of the wizards in the guild, many residents of the town also gathered. The hall was full. In 5 minutes, the Grand Miss Beauty selection will open here. As soon as he entered the hall, Mobi heard the heated discussion of the townspeople. It is said that there will be another beautiful wizard joining Fairy Tale this year. I am looking forward to what they will look like. Of course I support Myra Jane. She is the cover girl of Wizard Weekly. I won't even look at that magazine without her. Don't you think Urza is also very beautiful? I dream of being trampled under the feet of the Fairy Queen. I am Miss Levi's dog. Pushing through the noisy crowd, Mobi finally saw the familiar short figure. President. Makarov also nodded, his expression slightly relaxed compared to yesterday. So far, Laxus and the others have not taken any action, so let's watch the game first. Mobi's face was full of black lines. This old man. But as a person who has experienced it, if nothing unexpected happens, most of the plans for the next actions of the Thunder Gods will be under Mobi's control. It seems nice to admire the swimsuits of the guild ladies. It shouldn't delay things, right? Wait. Having dealt with the 3 members of the Thunder Gods before, as a dragon slayer, Mobi naturally remembered their respective magical auras. At this moment, he was sensing that one of the magical powers was approaching. Is this magical power Alba Green? Is it coming? Makarov on the side was unaware of this. Mobi, who do you think will win in the end? Is it Myra Jane? Urza? But I think Lucy has a good figure, and Juvia. What do you think? Mobi? Where are they? Although he said that, Makarov was still thinking about the Thunder Gods and Laxus. In addition, Mobi's sudden disappearance made him even more suspicious. I hope nothing unexpected will happen. Makarov sighed lightly, straightened his body, and refocused his eyes on the center of the stage in front of him, waiting for the curtain to be unveiled. After a while, as the music sounded, the crowd, which was originally a little quiet, became lively again. Dear citizens of Magnolia, welcome to the annual Harvest Festival of Fairy Tale. The Fairy Tale Most Beautiful Miss selection will be held soon. Then without further ado, please welcome the contestant number 1, Kana Alyapalana. Amidst the applause and cheers, the lights came into focus, the curtain was unveiled, and the beautiful woman in gorgeous dress walked out gracefully. But when everyone saw her face, they were all stunned. Hello everyone, I am today's number 1 contestant, Alba Green from the Thunder Gods. After a few seconds of silence, a large number of discussions immediately rang out from the audience. It's Alba Green? How come she is also participating in the competition? She is not Kana either. So, the thunder gods have also returned to the guild. Let's not talk about this for now, the competition will continue. Where is the next contestant? Where is Arbiska? Makarov also had an ominous premonition in his heart. Something is going to happen. Looking at the chattering people in the audience, Alba Green said slowly. Today's competition is only for me, there is no need to continue, just declare me the champion. Bullshit. I clearly remember there were 7 contestants. Give me back Miss Myra. Seeing the audience's complaints getting louder and louder, Alba Green smiled contemptuously and slowly pulled open the curtain behind the stage. Sorry, I just came from the backstage. I am indeed the only contestant. As the curtain slowly opened, what came into everyone's eyes were 7 stone statues, the same size as real people, and their appearances could even be vaguely distinguished. Urza, Lucy, Myra Jane. Aren't they the 7 people who were supposed to participate in the beauty pageant today? It's Alba Green's petrification magic. Her eyes can turn people into stone statues. Don't look into her eyes. Makarov finally realized that this was a conspiracy, and the actions of the thunder gods had already begun. He quickly stood on the table and shouted to the surroundings. All spectators, retreat outside the guild immediately. Quick! Most of the audience were ordinary people who could not use magic. When they heard that there was danger, they all rushed to the door of the hall. Until they saw the last person leave, Makarov burst out with amazing magic pressure and shouted at Alba Green on the stage. Asshole! Restore them to their original state immediately. But as soon as the voice fell, a thunderbolt suddenly flashed and landed in the center of the stage. Seeing the appearance of the visitor, Makarov immediately clenched his fists. Laxus! With a wild smile on his face, Laxus looked around the crowd, but did not find the person he wanted to see the most, and could not help but feel a little disappointed. Laxus, remove the petrification immediately. Makarov warned again. Laxus, however, ignored them and announced. Don't worry, if you want to save them, come and play a game with me first, a game of confrontation. The rules are simple, all the wizards of fairy tale will fight against me and the thunder gods, and the location is set to the entire Magnolia. Find and defeat us within 3 hours, and these women will be restored to their original state. If you lose, do you want to save them? You must recognize me as the new president of fairy tale. The last sentence was said. Laxus finally showed his fangs and revealed his true purpose. Don't joke too much! Makarov roared. Finally, an amazing burst of magic power broke out, and the originally short body kept growing until it formed a giant as tall as the entire guild. It's the president's giant magic. This kind of magic fluctuation, such a strong sense of oppression. Laxus is going to suffer a loss. While everyone was discussing, Laxus showed a disdainful smile and directly chose to ignore Makarov's warning. According to the rules, defeat me within 3 hours, otherwise there is no need to discuss anything. Now I declare that the fairy tale civil war has begun. See Laxus still stubborn, Makarov was about to burst out his magic to teach this unruly grandson a lesson. But a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in front of him. Instantly, everyone's vision was blocked. There was only light in front of them, which hurt their eyes. When everyone regained their vision, there were only 7 lifelike stone sculptures left on the huge stage. Is Laxus no longer in the guild? Alba Green can't be found either. They should have escaped together during the gap just now. This is bad. Are we really going to go to war with the thunder gods? President. After hesitating for a moment, Makarov looked at the petrified girl on the stage. After learning from the pain, he finally made up his mind. This time it's not just Laxus's challenge, it's also a test for our entire guild. Everyone listen up. Within 3 hours, find the thunder gods scattered in Magnolia and do everything you can to defeat them. As soon as this was said, the guild responded instantly, and the enthusiasm was high. Defeat the thunder gods in 3 hours. Macau, come with me to the west of the city. Hurry. Man swarmed out of the guild like a swarm of bees. Chapter 24. Makarov looked around. He was the only one left in the empty hall. Maybe Mobai was controlled by the thunder gods before the girls were petrified. In that case, I'll have to deal with Laxus. Thinking of this, Makarov slowly restored his body to its original size and ran out of the guild. Just as he ran to the door. Bang! Suddenly he felt like he had hit something. He didn't have time to brake, and his whole body crashed into it. It hurt. What? Invisible glass wall. Using his magic power, Makarov punched it, and a purple-black text appeared out of thin air on the invisible wall. Magicians and stone statues over 80 years old are not allowed to pass. It's Fried's spell. Fried is one of the 3 thunder gods, good at using spells and text magic. Once the spell is successfully cast, unless you can completely crush it with extremely strong magic, you must follow the rules. Makarov sighed lightly. The spell in front of him was obviously set up specifically to trap him. Fried had been planning for a long time. He would secretly reinforce the spell almost every time he passed the guild gate. It would be difficult to break it in a short time. Just as he was thinking about what to do next, he saw 2 people walking over from the inner hall as if nothing had happened. Natsu? Gajil? Are you still here? I was hungry just now, so I couldn't find something to eat in the kitchen. Natsu lowered his eyebrows and eyes, obviously finding nothing. Gajil next to him was holding a pile of iron pots and pans and eating happily. By the way, didn't they say there was a celebration? Where did everyone go? Looking at the 2 relaxed guys, Makarov suppressed the urge to vomit blood in his heart. No time to explain. I suspect that Mobai has been controlled by Laxus and his men. You should go to the town to search immediately, find Laxus and defeat him. Hearing this, Natsu immediately shouted excitedly. Want to fight with Laxus? You allowed me to do this. I'm excited. Once upon a time, Natsu challenged Laxus many times, but he was always beaten away by a punch. This time, with Makarov's permission, he didn't ask why, grabbed Gajil's arm and ran out. Slow down, you bastard! I haven't finished eating yet. Pop! The sound of the collision reached his ears. Makarov was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. Natsu and Gajil, who were originally full of energy, actually bumped into the ritual barrier at the door at this moment. Damn it! What is that? Why can't I get out? Rubbing his nose, Natsu was furious and punched and kicked continuously. Until the ceiling of the guild shook. The ritual barrier was still intact. Makarov was worried that the 2 would tear down the guild again, so he hurriedly stopped them. Stop it first, I have a question for you. Ah! You 2 are also over 80 years old. According to the rules of the ritual, wizards and stone statues over 80 years old are not allowed to leave the barrier. According to the elimination method, it seems that there is only one possibility, over 80 years old. Looking at the world outside the guild that was out of reach again, Makarov sighed. Is it only possible to bow to Laxus? After a few seconds of silence. You can't say that. Hearing the familiar voice, Makarov suddenly raised his head. But found that the new member of the guild who had been entrusted with an important task by him before had appeared in front of him at some point, and was looking at him with a smile. Mobai. Wait, are they behind you, Iluza? Lucy. Makarov looked behind Mobai in disbelief. It turned out to be the 7 girls who were petrified by Alba Green. The girls were dressed up and looked like they were just ready to participate in a beauty pageant. Looking at the center of the stage, the 7 stone sculptures were still standing there. President Urza called tentatively. Makarov then recovered from his astonishment for a short time. How come, didn't Alba Green petrify you just now? That's all thanks to Mo. Iluza answered softly. With a smile, she looked at Mo on the side. Mo. Makarov's eyes were filled with joy of surviving a disaster. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Mo then slowly spoke and talked about what had just happened. According to my analysis, Laxus wanted to start a split war without everyone knowing. The most beautiful lady selection this morning is undoubtedly a good opportunity. After learning about Alba Green's petrification ability, I speculated she would take action at that time, so she went to the north of the city and bought 7 life-size stone sculptures of girls. I sensed the arrival of Alba Green, so I quietly sneaked into the girls' locker room backstage and hid. Mo was so excited that he accidentally said the truth. Ah! The girls looked at each other, blushing. They didn't have the magic of changing clothes like Urza, so they could only go to the locker room and use the most traditional method, taking off and changing. In this way, wouldn't Mo see everything? Ahem, it's not what you think. I just wanted to monitor Alba Green, I didn't see anyone except Myra. Miraja's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and she asked shyly. What did you see of me? No, nothing. Seeing that the explanation was getting worse, Mo hurriedly got back to the point. At that time, I only saw Alba Green about to make a move, so I used lightning to flash her eyes, took all the girls out when she was not prepared, and then put the stone sculpture back to its original position. In this way, Alba Green thought it was Laxus who was taking action, and did not carefully check the authenticity of the stone sculpture. Mo spoke carefully, fearing that he would say the wrong word again. After learning that Mo was protecting them, the girls' expressions eased and they thanked him one after another. After experiencing the ups and downs of his mood, Makarov was so excited that he burst into tears. Mo. I really didn't misjudge you, woo-woo. You are too happy too early, President. Mo still had a smile on his face and took out a bill from his pocket and handed it over. The stone sculptures were made in a hurry, 400,000 J each, a total of 2.8 million J. I told the name of the guild, and the boss said that I could buy on credit and only charge me 3 million J. Remember to pay the bill, dear. When he saw the amount, Makarov's face changed at the speed of light, and he seemed to have lost his soul in an instant. The old man's eyes went black. He staggered a few steps and almost fell down. Finally, he had no choice but to squeeze out a few words from his throat. Prodigal son. You are such a prodigal son. Is this the mission you gave me, President? At least, I have ensured everyone's safety. Next, it's the Thunder Gods and Laxus. Mo completed his mission with honor and was beaming with joy. Chapter 25. Mo was about to leave the guild to look for Laxus. Suddenly, Urza called him again. Mo, come here. Hey. Mo's heart tightened. Urza was half crouching beside her stone sculpture, gently stroking it with her jade hand and carefully examining it. But every time her eyes swept over a place, Mo's heart was lifted a little. My stone sculpture feels a little wrong. Is it? Mo swallowed his saliva when he heard it, and instead of moving forward, he took a few steps back. He glanced away hurriedly and didn't dare to look Urza in the eye. But this unnatural behavior attracted the attention of other girls, and they all gathered around Urza. Hey? Why are you so nervous? Is there really something wrong with this stone sculpture? It seems so. A certain part is bigger than other stone sculptures. Is Urza's this big? What? This is too obvious. It's bigger than Urza's. The skirt seems to be shorter too. Mo didn't bring any private goods when he customized the stone sculpture, right? Do you remember the photo in the magazine? He was holding Urza in his arms when he came out of the Paradise Tower. The 6 girls looked at Mo in unison, and their expressions were surprisingly consistent. It seems that he knows some secret? Look at Urza again. Her eyes are still on the stone sculpture. But this reaction without any reaction directly makes Mo-bai feel invisible and huge pressure. Well, now is not the time to talk, wait until this battle is over, the battle is over. Mo-bai stuttered, and halfway through his words, the wings of the storm dragon suddenly appeared behind him. Then he rushed to the door of the hall and left in a hurry. Until then, Urza slowly stood up. President? I think this stone sculpture is well made. Can it be moved back to the apartment? Makarov was stunned for a moment. It turned out that she was just admiring the stone sculpture just now. But Mo-bai had a guilty conscience and started to talk directly. Yes, this is very Urza. Wait, she seemed to say that she wanted to move the stone sculpture away? Makarov's eyes rolled around, he raised his head with a smile on his face, and stretched out 5 fingers. No problem, only 500,000 J. Hey! Urza's expression gradually solidified, looking down at Makarov indifferently, with clouds gathering on her face. Makarov was sweating profusely. This time he seemed to be really going to lose his temper. On the other side, not long after Mo-bai left the guild, he found a purple-clad man wearing a helmet and eye mask crouching on the roof in front of him. It seemed as if he had come all the way to wait for him. Gray has been defeated by me. I think your fate will not be much better than his. Mo-bai frowned. Begusro. Like Alba Green, this man was a member of the Thunder God clan. But to Mo-bai's surprise, the 3 Thunder God clan members had not taken advantage of him in their combined attack before, but now Begusro blocked his way alone. Looking up at the big clock on the church, it had only been 20 minutes since the civil war began. Forget it, just play with him. Mo-bai exhaled lightly, and finally focused his attention on Begusro, and his magic power suddenly burst out. After feeling the aura emanating from Mo-bai, Begusro's face couldn't help but become solemn. Of course he knew how big the gap was between the 2 sides. Originally, according to Fried's arrangement, he should have gone to the south of the city to intercept other guild members. But because he was worried that Laxus would suffer from Mo-bai, he blocked Mo-bai's path. Even if I am seriously injured, I have to consume Laxus's magic power. Thinking of this, Begusro gritted his teeth and released 6 magic puppets with a wave of his hand. Linear formation / Granite Dragon's Shield. Mo-bai raised his hand to block it, and a brown heavy shield stood up. The puppet's sharp slash only scraped off a layer of stone chips. Light-killing cannon pierce. Seeing that the situation was not good, Begusro hurriedly used his magic power to attack. At this moment, Mo-bai had put away the rock shield. Unlike his toughness just now. At this moment, he was filled with hot wind and flames were faintly coming out from his fingertips. The roar of the fire dragon. Take a deep breath, and the thick flames surged out. In an instant, not only the light-killing cannon released by the puppets. Even the 6 wooden puppets were directly swallowed by the flames and burned alive. But Begusro's face did not show the panic of losing his weapon. He turned around and ran directly to the alley beside him. I have some magic power left, and I can also add magic to many objects. Turn them into puppets. Just drag them down and find new objects. How could Mo-bai not know his idea? Naturally, he did not give him a chance and instantly turned into lightning to chase him. In the dark alley. Just when Begusro glanced at the abandoned dolls in the trash can and a glimmer of hope ignited in his heart, he suddenly sensed the violent energy emanating from behind. Lightning magic. He turned around in horror. But he found that Mo-bai had approached him without knowing when, and raised his fists. Thunder Dragon Jaw. Thunder roared in his ears. As Mo-bai's fists fell, Begusro felt dizzy. He was completely out of control and was repelled. Even his limbs were paralyzed and he could not move. He could only let his body roll on the ground for a few times before he barely stopped. The dust dispersed. Begusro's body was in the shape of a big character, lying on his back in the middle of the road, looking straight at the sky. At this moment, he finally realized why the arrogant Laxus showed strong fear of this newcomer that day. The dragon slayer of 8 elements. There is no way, the gap in strength is too big. Failure after all. Laxus, be careful. Praying silently in his heart. But after a few seconds, Bigusro felt something strange coming from his body, and the numbness of the lightning gradually disappeared. Can he move? Looking at the parts of his body that Mobi had attacked just now, he could not see any external injuries, nor did he feel much pain. It turned out to be the effect of powerful magic and paralysis. I thought I was seriously injured. Finally coming to his senses, Bigusro turned his head with difficulty and watched Mobi's leaving figure. After a long time, he finally dug out a few words from his teeth. Why? You have the Fairy Tale Guild emblem on your body, no, on your tongue. I will not be cruel to my companions. However, you are out of this game now. Mobi's voice fell from the sky. The volume was not loud, but Bigusro no longer had the desire to fight. He drew out the magic tool from his waist and gently activated it. The gorgeous magic fireworks were launched into the sky. Mobi didn't take it seriously. After flying for a long time, he noticed the magic fluctuations coming from the suburbs in the south of the city. It seems that there are people fighting over there. Anyway, it's still early, so go over and persuade them to stop fighting. Chapter 26. West of the city. Fried, wearing a red robe and holding a western sword, was looking down at Myra Jane and Elfman, who were standing by the broken bridge. This man was the strongest of the Thunder Gods, and was good at spell writing. The spell that trapped Makarov and others was his masterpiece. Elfman, you have been defeated by Alba once, so you are out. You are not qualified to fight again. If you look closely, you can easily see that Elfman's upper body is naked and covered with scars. He had obviously just experienced a hard battle. Stop talking nonsense. If you are a man, accept my challenge. Myra Jane certainly knew Elfman's character, and he would not stop until he was beaten unconscious. And quickly took his arm. Forget it, let's go back to the guild first. But Elfman still refused to give in, staring at Fried, as if he was looking at a jackal confronting him. You can't communicate with people who break the rules. Fried closed his eyes and shook his head gently. He didn't take the other party's warning seriously at all, and turned to leave. Stop! Mirage didn't pay attention, and Elfman broke free of his arm and rushed out. Fried's understatement was obviously the biggest irritation to him. Be careful, he has the strength of a quasi-S-class wizard. Milage hurriedly reminded from behind. Elfman, who was furious, obviously didn't listen to these. Receive the soul of the Beast King. With the appearance of the magic circle, Elfman's already very tall body grew further. As his skin hardened and his strength increased, his body actually took on the posture of an orc, and he pounced on Fried with his teeth and claws. Receiving magic is the magic that Myra Jane, Elfman, and Lysina learned together when they entered the Fairy Tale Guild. It can receive the power of monsters or animals in a short period of time and strengthen itself. After practicing to perfection, it can even force the demon to be used by itself. Facing the aggressive Elfman, Fried was not in a hurry, sighed lightly, and still had the same indifferent expression. Incorrigible. As the Beast King's giant arm swung down, Fried suddenly dodged sideways, and the tip of the rapier swung a few times in the air. Purple-black words appeared out of thin air and then were engraved on Elfman's arm. What is that? Elfman only felt pain and itchiness on his arm, and stretched out his hand to activate magic to erase it, but it was useless. Dark words, severe pain. The rapier was put at his waist. Looking at Fried again, he found that one of his pupils had also turned dark purple, like a demon's eye. After being defined by the dark text, you will feel severe pain from all the nerve endings in your body every second. As soon as he finished speaking, Elfman, who was originally planning to continue attacking, suddenly knelt on the ground, and his face, which was originally full of fighting spirit, was now covered with hideous distortions. Every inch of skin on his body seemed to be torn apart and in severe pain. Ah! Elfman finally couldn't help but let out a painful howl, and the soul of the Beast King continued to dissipate, returning to his original human appearance. Miraja looked at the scene in front of him in horror. He rushed forward regardless of the danger, habitually wanting to protect Elfman behind him. Unexpectedly, Fried had already noticed it and had already buried the spell on her way. Miraja was trapped in the spot and could not move after running 2 steps. Myra Jane begged, "Elfman can't fight anymore, let him go." Fried was neither sad nor happy, like a machine without emotions, and asked Elfman coldly, "Do you want to continue fighting?" Although half of his body was already cramped due to pain, Elfman still managed to squeeze out 2 words from his clenched teeth. "Continue." Fried heard this and stopped holding back as if he had received some kind of permission. As the color of his purple-black pupils deepened, the magic power he displayed also increased. The rapier danced quickly. Shock. Horror. Pain. A few more dark words were written, and Elfman's expression became more ferocious. But he used all his strength to support the ground with his right fist to prevent himself from falling down. Seeing his brother in so much pain that he couldn't even speak, Myra Jane was already in tears. "Please, let's go back to the guild now, don't hurt Elfman anymore." Fried looked indifferent, and didn't care about Mirajana's constant pleas for mercy. He didn't stop writing at all. The tip of the sword swung countless times. The dark words with greater magic power than before fell. Death. Fried's last 2 words were not loud, but they were particularly trembling in Mirajana's ears. Milaj's pupils instantly dilated. Death. But just as this dark text was about to fall, Fried suddenly felt a sudden storm in front of him, and subconsciously dodged backwards. But found a familiar figure with wings passing by in front of him, and directly carried away the struggling Elfman. "Mobi." The words were engraved, but did not hurt Elfman, but were imprinted on Mobi's arm. However, Mobi had already used Steelskin in advance during the flight. And the death magic engraved on it could not be said to have no harm, and the impact caused was not much different from being bitten by a mosquito. "What the hell?" "Gwashat!" Mobi muttered softly. He carried Elfman all the way to the broken bridge not far away. Mobi was panting with exhaustion. The weight of this guy was almost equal to 3 or 4 Urzas. When he saw Mobi's figure, Fried's face finally showed solemnity, no longer as calm as before. After all, this was an opponent that even Laxus had to take seriously. On the other hand, Mobi's expression at this moment was very strange. It didn't look like anger, but more like sympathy. For a long time, Mobi finally spoke with a tone full of pity. "Why did you provoke her?" "What?" Fried was puzzled for a moment, until he looked in the direction of Mobi's sight, and it turned out to be Myra Jane who had just been trapped by his spell. Myra Jane looked grim, and a huge grey-black magic circle appeared under his feet. Magic power continued to pour out, like a demon that devoured everything, and it was actually disintegrating and disappearing the spell bit by bit. What a terrifying magic power! Fried's face was horrified. He had only seen this kind of oppression on Laxus before. At this point, Mobi could only mourn for him for a minute. Alas, he is an old man in the guild after all. Don't you know Mirajana's other title a few years ago? S-class wizard, Demon Myra Jane. The peak strength is not even weaker than the Fairy Queen Urza. It's just that due to some reasons, his personality changed drastically, from the original hot-tempered and bad fighting with Urza every day to the gentle and weak one now. The terrifying magic power in his body also fell asleep. Perhaps it was because she had just heard the word death, the image of Lysina leaving this world reappeared in Mirajana's subconscious. She had already lost Lysina, and could not lose Elfman, her only relative. Has the long dormanted magic finally been stimulated? Mobi muttered to himself, and his eyes looked even more pathetic when he looked at Fried. Chapter 27. Receive Satan's Soul. As Mileage's power gathered, his attire was no different from that of a demon, and he was completely different from the gentle waiter before. Fried's hand holding the rapier couldn't help but tremble. A fierce light flashed in Mileage's eyes, and he stepped out with all his strength, rushing quickly, and arrived in front of Fried in an instant. Dark words wings. Flustered Fried finally wrote down the dark words that could be used for flying at the last moment, and flashed into the air. But the broken bridge where he was just now was not so lucky. He withstood the full force of Mileage's Satan's soul and was smashed to pieces. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead. Only then did Fried realize what Mobi meant just now. That look was as if he was looking at a corpse. The smoke and dust dissipated. Myra Jane locked her target on Fried, and the dark and mysterious Satan wings grew from her back, leaping into the air. The devilish claws kept biting like a hungry wolf, and the attack frequency was extremely intensive. Fried, who was not good at close combat, had to bite the bullet and manipulate the western sword to block, but it was full of flaws. Myra Jane seized the opportunity and landed a palm on Fried's chest, knocking him down directly from mid-air. Fried's body fell down with a bang, and he was about to fall on the broken bridge. He immediately activated the wings of words and escaped. S-Class Wizard, Demon Myra Jane. Her strength has far exceeded the previous plan. Fried practiced ritual magic, creating text rules through magic to restrict the opponent's actions. This also made him stubborn and rigid, and he even had to make a careful plan for everything he did. But when the plan was ruthlessly crushed, Fried obviously lost his previous calmness. Dark flow. Not far away, Mileage had caught up without knowing when. As the purple-black magic circle appeared in his right hand, dozens of dark arms emerged from it and rushed towards Fried. If he didn't use his strongest killing move at this moment, it would be over. Dark words light bullet. Fried gritted his teeth and threw the western sword directly into the river beside him, interweaving his hands into a seal. The light bullet, which also contained huge magic power, emerged from it. Seeing that the dark arm in the rage was about to touch Fried, the light bullet suddenly exploded and blew him to pieces in an instant. Success. Seeing Mileage's attack being resolved, Fried had a little hope of winning in his heart. However, it was soon crushed again. When the smoke and dust dissipated, Mileage had already prepared for the next attack. Small black holes continued to condense between her palms, and the smell of danger spread. Soul Exterminator. Fried wanted to resist again, but found that the light bullet he had just used up all his strength had almost consumed all the magic power in his body. Despair surged into his heart. It turns out that I was just testing it. There was a major mistake in the plan. I have no chance of defeating her at all. Whether it is speed, attack, or frequency of attack. Boom! A powerful purple energy wave instantly burst out from the black hole. The terrifying demonic wind was raised, and the sky became dim. Although the battle area was close to the suburbs. At the same time, the generated waves were directly transmitted into the town of Magnolia, attracting many residents to stop and look over here. It seems to be dark. Could it be the group of wizards from Fairy Tale? I hope they won't demolish my house again this time. Faced with such a powerful offensive, resistance has no effect. As Fried was completely devoured by the Soul Destroyer, the wings of text behind him disappeared, and his vision blurred. Instantly, his whole body felt as if thousands of steel needles were piercing his nerves. Under the constant stimulation of pain, his consciousness became clearer. I'm afraid the pain now is about the same as the one I gave to Elfman just now. I didn't expect it to be attached to me now. Fried laughed at himself, completely lost his ability to fight, and fell to the ground. But the furious Mileage didn't seem to intend to end it. She actually flashed in front of him and strangled his neck. The two fell rapidly together. The body fell completely. Fried lay flat on the ground, and all he could see was Mileach's demon-like ferocious face. And her demon claws that were full of magic and ready to greet him at any time. Is it over? Fried closed his eyes peacefully. He was ready to leave this world. But more than 10 seconds passed. The imagined heavy blow did not come. Fried opened his eyes with difficulty. Mirajana's claws, which were filled with magic power, were still suspended in the air, but the hatred in his pupils was gradually dissipated, until half a minute later, the arm fell down naturally and powerlessly. Fried was puzzled. What does this mean? Arrogance from the victor. Miraja did not answer. A flash of light passed. The terrifying Satan costume had disappeared. The one who appeared in sight was still the waitress of the guild, Miraja, who was wearing a pink dress. Miraja knelt beside her, and it was obvious that the battle just now had consumed her. After a while, Miraja had tears in her eyes and said slowly, "After all, we are still partners of the same guild. I just want to live happily in the guild and don't want to fight anymore." Not far away, Mobi, who was still supporting Elfman, had a panoramic view of everything. Mobi asked himself, facing the people of the same fairy tale guild, he would not kill them. But if his relatives who depended on each other were tortured like that, he would have to beat up Fried to vent his anger. Myra is still too kind. While Mobi was sighing, Elfman beside him suddenly roared, "Sister is a man." Mobi's face was full of black lines. "Shut up. If it weren't for Elfman being seriously injured, I really wanted to slap him like I usually do in the guild." For a long time, the magic fluctuations on Myra's body finally subsided. Looking up, Elfman was also limping towards him slowly with the support of Mobi. The big stone in Myra's heart fell to the ground, revealing a pale smile. "Thank you, Mobi." Mobi waved his hand. He cast his eyes on Fried, who fell to the ground. At this moment, Fried was using his last strength to pull out the magic props and then launched them into the air. Fireworks burst. Recalling the similar behavior of Bigusro before, Mobi seemed to understand the intention. Is this a signal after the defeat? In this case, Alba Green is the only one left among the Thunder Gods. Let's leave it to the rest of the guild. As for Laxus, don't let him wait any longer. There's still more than 2 hours left, so it's definitely in time. Chapter 28. Magnolia, Town. Kaludia Cathedral. Laxus sat alone on the stone steps in front of the door, looking at the flares blooming in the sky again, his brows furious. It's only been an hour, and 2 of the Thunder Gods have lost their combat effectiveness. Who will be the remaining one? Fried. The breeze blew. Fried was defeated by Myra Jane after awakening her magic power. The remaining one is Alba Green. The indifferent voice floated into Laxus' ears. As a Thunder Dragon Slayer wizard, his hearing was equally sharp. But there was nothing in front of him. After a long time, a thin figure slowly appeared from a distance. Laxus watched silently until the man stopped in front of him, and then he spoke grimly. "Mobi. You are still standing on the opposite side of me." The person who came was Mobi. "Stop now, everyone will think you are just joking." "It's too late." Laxus raised his head, his eyes full of resentment, and then turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Mobi. Storm Dragon Wings. When the heavy fistful of lightning fell, Mobi summoned the Storm Dragon Wings and activated the Thunder Dragon Slayer magic. The wind and thunder were linked together, and the speed was much faster than Laxus at the moment. As Mobi's figure passed by, his body half crouched in front of the church door, his palms pressed against the ground. Earth Dragon Collapse. The dry soil instantly cracked, like an ugly scar, and rushed straight to Laxus. "Don't use this trick." Laxus snorted coldly, as if mocking Mobi's skills for being too weak. Standing firmly in the bow step, he actually ignored the broken ground and recontrolled the lightning to launch a fierce attack. Thunder Dragon's Collapse Fist. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Unlike before, in order to understand Laxus's strength, Mo-Bai chose to fight him head-on. It must be said that as one of the 5 S-class wizards of fairy tale, Laxus's strength is indeed not to be underestimated. The power of this punch is 1 level stronger than that of Natsu before. I am the strongest in the guild, and I have surpassed the old man. Do you think you can defeat me? Laxus roared, his bloodshot eyes flashing fiercely, which was chilling. If the neighbors' children saw his hideous face, they would probably cry on the spot. Boom! Another violent thunder strike, hitting the vital point, but Mo-Bai noticed it again, dodged in the air in time, and took advantage of the momentum to dive. Thunder Dragon Fang Tianji. Fire Dragon's Brilliant Flame. In a flash, Laxus had fought with Mo-Bai for dozens of rounds. The speed of both sides' bursts and the frequency of their attacks were also a huge consumption of magic power. Seize the opportunity. Laxus finally got out of the entanglement and retreated to the center of the church, breathing heavily. The sound of slow footsteps came. Mo-Bai walked in calmly, looked at Laxus's dilemma and said, "As both are Thunder Dragon Slayers, what is your weakness? I think we should all know it." As early as when he was watching anime before, Mo-Bai had studied all of Laxus's battles. In the end, he found the real reason why he was so strong. Similar to the first-generation version of Ray in Seer, Laxus, who uses lightning magic, is ahead of other wizards in terms of attack power and speed. But his other abilities are slightly fragile. Although the explosive power is extremely strong in a short period of time, once the battle line is extended and falls into a protracted battle, the endurance of magic power is a big problem. After becoming a Thunder Attribute Dragon Slayer wizard, Mo-Bai is more convinced of this. However, since Mo-Bai himself has 7 other attributes, as long as he does not rely too much on the speed and burst of lightning in the battle, he can avoid the lack of endurance. In the scattered church, the roof had long been overturned by the magic collision just now. In the center, Laxus was still thinking about finding Mo-Bai's weakness. A subtle magic fluctuation suddenly came from above his head. Although the movement was small, as a Dragon Slayer wizard, these naturally could not escape his perception. In the sky, fireworks bloomed. Everything was in sight, bringing Laxus the final despair. Magic signal flare? The third one. Mo-Bai also looked up, with a hint of relief on his face. It seems that Alba Green has also failed? The thunder gods were completely wiped out. How could this happen? Laxus recalled the scene of 3 flares bursting, and then checked the magic power in his body that was about to run out. Suddenly, he felt that the situation was hopeless. "Do you want to continue fighting?" Mo-Bai asked tentatively. Silence. Laxus did not answer. His head still staring blankly, as if he hadn't heard it. After a moment, then he turned, his eyes filled with endless hatred, to Mo-Bai. "If it weren't for the old man who brought you back to the guild out of thin air, I would have been the new president of Fairy Tale now." Laxus, who was overwhelmed by anger, was a little unbalanced. After venting, under Mo-Bai's quiet gaze, Laxus once again activated his magic power. But unlike before, there was no trace of lightning on his body. Mo-Bai frowned. "Want to use that trick?" Closing his eyes lightly, Laxus' palm slowly condensed, and a ball of white light emerged, flickering slowly. The individual was quite small and delicate, but mixed with terrifying magic that had never been seen before. Laxus suddenly opened his eyes and infused all his magic power into it. The light ball instantly enlarged, and the energy became more unstable, as if it could explode at any time. Fairy's Law. Fairy's Law, as a powerful super magic, is known as one of the 3 major magics of Fairy Tale along with Fairy Ball and Fairy Shine. Once activated, it will cause a devastating blow to all enemies within the range. Earlier, Makaro fused Fairy's Law to defeat Joseph, the leader of the Phantom Ruler, who was also one of the 10 holy wizards. Laxus' arms trembled slightly. He was too involved in the previous battle, so much magic power was poured into it. At this moment, even the fairy's law magic was a bit difficult to activate. The light shone unsteadily. Finally, it enveloped the entire Kaludia Cathedral. It's a pity that the range of the spell is only enough for you, Mobi. As a newcomer who has just joined the guild, this may be a bit cruel to you, but this is the fairy tale I want, a guild with only strong people. At the same time, outside the church, Urza, who had just defeated Alba Green, was still looking for Laxus's trace. Just as they were walking near the church, they suddenly sensed a strong magical power. This fluctuation is the law of the fairies. An ominous premonition came to their mind. Urza rushed into the church in panic, but found it was too late. Laxus finished chanting the law of the fairies. Mobi was still in a daze. The magic was about to explode. Mobi, get out of the church quickly. Hey? Big sister. Mobi's face showed no panic for the impending destructive blow. There was even some surprise to see Urza unexpectedly. Laxus, who was about to cast magic, naturally did not give the two a chance to discuss, and instantly detonated the magic in his hand. The white light enveloped everything, as if placing the entire church in heaven. It's too late. Perhaps it was an instinctive reaction. At the moment when the law of the fairies was released, Urza rushed forward without hesitation and blocked in front of Mobi. Although it was too late to get him out safely. But at least he was protected under the armor. The Law of the Goblins. Chapter 29. The light faded. The magic power gradually disappeared in the air. Urza regained her vision. She looked down. The armor was not damaged at all. Mobi, who was protected behind him, rubbed his sleepy eyes at this moment, as if the terrifying magic just now had never been released. We are all okay. Of course we are fine. Mobi smiled bitterly and reached out to gently smooth Urza's crimson bangs. But to be honest, big sister, your first reaction was to protect me behind you. I am very touched. On the other hand, Laxus, who was opposite the two, was shocked and puzzled. What happened? How could it be? I have clearly activated the fairy law and my magic power has indeed been consumed. Why? Urza came back to her senses. The scene of the war with the Phantom Ruler emerged in her mind. Makarov, also one of the 10 holy mages, successfully defeated Joseph with the fairy law. Urza explained, Laxus, I heard the president mention something about the super magic fairy law. Although this magic is powerful, it will only work on the enemies that the caster truly identifies in his heart. In your heart, you may not regard us as enemies. Laxus roared wildly, unable to accept the facts, and shouted. Impossible. All those who hinder me from becoming the president of Fairy Tale are enemies. Mobi added lightly, but none of us was injured. You can deceive your body, but you can't deceive your heart and magic. Laxus suddenly raised his head, staring at Mobi and Urza, who still had 50% to 60% combat ability, and his whole face became twitching. His last trump card has been used. The overall situation is doomed. Laxus has thought of countless endings, whether success or failure. He even planned to launch the fairy law on the entire town of Magnolia and completely eliminate those who disobeyed him once he was in a desperate situation. But he never expected that it would end like this. How could this happen? With endless reluctance and a body exhausted of magic power, Laxus finally fell straight down. Lost consciousness. Mobi also completed the private commission that Makarov had given him before. I remember that during the original Civil War, Mist Gang would also come back to fight Laxus. Maybe it's too early? I haven't seen him yet. Due to the spells that Fried had arranged in advance, the guild civil war did not cause any harm to the residents of Magnolia. As for the destroyed buildings, Makarov also compensated in full as usual. After discussion, the Harvest Festival was postponed for 1 day. And the Fairy Tale Guild civil war was finally settled in 80 minutes. Because the battles were fought so quickly, many people were informed that the civil war was over before they even saw the shadow of the Thunder Gods. Afterwards, Laxus and the Thunder Gods were placed in a separate ward to recover. Until they were able to get out of bed and move around normally, Makarov found them and announced the expulsion order for Laxus and the warning for the 3 Thunder Gods. Laxus himself did not raise any objections. The 3 Thunder Gods thought they would be the same as Laxus, but they only received a warning. Fried wanted to leave together, but was stopped by Laxus. "I don't have any feelings for this guild. You are different, stay here. I don't want to see a weak Thunder God when we meet again. Even the parting is the same." Laxus always maintains that aloof look and embarks on the next journey alone. After leaving the guild alone, near the suburbs, in the afterglow, Laxus suddenly saw a figure walking in the distance. The breath was particularly familiar, but he couldn't see who it was because of the setting sun. The man seemed to wave at him and threw something. Laxus raised his arm and caught it steadily. It was a can of drink. As the figure trotted over, his face finally became clear. And when he recognized him, Laxus was quite surprised. "Mobi." Mobi smiled, walked up and punched Laxus. Opened another can of drink in his hand, sat down leisurely, and asked casually, "Where are you going?" "Practice. The specific location has not been determined. I used to be busy with various commissions every day, and now I finally have enough time to improve my magic power." Laxus looked into the distance, his eyes full of desire for the future. Glancing at Mobi next to him, Laxus' eyes flashed again. He showed some fighting spirit. "Next time we meet, I won't lose to you again." Mobi smiled. "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." They chatted casually until the drinks were finished and the sky darkened. The sun was about to set. Laxus tidied his black coat again, and before getting up, he reminded Mobi. "Remember to pay more attention to a guild called Raven Tail. They have been planning in secret and may attack you at any time." Raven Tail. Mobi was not unfamiliar with this name. The one who created Raven Tail was none other than Ivan, the son of Makarov, the father of Laxus, and one of the strongest wizards of Fairy Tale. Because he had done something that hurt his fellow guild members, Makarov expelled him from Fairy Tale directly. Since then, Ivan has held a grudge and founded the Dark Guild Raven's Tail, accumulating strength for revenge. Ivan even planted Gajeel as a spy to pass on unfavorable information about Fairy Tale. However, he didn't know that Gajeel had been turned into a double agent from the beginning, and all the information passed to him was wrong. Mobi nodded seriously and said, "I understand, I will be careful. One more thing." Facing Laxus's hesitation, Mobi tilted his head and couldn't help teasing. "I don't usually see you like this. Why are you so nagging when you are leaving?" After hearing this, Laxus uttered the last words in his heart. "I don't belong to Fairy Tale anymore. I may not appear again for quite a long time in the future. Take good care of the old man for me." As expected. Before leaving, the thing he couldn't let go of the most was the old man who quarreled with him every day. However, Mobi didn't want this farewell to be so sad and regretful, and responded half-jokingly. "Don't be so pessimistic. If I become the president one day, the first thing I will do is to call you back." Laxus laughed and scolded, turned around and walked towards the horizon, waving goodbye behind him. The sunset stretched his shadow very long. "Hey! There will be a magic parade on the streets of Magnolia in the evening, remember to watch it before leaving. P.S. Please don't be anxious about the emotional lines of the multiple heroines, the favor ability needs to be slowly brushed." Chapter 30. It was midnight. After the magical parade around Magnolia, the Harvest Festival seemed to be coming to an end. However, in the Fairy Tale Guild, the grand dinner had just begun. Walking out of the cheering crowd and looking at the rich dishes on the table, Mo Bai just wanted to eat. Just as he was about to reach out for the cake in front of him, Mo Bai suddenly felt someone grab his shoulder. And then a strong smell of alcohol came over. "Don't go, little Mo Bai, come and have a drink with your sister." Kana. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Mo Bai shuddered. Kana, the famous female alcoholic in the guild, was the first among the young wizards to join Fairy Tale. She usually dresses quite revealingly, and she doesn't hesitate to show off her proud figure. But perhaps because she is addicted to alcohol, she drinks almost all the time except when she is working, and she doesn't even have a rumored boyfriend until now. Kana has a half-drunk smile on her lips. As she spoke, she walked directly in front of Mo Bai, hugged his neck and leaned into her arms. Before Mo Bai could react, he felt his eyes go black and his vision disappeared. His face seemed to be supported by two soft things. The smell of wine mixed with warm body fragrance entered his nose. Until he saw that he was choked. Kana let go with a satisfied look on her face, and then took the wine glass from the side. "Speaking of which, you saved me when I participated in the beauty pageant before, and I haven't had time to thank you. This glass of wine is my toast to you." Mo Bai's face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. Early before he crossed over, his alcohol tolerance was very poor. He would fall down after 1 or 2 glasses, and he could never stand the spicy taste. That's why he even trembled when he saw Kana. At a banquet, the most fearful thing is to be forced to drink by this drunkard. "I can't drink." At this point, Mo Bai had to admit it honestly. "What? Do you have to feed me?" Kana insisted. No. Seeing Kana holding the wine glass closer and closer to his face, Mo Bai looked around and sent a look of help to Myra Jane, who was passing by. Myra Jane also understood, walked up and patted Kana's shoulder gently. "Stop it, Kana." Mo Bai was busy preparing for the magic parade today, and didn't eat much all day. Unexpectedly, Kana became more excited when she heard it. "That's perfect. Drinking can fill your stomach. Come on, drink it. Just this one glass." Seeing the wine glass pushed in front of him, Mo Bai simply gritted his teeth after refusing again and again. "It's better to have a short pain than a long pain, just this one glass." Thinking of this, Mo Bai no longer hesitated, took the wine glass and drank it all. The strong liquor entered his mouth, but he did not feel the rich and mellow fragrance that others had said, only the unbearable spiciness. Mo Bai forced himself to swallow it, and the spiciness spread from his mouth to his throat and then to his stomach. Just when he thought it was over, his vision suddenly blurred, his feet slipped, and he almost fell down. Mo Bai realized that something was wrong. "What did you give me to drink?" "Water of life. The purity is about 96%. Ah." Mo Bai felt dizzy and his cheeks were particularly hot. If it weren't for Myra Jane and Kana supporting him, he would have to lie down directly. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect you really can't drink any alcohol." After taking a sip of the sobering tea brought by Myra Jane, Mo Bai glanced at Kana, who was apologizing with a bad temper. "But, actually, I have something else to discuss with you tonight." Kana seemed a little embarrassed. "What is it?" Mo Bai asked. "I was not very satisfied with the stone sculpture before. This time, let's take a closer look." "Who is bigger, me or Urza?" Kana said. She put one hand on the shoulder strap and untied it as if no one was around. Mo Bai almost spit out a mouthful of hot tea. Miraja was also shocked. "This is too open." As Kana's fingers twisted, her plump upper body trembled slightly. Mo Bai opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't utter a word. The Western Hemisphere was about to see the light of day again. Kana suddenly stopped moving and stared at Mo Bai, who looked confused. A smug look suddenly appeared in her eyes, and she even suddenly freed a hand to pinch Mo Bai's red face. Another drunken laugh. I'm just teasing you, ha 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 ha. Mo Bai touched his nose in dismay. Although he had a glimmer of hope, this result was already expected. No, it was a close call. I lost control just now, and Mo Bai under his crotch almost fell out. I must have drunk too much. Mo Bai rubbed his temple to comfort himself. At the same time, in the open space not far away, Makarov and Natsu and others seemed to have a dispute, and the voices were not small. Why do you want to drive Laxus away? Even if they fight, they are still partners, right? I have said it many times, Natsu. Although Laxus is my grandson, he has done something that hurt his companions and must leave the guild. But enough, let's stop here. A questioning voice also came from behind Mo Bai. Laxus was expelled from the guild. What do you think? Perhaps leaving the guild for a short period of time will help Laxus's training. He has lived under the halo since he was a child, and has always longed for a truly objective evaluation. At least now he can concentrate on improving his strength without any scruples. Besides, even if he leaves Fairy Tale, the president and everyone in the guild still care about Laxus, right? Perhaps it was the paralyzing effect of alcohol. It was not until these words were finished that Mo Bai realized who he had just talked to. Big sister? When did you come here? Iluza smiled and said, the civil war and the celebration are over. Now, it's time to discuss the stone sculpture. Mo Bai was stunned. How could she still remember this? Urza immediately said, where did you buy the stone sculpture? I think the workmanship is good, and I also want to customize one. Mo Bai was relieved. It's in the north of the city, there's a shop run by the stone wizard. I thought Urza was here to cause trouble. After getting the answer she wanted, she briefly asked about Mo Bai's condition after drinking, and after confirming that he was fine. Urza turned around and was about to leave, but suddenly seemed to remember something. Also, don't call me big sister in the future. Actually, I don't always call you that, just occasionally. Then what should I call you in the future? Queen. Urza turned around and smiled, but did not answer, and walked straight to Makarov, who was still arguing. Leaving Mo Bai alone in a daze. So, what should I call her in the future? A few days later, in a shop in the north of the city. Miss, the double stone sculpture is expensive. Are you sure you want to customize it? Sure. For the shape, please make it according to this photo. Oh? If I remember correctly, these should be the two people in the Tower of Destruction Paradise? I paid attention to that issue of Wizard Weekly. Looking at the posture of them hugging each other, maybe they are a couple. No, I don't know. For the proportion of the stone sculpture, let's imitate the size of a real person. No problem. Any other requirements? Also, please pack it tightly, I don't want others to see it. In addition, please keep the fact that I have been here a secret from anyone. Chapter 31. Inside the villa. Mo Bai sat cross-legged on the bed, gradually emptying his mind. His thoughts slowly jumped into the consciousness space. In the vast darkness, only 8 dragon-slaying crystals of different colors emitted a little light. Among the 8 crystals, the 3 energies of fire, thunder, and storm were the most powerful, which happened to be the 3 attributes that were driven to release the Dragon Slayer secret. Mo Bai's brows were more solemn, and he quietly activated his magic power to feel the resonance between the crystals. Since the first fight with Jalal, the Dragon Slayer secret has only 3 powers to activate, but this is far from enough. Although the explosive power of the combination of fire, electricity, and wind is already quite amazing, even the 10 great wizards of the Holy Land cannot easily take it. Mo Bai is still a little dissatisfied. Why not try it today and see how much the Dragon Slayer secret can perform when fighting at home? The majestic magic power emerges. Mo Bai focused on the row of crystals in front of him. The 3 colors of fire, electricity, and wind still bloomed first, and the other 5 crystals followed closely, shining brightly, and the brightness was obviously improved. Mobi was delighted and was about to increase the magic power infusion. But the 5 crystals dimmed at this moment and immediately returned to their original state. It still doesn't work. Mobi frowned slightly. After a brief regret, he began to calmly analyze the reasons. Originally, the dragon-slaying crystals were all bright, but soon dimmed again. It seems that there is a lack of some specific elemental power as a stimulus. For example, if the next battle is in the ocean, maybe we can use the water elemental power there to activate the 4th dragon-slaying crystal. By then, the power of the dragon-slaying secret should be able to be improved. He made a decision secretly in his heart. Mobi finally left the consciousness space and opened his eyes, only to find that the sun was very high. He looked up at the clock and it was already past 10 in the morning. When he first entered the consciousness space, it was still dark outside. Time was fast enough. Mobi smacked his lips helplessly. At this time, I guess Urza and the others have already left to do the commission. It seems that I can't catch up. As early as when Urza first invited him to join the team, Mobi had already told everyone that his time was often not very stable. If he was late for work for too long, others didn't have to worry. They could just go to do the commission without waiting. After jumping off the bed, Mobi put on his clothes casually, washed up briefly, picked up the storm dragon wings and went straight to the guild. Kicked open the door that was swaying in the breeze. Mobi lazily walked through the hall and went straight to the front desk to sit down. Myra, is there anything to eat? I'm so hungry. Mobi. Miraja turned around. At this time, she was still wearing the pink dress, and her beautiful eyes seemed to be filled with spring water. She asked softly. Arisa and Natsu left for work early in the morning. Didn't you go with them? Mobi scratched the back of his head. I stayed in bed late. Is there any food? I didn't eat anything this morning. Yes, I'll get it for you. Mirage smiled bitterly. Then he took a plate of cake that Mobi often ate from the kitchen. Mobi didn't say too much politely, he took a bite of it in his hand, and his mouth was full of cream. Myra is still good, by the way, there are so few people in the guild today, it's never so quiet. Myra thought and said, maybe it's because it's the end of the month? Many of the tasks that have been accumulated but not completed before have been paid more or less by the clients. I see. By the way, the president is not here either. Oh. When Gajeel went to execute the commission yesterday, he accidentally blew up more than 50 ships docked at Harjan port. The president has been invited to have tea by the council. Okay, this is very fairy tale. While the two were talking. Chirp. A blue mechanical bird suddenly flew into the hall, making a crisp chirping sound. Circling around. Finally, it landed on the counter. There was a yellow paper rolled up on the bird's back. After coming to the Fairy Tale Guild, Mobi has seen this bird several times. A mechanical gadget driven by magic, it travels around villages and towns as a messenger, and can also deliver some commissions to nearby guilds. A new mission. Mirage frowned slightly. A commission was sent at this time. Could it be an urgent task? He slowly unfolded the yellow paper. At this time, Mobi was still immersed in the deliciousness of the cake, chewing it with big mouthfuls. But the moment he raised his head subconsciously, Mobi realized that Mirage's originally beautiful her face suddenly lost its color, and her smile disappeared without a trace. Even her hands, which were tightly holding the commission form, could not stop shaking, as if she was extremely frightened. What's going on? Mobi quickly wiped his mouth, stood up and approached Myra Jane, and read the words on the commission form. S-level mission, urgent, Grak village was invaded by demons, requesting wizard support. The commission content stopped abruptly, and there was no further information. The handwriting was extremely sloppy. It was even delivered hurriedly by the mechanical bird without specifying the requirements and rewards. According to the regulations of the Council, this kind of commission is an invalid task and cannot be accepted by guild members normally, but Myra Jane only said half of it and did not dare to continue. From the description, it doesn't seem like a prank. Mo-bai said in a deep voice. He could also roughly imagine the circumstances under which this urgent commission was completed. Perhaps before he could finish writing the content, the client was discovered by the demon described in the task, and his life or death was unknown. Silence for a long time. Myra Jane folded the commission form at a very fast speed and put it away. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he said, "Mo-bai, I must go there immediately. Receive Satan's soul." The dark magic circle was activated. Myra Jane had changed into the appearance of Satan, and the demon wings with black feathers on his back waved, and he flew directly out of the guild gate. "Wait a minute." Mo-bai didn't even react for a while, and shouted loudly while standing there. Sensed that something was wrong. Mo-bai also urged the dragon-slaying power in his body. The wings of the storm dragon suddenly appeared, and his figure also shot out violently. The door of the guild, which had been destroyed long ago, was completely smashed into slag. With the blessing of the power of wind and thunder. In mid-air, Mo-bai quickly caught up with Myra Jane and stood in front of her. Myra Jane was stunned and asked, Why did you follow me?" Mo-bai hit the nail on the head and asked in a deep voice. "What made you abandon your job as a waiter in the guild and go to that Grak village regardless of everything? Does this commission have anything to do with you?" Marajana's figure stopped in mid-air and her head slowly lowered. Just when Mo-bai thought she was going to tell the truth. Unexpectedly, Marajana's eyes suddenly turned red, and 2 bean-sized tears rolled down her cheeks. Now it was Mo-bai's turn to panic, and he hurriedly stepped forward. "Don't cry, you haven't left Magnolia yet, and if others see you, they will think I bullied you. I don't want to become the public enemy of all the men in the town. Wait until there is no one around before crying." Myra Jane still whispered in a low voice. After a while of thinking, he finally told the truth. "Grak village is my hometown." Mo-bai was stunned. Hometown. Mo-bai knew a little about Marajana's past. Myra Jane, Elfman, and Lysina had lived together since childhood in an unknown village. In order to drive away the demon that was haunting the church in the village, Myra Jane went alone to expel it, but was accidentally possessed by it. The whole arm became black and purple and twisted, exactly the same as the demon's arm. "I thought I could live a stable life after driving away the demon." But the arrogant villagers did not regard Myra Jane as a hero at all. Instead, they discriminated against and hated her because of her mutated arm, and even regarded her as an ominous monster. The 3 children, who were originally alone and helpless, suffered humiliation and were shouted at by everyone. Under the leadership of the eldest sister Myra Jane, they were forced to leave their hometown until they arrived at the Fairy Tale Guild. After hearing Makarov's story, Myra Jane realized that the so-called demon possession was just a kind of receiving magic. After choosing to stay in the Fairy Tale Guild, the 3 of them finally learned to receive magic together. Myra Jane was the demon soul, Elfman was the beast soul, and Lysina was the animal soul. As for their hometown, Grak village, which was gradually blurred in their memories, they never went back. Mo-bai couldn't comment on this commission. "It's really ironic. Those unruly people once drove away Myra, who expelled the demons, and now they have problems, and they actually go to Myra's guild for help. However, considering that the commission was sent out hastily without being completed when the demons invaded, Mo-bai guessed that perhaps there would be no living people left in the entire Grak village. And those villagers were probably all killed by the demons. This time, the mission is to help Myra protect the land of her hometown. Let those pathetic villagers fend for themselves." Thinking of this, Mo-bai lightly with a sigh, he took Mirajana's arm and whispered. "Cancel the receiving magic first, I'll take you there. After all, the magic power consumption of Satan's soul is too serious. When Myra Jane really flies to the devil, the magic power will probably be exhausted, and he can only go there to deliver food. Thank you." Chapter 32. The distance between Grak village and Magnolia was much farther than Mobi had imagined. Almost without stopping. Wait until night fell completely. Then they barely approached the jungle outside Grak village. As if smelling something, Mobi suddenly said seriously, "Myra. Be prepared." "What?" "The 5 senses of a dragon slayer are more acute than those of an ordinary person. The further I go, the more I smell the smell of burning fireworks." Seeing that Myra Jane did not respond, Mobi also kept silent and continued to drive the storm dragon wings forward. As the two of them kept getting closer, finally stopped on a hill. Grak village was in front of them. The terrain here is high, and you can just see the whole picture of the village. But after just one look, Mirajana's pupils suddenly dilated, and her eyes showed fear. Hands covered half of her face, shaking constantly. Mobi had no expression on his face. The village that should have appeared in front of the two of them had turned into a sea of fire. After a while, in the clearing in the jungle, next to the fire, Mirage and Mobi sat opposite each other, and the atmosphere was frighteningly quiet. 20 minutes ago, the two of them went to Grak village. Apart from the flames rising to the sky and the corpses everywhere, no survivors were found. Since then, Mirage has been silent until now. The fragrant and greasy grilled fish was ignored and buried in the flames until it was roasted into charcoal and emitted a pungent smell of burnt. Mobi had to throw it away. Looking at the campfire in a daze for a while. Seeing that Mirage's expression had eased, Mobi finally couldn't help but asked. "Myra, if I remember correctly, it was these villagers who drove you away out of revenge? Even so, do you still miss this place?" Mirage smiled bitterly. "But this is my hometown after all. Elfman, Lysina, and I have lived on this land since we were young. By the way, you have just joined the guild, so you may not know Lysina. She is a very lovely girl, but she has left us." Every time he talked about Lysina, Mirajana's tone was always mixed with indelible sadness. And how could Mobi not know Lysina? The 3 sisters encountered a very powerful beast while carrying out the commission. Elfman forcibly took it, but was counterattacked and lost control of his body. Lysina firmly believed that she could wake up her brother, but the irrational Elfman was already bloodthirsty and attacked Lysina directly. When Myra Jane rushed to the wounded Lysina, he found that her body was slowly turning into nothingness. Since that incident, Milage's temperament has changed drastically, from the violent bad girl to the gentle and considerate one now, and the terrifying magic in her body has fallen asleep. Elfman is no longer as weak as he was in his childhood. They all thought that their sister Lysina was dead, but they could not figure out why her body turned into nothingness at the last moment of her life. Mobi naturally knew that Lysina was still alive, but was just sucked into a parallel time and space. But it is difficult to explain now. Mobi did not mention much, but just reached out to wipe the tears from Milage's eyes. Lysina just went to another world. She must not want to see you sad. Take a rest, we will look for the traces of the devil tomorrow morning. This homeland of love is not their turn to dominate here. As Mobi said, he suddenly felt a slight pressure on his shoulders. At the beginning of the film, Milage had leaned on him without knowing when. Falling in a light sleep under the interweaving of pain and exhaustion, as obedient as a baby. Mobi couldn't help but smile bitterly, carefully took off his coat and covered Milage's back. I have to keep watch again tonight. At dawn. With the powerful perception of Mobi the Dragon Slayer, he soon found the traces of the demon's actions. Following the smell, he quickly stepped into a dense forest. The terrain here is complicated, beware of ambushes and protect yourself. Cut off the thorns in front of him, and Mobi warned behind him. I understand. As the smell slowly deepened, the two finally walked into the spacious forest, and the rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other came into their ears from time to time. It's just in front. Push aside the last bush. What came into view was a tall stone building. In the center of the building, there was a scarlet flag with a strange pattern of a twisted animal claw engraved on it. They were naturally very familiar with this architectural style. Guild. Mobi and Myra Jane looked at each other in surprise. Did we go the wrong way? And how could there be a guild in such a remote place? Mobi scratched his head, wondering if there was something wrong with his nose, while Myra Jane stared at the guild emblem and fell into deep thought. I seem to have heard about this emblem from the editor of Wizard Weekly. It seems to be a dark wizard guild with very strange whereabouts, specializing in robbing houses. Since it is a dark guild, let's go in and sit down. Maybe there are clues about the devil inside. While answering, Mobi kicked the iron door with a flying foot, with several subtle cracking sounds coming from both sides. The door fell forward 90 degrees, raising dust. The quality is much worse than the door of the Fairy Tale Guild. Bang! As the iron door fell to the ground, Mobi led Myra Jane into it as if nothing had happened. Instantly attracted dozens of pairs of eyes in the hall. Looking around, most of these people were carrying swords, spears and halberds, and they looked ferocious. Seeing Mobi and Mylaja enter, they instantly clenched their weapons and stood up vigilantly. The fat man in the lead had a face full of flesh, and immediately pointed the blade in his hand at Mobi, and asked sternly, "Who are you? How dare you trespass into the evil spirit temple? I heard that there is a demon nearby, and I want to find out if there are any clues about it." Mobi replied calmly. Uproar. The fat man frowned and squinted his eyes to look at Mobi. Maybe he was shocked by the sudden destruction of the iron gate just now. He realized that there were only two people on the opposite side. A thin boy, and a quiet girl who could not fight at first glance. Looking at the dozens of wizards in his own guild in the hall, he couldn't help but sneer. Where did this young man come from? What's wrong? Did you get lost while taking your wife out for a wild fight to find excitement? The fat man had a lewd smile on his face, and his eyes kept scanning Mylaja's slender figure. Then all the gangsters in the hall burst into laughter. Hee, this kid knows that there are no women in the evil spirit temple, so he came to honor us. She seems to be Mylaja, the cover girl of Wizard Weekly. This is a blessing for brothers. Wait. I remember Mylaja is an S-class wizard. Can we beat them? What are you afraid of? No matter how strong Mylaja is, I haven't heard of her doing anything in these years. She is probably a useless person with a false reputation. We have more than 80 people, are we afraid of a half-useless S-class wizard? There was a lot of noise. The gangsters seemed to have completely forgotten the scene when Mobi kicked the door. Mobi was too lazy to bother with this bunch of useless people. The fat man looked so miserable that he looked like a short-lived ghost. He probably wouldn't even survive one episode. Just as he was about to activate the dragon-killing magic in his body, the fat man spoke again. No matter how you found this place. Since you are here, stay and become a sacrifice to Ain Ceylon. Mobi's eyes lit up immediately. Ain Ceylon? Could it be the name of that demon? Hearing this, Mylaj nodded slightly. Maybe the demon is hiding in this dark guild. Chapter 33. Receive Satan's Soul. As a dark magic circle appeared under Myra Jane, the power of the devil emerged, and she instantly turned into Satan. The minions who had been drooling over her beauty and rushed forward to cast magic attacks were stunned when they saw Myra Jane, who looked like a completely different person. You call this a half-wasted wizard? Dark Flow raised his hand. Countless black claws appeared and swept away, and in the eyes of the minions, it was like seeing a ghost. When they turned around and wanted to escape, it was too late. Screams resounded throughout the hall of the Evil Spirit Temple Guild. The remaining people all looked pale, and there was only endless fear in their eyes when they looked at Myra Jane. In the past, they only did some robbery and bullying of ordinary people who could not use magic. This time was one of the few times they fought with wizards. I thought I could still take advantage of the numbers, but I didn't expect to meet an S-class wizard and hit a wall. A trace of horror flashed across the fat man's fat face. But he noticed Mobi, who hadn't made a move yet. The bad water in his stomach immediately reacted. Catch that kid. Use him as a hostage to threaten Myra Jane to surrender. With an order, the other magic minions around seemed to see hope, and they surrounded Mobi with fierce looks and kept approaching. You're unlucky, kid. Bullying muggles who can't do magic is what they are best at. The fat man muttered something, and a magic circle appeared in his left hand without a knife, followed by dozens of iron swords, spears, swords and halberds, which continued to grow larger. No different from the weapons in the hands of the minions. This slightly aroused Mobi's interest. Iron modeling magic. You're quite knowledgeable, kid. But this sword doesn't have eyes, be careful to be chopped into pieces. With the fat man's shout, more than a dozen iron weapons were launched at the same time, determined to pierce Mobi into a hornet's nest. This attack also attracted Mileage's attention. Although he knew Mobi's strength, he still glanced over here with some worry. Mobi still stood there, calm and composed. Just when the minions thought he was still pretending to be calm, a flash of lightning suddenly flashed in front of his eyes, and he subconsciously covered his eyes. After a few seconds, when he regained his vision, the minions were shocked to find that all the iron weapons just now were actually caught by Mobi in his hands. Mobi was not hurt at all. What shocked them even more was that the iron that was originally attached with magic. But in Mobi's hands, it was like a snack, and was folded repeatedly. And then stuffed into his mouth as if nothing had happened. He ate all my magic. I know, big brother. This man is the strongest of the phantom rulers except for the president, Iron Dragon Gajeel. Dragon Slayer Gajeel. Mobi's heart, right. It's also because I haven't joined the Fairy Tale Guild for a long time, and I don't like to show off too much. These minions seem to have never heard of me. Forget it, since you say I'm Gajeel, then I'll be Gajeel for once. Mobi took a deep breath, refined the iron sheet he just swallowed into magic power, and gathered it in his throat. Iron Dragon's roar. The next moment, the violent energy turned into a silver-grey whirlwind and gushed out, mixed with the iron blades that were swallowed before. Like thousands of steel needles piercing, breaking the surrounding air, and all the minions approaching were swept into the storm. The fat man widened his eyes and looked around. The magicians who were just full of the room had almost no chance to fight before they were all wiped out by the two men in front of them. Only the three of them were left standing in the hall. The fat man's legs were shaking and cold sweat was pouring down his face. Then he looked at Mobi. Mobi had a bright and kind smile on his face. As if everything that happened just now had nothing to do with him. Let's talk? You should have noticed that I deliberately kept your life until now. The fat man's mouth was cold, his tongue was like a knot, and he couldn't squeeze out a word. Mobi didn't waste time talking to him, but still liked his rebellious and insulting look just now. The roots of the wood dragon are entangled. The huge vines broke out from under the fat man's body and quickly grew to the same level as the ceiling. Before the fat man could react, he was tightly bound in it. Almost squeezed out the oil. The fat man subconsciously tried to resist and wanted to summon the iron sword, but Mobi had already noticed it and clenched his fists lightly, and the vines became more entangled. The fat man let out a shrill howl. You have one last chance now. Tell me, where is the devil? I'll tell you. The fat man was already frightened by Mobi's terrifying strength, and immediately he nodded like a chick pecking at rice, the devil is called Ain Ceylon, and he is the president of the Evil Spirit Temple. Mobi scolded coldly, "Go on. Tell us everything you know about you and the devil." Yes, Master Gajil. We came from the southern kingdom and were captured by Ain Ceylon, who forced us to rob the villages we passed by. Ain Ceylon uses an extremely evil magic that absorbs human spiritual power as a source of energy. When his magic power reaches its peak, it is said that he can summon moving meteorites to attack, which can destroy everything in an instant. There is a small town called Grak village nearby. The people in the town were all cursed by Ain Ceylon and died after all their spiritual power was absorbed. The fat man's voice stopped abruptly. Mobi looked up, but saw that his eyes were still wide open, but his body did not show any signs of struggle. He stepped forward to sniff his breath. Dead now? Mobi couldn't help but frown. And judging from the death, it didn't look like he was killed by himself due to external injuries. It looked more like a mental breakdown. Was he scared to death? Mobi was confused for a moment. Mobi, look at them! Myra Jane suddenly exclaimed. Mobi looked around, but strangely found that the wizards on the ground were all still. Marajana's face was also very puzzled. Although her attack just now was fierce, she was also sure that she would not completely kill those minions, but just lost their fighting consciousness. There's something strange. He briefly sensed an unusual breath slowly drifting out. Mobi suddenly looked up at the corridor on the second floor. At some point, a middle-aged man in a suit and leather shoes was standing there, looking down from above, taking everything in his eyes. His face was as dry as a dead tree, and he exuded an unpleasant smell. Seeing this, Mobi's sanity value dropped wildly. Anay Silong. The fat man just told me that Anay Silong would leave a curse mark in the body of a living person, and then drain their mental power to increase his own curse power. It seems that he killed everyone just now. Anay Silong licked the corners of his dry mouth, raised his chin and looked at Mobi and the others with a grin. As if he guessed their inner thoughts. Just a group of lowly slaves. The meaning of their existence is to find the best meat supplement for me. Since your combat ability is so weak, you might as well give full play to your final value, which can also be regarded as a contribution to the Evil Spirit Temple. Chapter 34. The attack method used by demons is spells, and the energy in their bodies is called spell power, which is different from the magic of wizards. In the first contact, Mobi could not tell how good Ain Ceylon was, and could only hide Myra Jane behind him during the confrontation. To be able to defeat the wizards of the entire guild, it seems that the magic power in your bodies is not low. I wonder what your souls taste like. Ain Ceylon said slowly, and his withered palms passed through the air. Reign of Chaos. After chanting, Mobi and Myra Jane suddenly noticed the changes in the sky. The sky changed rapidly and the fluctuations were strange. The last time Mobi saw this scene was Jalal's celestial magic. And then, there were meteorites from outer space with green flames passing by, rushing straight to the bottom of the guild. Mobi immediately activated the wings of the storm dragon and took Myra Jane to dodge vigilantly. Boom! The meteorite fell. As the temperature around him rose sharply, a chill came over him. Ain Ceylon sneered, "Feel the flames of the devil from hell." Another spell was cast, and the 5 meteorites that fell to the ground seemed to have life and intelligence. Transformed into burning rock giants several meters high, and soon surrounded Mobi and Milage. Ain Ceylon grinned, and was about to enjoy this feast of killing. But he didn't realize that Mobi's mouth was also raised. In the encirclement. Looking around at the rock giants, Mobi couldn't suppress his joy. Rocks, flames. This is a professional match. As a dragon slayer, no matter how powerful Anslin's spells are, they can only be a meal. Attack! Ain Ceylon gave orders, and the nearest rock giant immediately swung his burning stone arm and smashed down at Mobi. Mobi quickly shouted, "Myra, Find a safe place first. I have a way to deal with him. Be careful. Because of his trust in Mobi and the urgency of the situation, Myra Jane did not hesitate. The moment the rock giant's heavy arm fell, Myra Jane immediately burst out of the encirclement. Bang! The giant hit nothing. On the other hand, Mobi jumped directly, dodging the attack and landing directly on the arm of this behemoth. He bent down and opened his mouth to bite. He bit off a large piece of rock with green fire. Quick battle, I'm eating eat. As the body was destroyed, the overall flame on the back of the rock giant gradually dimmed. Hey! Anis Elon was stunned. Although he was a demon who fed on human spiritual power, he was proud of his status and had never understood the various fancy magic used by humans. This was the first time he had seen such a strange fighting style of the Dragon Slayer. Mobi stuffed more and more food into his mouth faster and faster, without having time to taste it, just wanting to end the battle as soon as possible. He swallowed the rock giant in front of him whole. Mobi immediately felt a subtle change in magic power, as if his dragon-slaying power would also mutate accordingly. However, this feeling only lasted for a few seconds before it disappeared. The ideal energy surge did not appear. Not only that, but there was also an urge to vomit. This damn feeling! It was as if someone had fed him a mouthful of history. Mobi frowned, looking up at Anis Elong with great displeasure, his tone slow and cold. The devil's fire and stone are so unpalatable, it really makes me angry. Anis Elong's heart was full of rage. I didn't ask you to eat it. Madman! Madman! Is he really a human? But the current situation obviously didn't allow Anis Elong to complain anymore. The next moment, he was horrified to find that Mobi's figure disappeared from the spot, and at the same time, violent lightning magic came from his side. Mobi's fists intertwined, and his pupils instantly enlarged with unstoppable power. Thunder Dragon Jaw! Mobi's attack was not dragged at all, and directly hit the top of Anis Elong's head. His scream was even louder than the fat man who was entangled and bound by the roots just now. As Anis Elong fell to the ground with serious injuries, the remaining 4 rock giants also lost control, and the flames on their bodies flashed briefly and then were extinguished. However, the battle was not over. Mobi could still sense that Anis Elong, who was lying on his stomach pretending to be dead, could still faintly reveal the power of the curse. As expected of a demon, you have thick skin and flesh. But if you don't get up, I don't mind punching you on the head again. Anis Elong was shocked when he heard this, and hurriedly sat up from the ground to keep a distance from Mobi, shouting at the top of his voice. Behind the evil spirit temple is the dark guild Hades Gate, you can't kill me. Hades Gate! A flash of lightning flashed through Mobi's mind. Hades Gate, one of the 3 strongest dark guilds, signed a non-interference agreement with the 6 demon generals and Demon Heart, and the 3 formed the Balam Alliance. In the original story of Fairy Tale, there were a lot of battles with these 3 dark guilds. Mobi thought from the bottom of his heart, Hades Gate is indeed a tricky thing. But if I remember correctly, they will take action after 7 years, right? Anisaran saw Mobi's hesitation and thought he was afraid of Hades Gate, and then threatened and tempted him. I guess you have heard of Hades Gate? There are powerful demons in the Book of Zeref. There is only one way to die if you are against them. I can see that you are a very strong wizard. As long as you join the Evil Spirit Temple and follow me in the future, I guarantee that you will have endless magic power sources for you to enjoy in the future, just like the hellfire that just devoured me. Mobi suddenly interrupted. I'm not interested in your hellfire that tastes worse than history. Anis Elong was startled, and a bad premonition came to his mind. Mobi then said coldly, besides, sooner or later, the gate of Hades will be pushed through by us. It's a pity that you won't see that day. Wait. Endless fear appeared in Anis Elong's eyes, and his dry lips opened, as if he wanted to say something else. Mo-Bai's iron fist fell first, shutting him up completely. Ane Silong's body slowly became transparent until it disappeared completely. This boss is easier to beat than the monsters. Among the demons, this should be considered a strong one. It's just that I was a little unlucky, and all the spells were eaten by me. Chapter 35. Seeing everything settled down, Myra Jane also returned to Mo-Bai and released the Satan soul. Mo-Bai nodded slightly and was about to leave when a faint voice sounded in his ears. Myra, did you hear anything? Myra Jane was confused. It seems to be a baby crying. It's right where Ain Silong just came out. Holding Mirajana's arm, Mo-Bai activated the storm dragon wings and ran straight to the second floor. Unlike the mess on the floor of the hall, Anslin's room is in order. If you hadn't seen with your own eyes what kind of abstract guy he is, you might really think this is a gentleman's home. The crying sound came from the bed at the end, and Myra Jane finally heard it. The two got closer and found that it was actually a baby girl still in swaddling clothes. Aya. Seeing Mo-Bai and Mileage, the baby girl stretched out her little hand and gestured something in the air, then she opened her mouth and started crying again. Perhaps out of instinct, Mileage directly held the baby girl in her arms and gently rocked her to try to coax her to sleep. Maybe this is also a child snatched from Grak village, but she didn't have time to be cursed to absorb her spiritual power. This child is also lucky and lucky. We can still find her after hiding from Ain Silong. But why does she keep crying and can't be coaxed? Mo-Bai looked her up and down and guessed, maybe she is hungry? Those people in the evil spirit temple are not careful enough to take care of babies. Maraga heard this and looked anxious and nervous. What should I do? I haven't taken care of such a young child for a long time. After all, the last time I took care of my little sister Lysina in her cradle was more than 10 years ago. Well. Mo-Bai turned his gaze from the baby girl to the bulging curves of Mileage. Thinking. After a while, he suddenly said faintly. How about, you feed it? Mirage didn't react at first. What? Until she noticed Mo-Bai's gaze, she understood what he meant. The warm cheeks were covered with red at a speed visible to the naked eye. How can I do such a thing? No, do you want to peek? Mo-Bai immediately denied it. How could I have the idea of taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Besides, I saw yours when I saved you from Alba Green during the guild civil war. Hey! Mirage seemed to have heard something about herself by accident, and her face turned red from her neck to her ears. Mo-Bai quickly changed the subject. Ahem. This is not the point. How about this? You hold her for a while, I'll go to the kitchen to find something to eat. After the voice fell, Mo-Bai immediately flashed to the back hall like the wind. Looking behind him. Seeing that Mileage didn't catch up, Mo-Bai breathed a sigh of relief. He began to count the remaining food from the broken counter. Onions, garlic, ketchup. Fingers swept through the messy pile of food one by one, until it passed the glass bottle filled with white liquid. Is there milk? Mo-Bai was very happy. He took the milk and was about to go back to the hall, but suddenly remembered something. Then he unscrewed the bottle stopper and poured a sip into his mouth first. Beiji beiji. Fortunately, it hasn't gone bad. After quickly returning to the main hall. Under Mileage's feeding, the baby girl who drank all the milk was satisfied, lying in the warm embrace and closing her eyes peacefully. The big stone in my heart fell to the ground. Myra Jane then whispered, let's take her back to Fairy Tale. Mo-Bai replied casually, of course we have to take her back. We can't just feed her and leave her here. Also, I think you seem a little. Halfway through his words, Mo-Bai suddenly stopped. Myra Jane asked puzzledly, a little bit of what? A little bit, the glory of motherhood. Mirajana's face showed a rare trace of shame and anger, and she glared at Mo-Bai fiercely. Until the baby fell asleep. A faint snoring sound was heard. The blush on Mirajana's face gradually dissipated, and she said softly, "Give her a name." "Mina." Mobi blurted out without thinking. "This child will be called Mina Strauss. From now on, she is also a member of your and Elfman's family." Strauss is the surname of the three Myra Jane sisters. Myra Jane looked at Mobi, who looked indifferent, with a meaningful look. At this moment, there seemed to be thousands of words in his heart. In the end, it only turned into one sentence. "Thank you, Mobi." After everything was settled. Finally, on the way back to Fairy Tale, the commission was completed and the danger was temporarily lifted. In order to hold little Mina, Myra Jane simply opened the soul of Satan again and flew back to Magnolia with Mobi. When they reached the hill where they had stopped to watch that night, Mirajana's speed gradually slowed down, and she looked back nostalgically. Seeing her expression, Mobi also folded the storm dragon wings behind him and asked softly, "Do you want to go back and take another look?" Myra Jane bit her lip and nodded. "After all, this may be the last time I come to Grak village. As for the current Grak village, it has been burned to pieces by the fire, with ruins everywhere and no one alive. It won't be long before it disappears in the long river of time." Looking at Myra Jane with a lost look in his eyes, Mobi sighed and followed. "By the way, where did you live before?" "Just to the northwest of the village. Grak village is not small in size." After flying for 10 minutes from the hill, we finally arrived at the northwest corner. Following the memory, we walked forward heavily. The closer we get to home, the more timid we feel. When we stopped, Milaja originally thought that what lay before him would be a burnt-out abandoned house, or even razed to the ground. But the house before him was exactly the same as in his memory. The short eaves and narrow passages made it not crowded for 3 children to live in. There were just a few more weeds around. How could it be, the house is still here? Milaja's eyes were filled with disbelief. Before the demon attack, this house was obviously the most dilapidated in the whole village. But in the ruins now, it has become the only surviving house. Mobi smiled bitterly beside him. "Maybe it's because it's too dilapidated." When the evil spirit temple invaded, they directly identified this place as an abandoned house with no one living here. They didn't even care about it when they set it on fire. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Mobi slightly activated the iron dragon magic in his body. His arm turned into a pitch-black sword and cut the weeds clean. Chapter 36. Walked in slowly. No one had entered for more than a decade, and the things were already covered with a thick layer of dust, but for Myra Jane, they were all precious memories. "Help me hold Mina." Walking to the small bed at the end of the room, Myra Jane lowered his head and leaned over, took out a square wooden box from under the bed, dusted it off and gently opened it. An old yellowed photo lay quietly in it. Because of the protection of the wooden box, it was spotless. Mobi tilted his head to look, and the photo was actually of Myra Jane, Elfman, and Lysina in their childhood. Although yellowed, it could not hide the innocence and happiness of the 3 children's smiles. Judging from the degree of aging, it is at least 10 years old. On the second night after I left the village, I remembered that I didn't take this photo with me. One night after that, I secretly ran back to take the photo without telling Lysina and Elfman, but was driven out by the villagers. The photo matter has been put on hold. Looking at Myra Jane, who was lost in memories, Mobi couldn't bear to interrupt her again. But he paid special attention to her expression. Perhaps it was because of Mina's joining. When Myra Jane looked at the childhood photo of the 3 sisters, finally, she showed a long-lost smile, and no longer cried because of missing Lysina. "Let the child stay with you for a while, Myra. After a while, I will definitely bring Lysina back." Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild. The receiving magic of Satan's soul consumes too much magic power. As soon as he landed at the entrance of the guild, Myra Jane returned to his usual state, with a slightly pale face. Mo-bai suggested, how about I hold Mina instead? Myra Jane shook her head and said softly, I'll do it, go open the door. There was no other way. Since leaving Grak village, Myra Jane has been very fond of this child and almost never leaves her side. Mo-bai had no choice but to step forward. Kicked the door open. It should be said that the quality of the door of his own guild is still good. We are back. Hey? President? What are you doing? What came into view was Makarov with an embarrassed face. And the people who were shouting and yelling. President, where is the beer I ordered? I'll be there soon, I'll be there soon. President, where is my lunch? I'm starving. It's already cooking, wait a minute. You're so stupid, President. I need to work. Please help me register the order. You're the one taking the cloth again. I haven't seen you work for a few months. Why are you so active when I'm in charge of the order registration? President, can you cosplay Myra? I think you're very unhappy. Makarov has no desire to live. Finally, he finished his work and knelt down at the door of the hall, enjoying this hard-earned rest time. Bang! The door was kicked open by some wicked guy, and Makarov, who was resting by the door, was slapped out and fell flat on his face. Hey? President? What are you doing? Mo-bai didn't understand and asked with concern. Makarov finally couldn't stand it anymore, and was about to use giant magic to beat up Mo-bai, but suddenly he caught a glimpse of Myra Jane beside him. His eyes softened instantly. As if he saw a savior. Myra! Myra! The eyes of other members of the guild were also attracted. And the moment they saw Marajana's figure, the whole place was silent. Myra Jane took 2 steps at a time and bowed deeply to everyone with apology, saying, I'm sorry to have worried you all. I've been with Mo-bai to complete an expedited commission these 2 days and have left temporarily. I'll still be the waiter of the guild in the future. The silence lasted for a few seconds. Then came the enthusiastic screams and cheers of all the members, as if it was a holiday. Myra is back. Great, I don't have to eat the food cooked by the president anymore. Myra, promise me that you will go with me next time you encounter an emergency commission. You're back. Wait, what are you holding in your arms? Immersed in the joy of reunion, Makarov then noticed what Myra had been holding since she entered the door. But the altitude was not high enough to see it. Maraja smiled and leaned down gently. Oh, it's Mina. Makarov leaned over to see. Only then did he realize that it was a baby wrapped in a swaddling cloth, babbling to him with a smile. Then he looked at Mo-bai, who was calm and composed next to him. His worldview collapsed immediately. Makarov felt a tightness in his chest and almost spurted out blood. You guys. Maraja had a bright smile on her face, and while teasing the baby in her arms, she responded. Her name is Mina. From now on, we are a family. Seeing Maraja's happy expression, the people in the guild blushed quickly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then one by one, they aimed their hateful eyes at Mo-bai. Mo-bai looked innocent, but a sense of uneasiness rose in his heart. Then came the overwhelming saliva attack. You guys? Progress so fast? Good Mo-bai, I was quite supportive of you and Urza, thinking you were a warrior. I didn't expect you to be so cruel and attack Myra directly. You. My Myra, my goddess. I haven't seen you for a few days. How come you even gave birth to a child? The flowers that the guild has cultivated for so long were picked just like that? I can't accept it. Mo-bai. I'm going to kill you. The sky is falling. Hey, can you listen to me first? This child was picked up by Myra and I. Mo-bai then told them everything they had done on this trip. From the attack on Grak village, to the encounter with the evil spirit temple, to the final defeat of Ain Ceylon and the discovery of the surviving Mina. The faces of the people were relieved a little. Fortunately, the goddess was not taken away. Maharaja then said, "If I encounter an emergency in the future, I will trouble you to help take care of Meena." A group of people immediately followed suit. Of course. Myra's business is our business. The atmosphere became harmonious again. The few people who had just been clamoring to attack Mobi now immediately came up to him and called him a brother, which made Mobi very upset. Looking around the crowd, he did not find the crimson figure. Mobi casually asked Makarov next to him, "By the way, Urza and the others haven't returned from the commission yet." Makarov shrugged, "They came back on the same day you left, but they left again." "Going to work again?" Mobi asked with a frown. "That's not the case. It's a bit troublesome to talk about. Simply put, in order to defeat the 6 demon generals of the Dark Guild, we and several other guilds each sent several wizards to form a coalition, and Urza and the others went to join the allies. P.S. We are about to enter the 6 demon generals chapter, and here are some settings for that chapter. The 6 demon generals are one of the 3 major dark guilds. Among them, President Wu is another personality of the leader Brian. Because of his strong strength and violent personality, he was sealed in Brian's body. When the 6 members are defeated and lose consciousness, the seal will automatically be unlocked, and President Wu will appear. 6. The purpose of the Demon General's action is the sealed ancient super magic Nirvana, which has the ability to replace light and darkness. In order to fight against the 6 demon generals, the 4 major guilds formed a coalition. The members are as follows: Fairy Tale, Natsu, Grey, Urza, Lucy, Happy. Snake Princess Scale, Shirley, Leo, Grey's senior brother, Jura, one of the 10 holy wizards. Blue Pegasus, Hibiki, proficient in the magic information database, mastering a lot of combat information of the 6 demon generals, Yvonne, Lien, Yi, magic critical attack boat Christina. Demon Cat In, Wendy, Sky Dragon Slayer wizard, good at healing and auxiliary magic, Xiaolulu. Chapter 37. 6 Demon Generals. The crusade against the Dark Guild came so quickly that it was indeed somewhat beyond Mobi's expectations. The 3 giants of the Balam Alliance, the 6 demon generals, the Demon Heart, and the Gate of Hades, the first to act were the 6 demon generals. And this battle with the 6 demon generals also involved many people that Mobi cares about. Of course, he couldn't just sit back and watch. Mobi immediately asked, "Where are Urza and the others gathering?" Makarov took a sip of tea and said slowly, "I put the map over there at the counter. Don't worry, there are still the 10 holy wizards in the alliance this time, don't worry about them, listen to me analyze the situation for you first." Then he was about to start a long speech. But suddenly he felt a strong wind blowing from the side. Looking at where Mobi was standing, his figure had disappeared, the door was opened at some point, and it was still swinging back and forth at this moment. Makarov sat down angrily and complained, "It's really worrying. I shouldn't have told him earlier." Mirage smiled and advised, "He is also thinking about his partners, President." Mobi didn't listen to Makarov's description of the situation at all, and opened the Storm Dragon wings to fly out all the way. First, it saves time, and second, it is not necessary at all. No one knows better than him what the 6 demon generals are going to do. Their goal is the ancient forbidden magic sealed in the gas tree sea, Nirvana. Once Nirvana is activated, the light and darkness in the hearts of the affected will be replaced, and they may even swing the butcher knife at their companions. However, the 6 demon generals don't seem to know how to unlock the Nirvana seal. Only Jalal knows. But before, the magic spirit power of the Paradise Tower went out of control, and Jalal should not be able to escape. That is to say, the 6 demon generals may not know the exact method to activate Nirvana. Mobi's thoughts were a little confused. All mysteries will be answered only after arrival. Urza and the others had already set off 2 days in advance. At this moment, Mo Bai could only use the maximum speed of wind and thunder to try to join the coalition. Except for their president, there seems to be no one with ridiculously strong magic power among the 6 demon generals, but the magic itself is a bit fancy. If the timing is right, maybe both sides will be together and a group battle will be over. I hope it won't be too late. In addition to supporting Urza and others, Mo Bai also has some personal grudges on this trip. He wants to find Brian, the leader of the 6 demon generals, and some old accounts need to be settled. If conditions permit, Mo Bai doesn't want to see Brian leave here alive. Fortunately, the distance to the gas forest is closer than Grak village. In addition, this time he is flying alone. In the afternoon, the gloomy forest can be seen from a distance. There is still a faint thick smoke floating from one corner. Mo Bai's face showed a bit of solemnity. Rushing towards the sea of gas trees again, with a bird's eye view, Mo Bai finally found a group of injured wizards on the border open space. There were obvious signs of destruction all around, and the grass was covered with ugly scars from magic bombardment. Obviously, there had been a hard battle here before. Is it the guild coalition? It seems that they have been injured by all 6 demon generals, or they are a step too late. Mo Bai smiled bitterly, and as he dived down, the figures on the ground became clearer, and he soon identified several members of the fairy tale team. Urza, Natsu, Gray, Lucy, and Happy. Urza was particularly seriously injured. Her right arm was poisoned by snake venom, and was almost completely covered with purple. Fortunately, the blue-haired girl next to her cast a healing magic to relieve the pain. Realizing the movement from the air, the injured coalition looked up almost at the same time, and they were all alert to activate their magic power to prepare for defense. Be careful. The 6 demon generals may be back again. But this smell is very familiar. Natsu, who has a keen sense of smell, was the first to realize that something was wrong. Until his figure continued to grow in size in the field of vision, and finally slowly landed not far away, the people of Fairy Tale exclaimed in unison. Mo Bai. Mo Bai showed a forced smile. Sorry, I'm late. Seeing this, Urza immediately propped up her body with one arm and explained gently to everyone. Don't be nervous, Mo Bai is also a wizard of our fairy tale, but he has not joined for long. After hearing this, the others gradually let down their guard. Mo Bai glanced at them lightly. To him, they were all familiar yet unfamiliar faces. One night at the Blue Pegasus Guild, Hibiki, Yvonne, Lien. Scales of the Snake Princess Shirley, Gray's senior brother Leo, and Jura, one of the 10 great saint mages. And Wendy, the Sky Dragon Slayer mages of the Demon Cat Inn, and her flying cat partner Xiaolulu. Looking at the blue-haired girl Wendy who was performing healing magic to detoxify Urza, Mo Bai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, walked slowly to their side, and gently bent down to check. Does the injury still hurt? Urza smiled palely and said hoarsely, with Wendy's healing magic, it's much better. But at this point, Urza changed the subject and her expression became difficult. We have just fought with the 6 demon generals, and each of them is very strong. I know. Mo Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Standing up and walking back to the center of the coalition, he spoke in a deep voice. I have all the information about the 6 demon generals. Listen to my arrangements next. I have a way to defeat them one by one. As soon as the words fell, without a pause, immediately, he was doubted and opposed by the others. Wait a minute. We just failed after we learned about the 6 demon generals. Yes, Xiang's magic information database has obtained their magic, but they are too powerful. Do you know more about the 6 demon generals than the magic information database? Gray's senior brother Leo reacted most strongly, and his eyes on Mo Bai became more and more unfriendly. Even if we need to formulate a battle plan, it should be formulated by Mr. Jura. We don't intend to hand our lives over to a newcomer. Leo has always pursued powerful strength. Among the people present, only Jura, one of the 10 holy mages, could convince him with his strength. Where did this Mobi come from? Seeing this, Urza was about to explain for Mobi. But she saw Mobi gently shaking his head at her, signaling to stop. Arisa had no choice but to give up. Mobi expected the distrust of other members of the coalition. After all, it was the first time they met. If you want the coalition to be convinced and obey your command, you have to show your real strength. Mobi was calm and walked straight to the middle of Leo and Jura, the snake princess, with 2 steps and 3 steps. What do you want to do? Leo narrowed his eyes slightly and vigilantly made an ice-shaped gesture, as if he was guarding against Mobi's sudden attack. The attention of the rest of the people was also attracted, as if a conflict was about to break out at any time. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little tense. Chapter 38. Mobi didn't say anything. His eyes suddenly burst into golden light, his pupils were submerged in it, and a magic circle of 8 colors bloomed under his feet. The majestic energy surged out and lingered around him, and suddenly exploded, with momentum reaching the sky, as if to break a corner of the sky. Everyone even faintly heard a dragon roar. The explosion of magic power to release pressure is undoubtedly the best way to prove strength. Although Mobi can only exert 3 dragon-slaying powers at the same time when he performs the secret of dragon slaying. But if it is just a simple display without attacking, it is not too difficult to release 8 kinds of magic at the same time. Jura and Leo were the closest to Mobi just now, and the impact they received was undoubtedly the greatest. They also had a completely intuitive understanding of Mobi's strength. They have only seen this kind of pressure on a few of the 10 holy mages. In any guild, he can be called the top powerhouse. Half a while. Leo then put away the disbelief on his face and said awkwardly, "You are indeed very strong." After that, Leo turned his head to look at Jura again. After all, Jura is the number 1 of the Snake Princess scale, and Leo, who has always been self-promoting, is used to listening to him. Jura said solemnly, "It seems that in terms of magic power storage alone, Mr. Mobi's strength is not inferior to mine. If you really have a plan to defeat the enemy, I am willing to follow your command." The tone was very sincere. Mobi couldn't help but have a better impression of Jura, a humble strong man. The first fight with the 6 demon generals has been frustrated, and everyone needs to regroup. I agree to let Brother Mobi take on this important task. Men. After the Snake Princess scale, the leader of the Blue Pegasus also expressed his support all night. After saying that, he threw a wink at Mobi. Mobi almost vomited the overnight meal. Although Yi is known as the strongest of the Blue Pegasus, his appearance is really not flattering. In terms of the degree of vulgarity, even a Nashiro is worse than him. The fairy tale team already has full trust in Mobi, so naturally they will not object. As for Wendy and Xiaolulu, they choose to be consistent with the majority. It is considered a unanimous approval. Mobi smiled calmly, "Since everyone has no objection, then I will talk about my ideas next. At present, the 6 demon generals have not found Nirvana, and they are likely to disperse to various places in the gas tree sea to search separately. It is just convenient for us to divide into groups to annihilate. On the way here, I passed an area with grey smoke. It is very likely that the magic attack boat Christina was hit by the 6 demon generals and crashed. One knight of the Blue Pegasus, Yvonne, and Lien, plus Leo, your task is to return to the original route to find Christina and try to restart. Mr. Jura of the Snake Princess scale is the strongest. You and Shirley will search the east in a group. Natsu, Lucy, and the Blue Pegasus will go to the west. Arisa has not fully recovered from the poisoning. Wendy, Happy, Xiaolulu, you stay here for the time being to take care of her. It is also convenient to fly away when you encounter danger." Mobi deployed the tasks one by one. The only one left behind was the ice-shaped pervert in his team who took off his clothes at the slightest disagreement. "Hey, what about me? Gray protested dissatisfiedly. Gray. Whether the crusade against the 6 demon generals can be successfully completed today depends on you. You and I will set off in a straight line. After Mo finished speaking, he looked at Gray meaningfully. Everyone looked at each other, wondering what he was up to. Even Gray himself was scratching his head and didn't understand. What do you mean by all depends on me? Mo swept his eyes again and reminded. Another most important point. Ideally, Nirvana will not be so easily unsealed by the 6 demon generals. But some accidents cannot be ruled out. Once Nirvana is really activated, you must control your personal emotions. People who are on the border of light and darkness are most vulnerable to erosion. Action. The dense gas forest blocked the sky, and the strange magic fluctuations made Mo not fly over. Instead, he chose to run forward with Gray and try to search for the traces of the 6 demon generals. For a long while. After thinking all the way, Gray still didn't figure out what Mo's plan meant, and finally couldn't help asking. I still don't understand. You and Jola are much stronger than us. Why do you say I am the key to this operation? Mo gradually slowed down his speed. But he did not answer directly, but asked, do you know who is the president of the 6 demon generals? Is it the man named Brian? He has a strange skull staff in his hand and some strange black stripes on his face. Recalling the scene of the first battle with the 6 demon generals, Gray still has some impression. Mo shook his head firmly, not entirely right. What do you mean? Gray was confused. Mo explained, Brian has a dual personality, one of which is the personality that we see now, who loves knowledge and magic, and his strength is similar to yours. And the other personality is the inner personality that is determined to destroy everything in front of him, the real president of the 6 demon generals, Wu. His strength is even above Jura. The power of Wu is too terrifying, even Brian himself can't fully control it, so he used some special method to seal Wu in his body. Recalling Brian's weird face, Gray suddenly realized, so those black stripes on Brian's face are seals. Mo nodded and gave an affirmative response. Yes, the black stripes of the 6 seals correspond to the wishes of the 6 members. When the 6 prayers disappear, the seal is lifted, and Wu will replace Brian. Gray couldn't help interrupting again, in this case, whether they defeat the existing 6 demon generals or not, they are already invincible. According to Gray's idea, if the 6 demons win, this crusade will fail. If the 6 demons lose, President Wu will appear and kill all the people with low health, and this crusade will also fail. You still haven't turned around. Mo knocked on Gray's head helplessly. Why do I specifically ask you to act with me? Isn't it because I value your ice-shaping magic? As long as we work together to capture one of the 6 demon generals alive, and use your ice prison to control his actions while he still has combat consciousness, his prayers will not disappear. In this way, President Wu will not show up. And a fierce battle can be avoided. In other words, as long as one of them is still aware of the battle, I alone have enough ability to sweep the remaining 5. Mo finally revealed his plan. He was not afraid of President Wu. Even if something unexpected happened and Wu was released, Mo would still be at the forefront without hesitation. It's just that sometimes, if you can choose not to take risks in unnecessary battles, don't take risks. As for why he didn't use his own wooden dragon to entangle, but chose Gray's ice prison, it was actually very simple. The root entanglement has too many limitations and can only bind the opponent in place. The ice prison is much more convenient. After capturing a certain unlucky guy of the 6 demon generals alive, he can be put in it directly. Put it under your nose and take it wherever you want, without worrying about escape. Gray finally understood why Mo said that he would be the key to this battle. At the same time, he also gave a thumbs up and praised sincerely, good plan. You are really good. Mo's face became unnatural. The sight slowly moved down. The smile on his face gradually solidified. Gray, put on your pants. You can take off your shirt, but it's not civilized to walk your bird anywhere. Ah? When did you take it off? Gray then picked up the trousers beside him and put them back on. Taking off his clothes in excitement has become an instinctive reaction. Gray coughed awkwardly twice and asked. Ahem. But by the way, how did you know about Brian's things? I remember that the Blue Pegasus has information database magic, but it can't find out as detailed as you do. Well, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, listen to my orders later and remember to catch him alive. Mo.Bai was evasive and changed the subject. I can't tell Gray that I came here from another time, right? Resume the speed of travel. This time, before walking for long, Mo.Bai felt a magical energy nearby that he had never seen before. It was erratic, sometimes in front, and sometimes suddenly flashed behind. Stop! Stopped Gray beside him. Mo.Bai stopped in an open space and watched vigilantly. And that energy finally stopped on the thick branches of the gas tree in the distance. Mo.Bai looked up and immediately recognized the other party's identity. It's Lisa, one of the 6 demon generals. It seems that we are lucky. We should be the first team to fight with the 6 demon generals. Gray is not like Mo.Bai, and does not have such strong 5 senses. Ah? Why didn't I see it? Mo.Bai whispered, it doesn't matter. Lisa's magic is special. Wait and follow my instructions. On the gas tree. Lisa has a yellow coxcomb hair, a long and pointed nose, and grey goggles covering his eyes, just like a goblin in human skin. At this moment, he was squatting on the tree. Lisa did not panic when he realized that Mo.Bai and the others had found him. Zhang, on the contrary, laughed with interest. I'm very fast. 2 slow goblins, can you catch up with me? Chapter 39. In Lisa's sight. Mo.Bai and Gray whispered a few words, and then it seemed that some dispute broke out, and they even insulted each other. Gray turned around and ran to the back indignantly. Lisa sneered, jumped down from the branch, and appeared in front of Mo.Bai in a flash, teasing. What? There is an internal conflict before the fight even started. Mo.Bai frowned, and his words were full of disgust for Gray. That blind naked bastard. I told him countless times that the 6 demon generals were not far away, but he still refused to believe it. But I am enough to deal with you alone. As he spoke, the dragon-slaying magic power condensed into wings from behind, and the wind swept up a large area of grass and trees, rushing towards Lisa first. Too slow. Lisa laughed. At the moment of the collision, Lisa's figure disappeared strangely on the spot. What? Mo.Bai opened his mouth into an O shape for 5 full seconds, making an extremely exaggerated expression of astonishment. Lisa's vanity was greatly satisfied, and she shouted arrogantly. You can't catch up with me? Then at the next speed, I'm afraid your soul will be thrown out. Hell motorcycle show. As Lisa's body floated down, her palm suddenly hit the ground, and the scarlet magic circle was summoned. The light in the center of the magic circle dissipated. It contained a motorcycle with red and yellow stripes. Slow goblin, are you ready to eat my exhaust? A proud laugh came from Lisa's mouth. Riding on the motorcycle, Lisa infused the magic power in his body into it, and suddenly burst out with an even more amazing speed. Grasping the absolute initiative in speed. Lisa was not in a hurry to attack, but tried to continue to increase the horsepower and circle around Mo.Bai. The high-speed motorcycle rolled up hurricanes, even cutting the swaying weeds in half. Lisa wanted to use this method to wear down Mo.Bai's fighting spirit bit by bit. Seeing this, Mo.Bai immediately activated another golden dragon-killing magic crystal in his body. The violent magic power suddenly appeared, and Mo.Bai was already surrounded by thunder and lightning arcs. If the storm dragon wings alone can't catch up, then add another layer of thunder and lightning power. Lisa then looked at Mo-bai again. The speed of thunder and lightning and storm? Interesting. Facing the violent Mo-bai, Lisa no longer held back and rushed forward at the highest speed. Seeing that the motorcycle was approaching the cliff, he turned the front of the car in time and returned to the original road, deliberately teasing Mo-bai. But the powerful dragon-killing pressure behind him remained unabated. Still chasing me? Then your speed has reached the passing level. Leaving the motorcycle behind, Lisa dodged into the bushes nearby and jumped onto the branch where she was at the beginning. Looking back, Mo-bai had already arrived and was standing in the air with his wings to confront her. It's so exciting. It's been a long time since anyone could reach the same speed as me. Ha ha ha. Game time is over, little fairy. Your magic power has been used up in the pursuit just now, right? Next, after I attack you, you won't have the strength to run away. Mo-bai watched him go crazy in the same place quietly. Until Lisa finished speaking. Mo-bai then said expressionlessly, well, you won't be able to run away soon. What? Lisa then felt a chill coming from above. Looking up, the originally gloomy sea of gas trees had been hung with more than a dozen ice cages. It was like a dragnet. And he happened to be right under a cage. Just now I seemed too obsessed with chasing you. But do you want to lock me up? Your cage can't keep up with my speed. Facing Lisa's sneer, Mo-bai looked indifferent, as if he had long realized that he would say that. He raised his hand casually and pointed behind Lisa. Lisa looked back in surprise, but saw a young wizard with a naked upper body standing on the top of a tree towering into the sky in the distance. The wizard made a fist with his left hand and a palm with his right hand, and the piercing cold breath kept coming out of his hands. Lisa was shocked. Is that your companion? Correct answer, but unfortunately there is no reward. Gray, do it. As Mo-bai's shouting came into his ears, Gray in the distance focused all his attention on the cage that had been arranged long ago. The magic power was cast, and more than a dozen cages instantly merged into one, and fell with a huge impact. Ice-shaped prison. It's useless, I'm very fast. Lisa's voice was not finished. Boom. The birdcage-shaped prison suddenly fell down, directly trapping Lisa in it, breaking along with the branches, and fell to the ground with a bang. Mo-bai also folded up the wings of the storm dragon and went to check the situation below. Prison. Lisa's eyes were full of shock. Impossible, my speed is unmatched in the world, how could I not dodge this? Mo-bai poured a basin of cold water on him without hesitation, and then said, because your speed is not that fast at all. What you used is just a magic that makes people's speed and perception of speed decrease unconsciously, while your speed remains unchanged. In this comparison, it seems that your speed is very fast? It's a bit self-deception. Lisa was speechless for a while after being seen through by Mo-bai's magic trick. At this time, Gray, who had completed the task, also poked his body out of the bushes, walked to the cage and said, Mo-bai and I had already discussed the strategy before fighting you. Mo-bai has long seen that your magic has a range of use. As long as you are far enough away from you, you will not be affected by the slowdown. That's why I stood there and released the ice prison. Recalling the scenes of his rampant behavior just now, Lisa finally realized that she had fallen into the trap of these two people from the beginning. She immediately beat the ice prison with her fists and feet like crazy, and shouted angrily. Two cunning fairies! Are these the only tricks you can use? Mo-bai still looked calm and casually tore off a large piece of bark next to him and chewed it in his mouth to restore his magic power. Beiji Beiji! Save it, if it weren't for capturing you alive, do you really think I can't beat you? Beiji Beiji! Capture me alive? What are you going to do? Lisa seemed to hear something wrong. When the 6 prayers disappear, the president of the 6 demon generals, Wu, will come, am I right? Lisa was immediately shocked. How? How is it possible? How do you know this? Mo-bai looked at Lisa with a surprised face and waved at Gray. You don't need to know this. What you need to do is to stay in the cage and make sure your prayers don't disappear. We won't let you get hurt. Gray understood immediately when he saw this. The ice magic burst out again, spreading to the ice prison, and the ice began to grow continuously. The coldness penetrated Lisa's body, and her hair stood on end. Wait, what are you going to do? Mo-bai then explained, don't worry, I said I won't hurt you. It's just to prevent you from hurting yourself. Lisa looked down at her body and found that it was completely covered by ice and could no longer move. Wait, Lisa wanted to say something else, but the ice had already spread to her face and directly sealed her mouth. Half a minute later, the ice cage was completely solid. Lisa was sealed in it, not to mention her body, even her eyes couldn't move. Mo-bai also stepped forward and kicked her twice. Is your ice cube cooked? After receiving Gray's affirmative answer and confirming that it was strong enough, Mo-bai carried the ice cage on his back and moved forward again. Although Lisa's magic power could not function, he still retained a clear consciousness. He carefully recalled the scene of the first battle between the 6 demon generals and the Guild Alliance. Finally confirmed that Mo-bai was not in the opponent's team at that time. Lisa immediately fell into regret and completely despised Mo-bai, the airborne foreign aide. But how did he know the secret of the 6 demon generals? Chapter 40. South of the Gas Sea. The 3 Blue Pegasus and Leo walked forward half-believingly. On the way, Yvonne finally couldn't help but say, Teacher Yi. Yi turned around and smiled, thinking he was very handsome. Men, what's the matter? Yvonne asked, how did Mo-bai know about the magic attack boat Christina? Logically speaking, he couldn't have seen it before. Yi didn't seem to care about it, and answered casually, since we are allies, don't think too much about these issues, believe in brother Mo-bai. Men. You are worthy of being Teacher Yi. While the two were talking, Leo suddenly shouted excitedly. Look over there, there is smoke. It must be Christina. Leo unconsciously sped up and happily passed through the bushes in front. Then he saw the magic attack boat Christina, which was almost crashed. Sure enough, it's here. The once powerful magic attack boat Christina is now in a semi-scrapped state due to the attack of the 6 demon generals. The cockpit exploded and half of the wing was damaged. It seems impossible to return to the sky. After a night of investigation, his face was slightly solemn. The cockpit can be handed over to Yvonne for repair, but there are too many damaged parts, I'm afraid. Leo took over and said, this is easy, I can temporarily replace the missing parts with my ice shape magic. Leo immediately made his fists and palms together, and the ice magic flowed to the side of Christina. It condensed into a beautiful white wing in an instant, exactly the same as before. The 3 Blue Pegasus were overjoyed and tried their best to rescue the cockpit. Yi couldn't help but sigh, that Mo-bai brothers' plan is really good. In this way, we can work together and really make Christina fly again. Men. Leo was even more confused. But how did he know that I can use ice-shaping magic? Did Gray tell him? At present, this is the only reasonable explanation that can be thought of. At the same time, Jura and Shirley suddenly stopped while searching. In the shadow under the tree in front, a burly figure slowly emerged and was walking towards the two of them. This person was dressed like a monk, taller than Jura, his long orange-yellow hair was draped behind him, and his right arm was wrapped around a magic book engraved with strange patterns. He-teai. Jura looked stern, and immediately recognized the other party. He turned around and shouted to Shirley, Go! Go! He-teai's magic is mainly range attack. Shirley, who has weaker magic power, can only be involved in it and injured for no reason if she stays here. Seeing Shirley retreat to a safe place, Jura immediately pushed forward with his right palm, and the powerful earth attribute energy suddenly burst out. The earth trembled, and dozens of stone cones rose from the cracks in an instant, attacking Het AI all the way. On the other hand, Het AI was not in a hurry in the face of the tough attack. His right arm still embraced the magic book, and his left hand waved casually. The originally hard and sharp stone cones all became soft, like a pool of mud. Het AI smiled and said, "Your magic is to make the soil as hard as rock iron, and I can soften the sand. All your attacks are ineffective against me, right?" Jura's face was more resolute and courageous. He took a deep breath, and put his right index finger and middle finger together, and the fingertips flashed with a persevering magic light. As his fingers danced, the earth trembled violently again, as if a powerful and mysterious force was surging out from the ground. Rock and iron pillars. With a deafening sound, 4 thick rock pillars suddenly rose from under Het AI, vowing to blow him away. "I've already said that all your earth attribute magic is ineffective against me. Right?" Het AI shook his head and used the same trick again. Softening magic power activated. The originally thick, long, big, and hard rock pillars spasmed like yang wei, and fell to the ground limply. Jura's attack failed again. "Come again." Rock and iron pillars. With Jura's continuous attack, Het AI perfectly resolved each time. Unknowingly, the battle has lasted for hundreds of rounds. The flying sand and rocks covered the entire eastern forest, and the places they passed were turned upside down, with protruding sharp corners and broken rocks everywhere. But apart from the consumption of magic power, the two of them suffered almost no external injuries. Jura was preparing to launch the next round of magic. But suddenly, he felt a terrifying magic power coming from below, breaking through the surface at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Jura and Het AI dodged backwards almost at the same time. A huge white beam of light appeared where the person was originally, and it shot straight into the sky, causing the sky to change drastically. Several grey-black magic waves entangled it, emitting strange fluctuations. Jura was shocked. Although he was a Saint 10, the magic power in his body was like an ant compared to this mysterious beam of light. Could this be Nirvana? Het AI's face also flashed with surprise. However, unlike Jura, Het AI soon showed a look of joy of unexpected victory. "So Nirvana is underground. Isn't that right? Because we have been using earth-attributed magic to fight just now, the energy fluctuations were infused into the ground, which accidentally unlocked Nirvana. Isn't that right?" Jura came back to his senses from the shock. The accident that Lord Mo said really happened. I have to find a way to reunite with them first. Once Nirvana is launched, this crusade will definitely fail. Firmly thinking this in his heart, Jula suddenly heard a shrill cry in front of him. Ah! Looking up, it was Het AI who had just fought with him for hundreds of rounds. But for some reason, at this moment, his face was full of struggle and torment. He held his head tightly with both hands to try to relieve the pain, but it was useless. Jula watched cautiously, fearing that this was another trick. Money, 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 money. The word money kept coming out of Het AI's mouth, but his voice became smaller and smaller until he was hoarse. Money, I don't want that thing. Het AI suddenly said this arrogantly, and his hands left his face. In an instant, even his eyes became clear. I don't want money. Really? Hey! Looking at his huge change before and after, Jura was immediately confused. Seeing Jura didn't respond, Het AI immediately told his past experiences with great emotion. I desperately wanted to see my brother who was separated from me in childhood, thinking that I could find him if I had money. Really? But it wasn't until now that I realized that I had been going in the wrong direction and shouldn't have joined the Dark Guild. Really? Okay, now let's go together to stop the atrocities of my former partners, Mr. Jura. Really? As soon as Het AI finished speaking, he rushed forward and hugged Jura in his arms, crying bitterly. Tears flowed on Jura's bald head. Sir Jura, I thought of my brother when I saw you, and I couldn't control my emotions. Really? Jura was puzzled. Why? Why? Do I look like your brother? No, your bald head looks like the potatoes my brother likes to eat. Really? I'm not a potato, I'm a baby. No, it's a head. Jura was confused. Finally recalled the information about nirvana mentioned by Mo Bai and Xiang. Only then did he realize that Teai might have been affected by the replacement of light and darkness in nirvana. In the battle between justice and evil in his heart, he has transformed into a kind personality. Chapter 41. On the other side, Mo Bai and Gray, who were still heading north with the frozen Lisa, were also attracted by the black and white light column in the east. Mo Bai was no stranger to this scene. Is nirvana really opened? Originally, he just reminded me to be on the safe side. Unexpectedly, his words came true. Then where should we go now? Continue to go in this direction? Gray asked. Mo Bai analyzed. No, we go to where nirvana is. Since the seal has been unlocked, the other members of the 6 demon generals will definitely go there. Makes sense. Slightly adjusted the position of the ice cage on his back. Gray turned around and was about to leave, but his arm was pulled by Mo Bai. Someone is coming. There was a rustling sound in the bushes ahead. Under Gray's gaze, a few seconds later, a huge purple snake emerged from it. Hiss! The body of the snake was as thick as a bowl, and its length was almost as long as Jura's. It was constantly swallowing its tongue. This is the snake that bit Urza. Gray suddenly remembered and shouted. Mo Bai remained calm and continued to observe. There was another person's footsteps behind the snake. Want to go to nirvana? I have heard your voice. The cold and mocking words came into his ears. The other party finally poked his body out from behind the snake and looked at Mo Bai and Gray with interest. Mo Bai narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists slightly. He was not unfamiliar with this person. With sharp teeth, dark red hair, and a white coat covering his body, he looked like a gentleman. Cobra, one of the 6 demon generals, and the snake, is his partner, Kyuberios, who has been with him for more than 10 years. Facing the enemy, Gray also unloaded the ice and got ready. He was ready to create a bunch of ice swords, spears, and halberds to stab Cobra into a hornet's nest. But he was stopped by Mo Bai again. I have a special way to deal with him. This man is a poisonous dragon slayer wizard, and he can hear people's thoughts. He is a very difficult opponent. Keep an eye on Lisa. Mo Bai's voice was not loud. But Cobra's hearing magic was extremely sharp. He could not only hear the subtle conversations nearby, but even hear people's inner thoughts. Naturally, the words just now did not escape his ears. Seeing his past exposed, Cobra was slightly startled, and soon returned to his original cold look. Although I don't know where your information comes from, it ends here, and you can't leave. Mo Bai ignored his warning. As the powerful earth-attributed dragon slayer power in his body circulated, it finally condensed in the palm of his right palm. Mo Bai slightly bent down and suddenly struck out with his palm to take the initiative. Earth Dragons Collapse. I used wind and thunder magic all the way from the guild to speed up my journey, and after the battle with Lisa just now, thunder magic consumed magic very quickly. Even if Mo Bai's innate magic power was abundant, he couldn't withstand the continuous consumption. He still had to save some. In order to prevent special situations later, Mo Bai did not pursue a quick victory this time, but tried it first. The magic power burst out, and a huge gap instantly cracked from the ground where Mo Bai cast the spell, rushing forward. Kyuberios! Kyuberios heard the shout and quickly twisted his snake body to wrap around Cobra. Just when the cracks in the earth were about to spread to his feet, a pair of wings appeared out of thin air on both sides of the snake body, and directly took Cobra to fly into the air. This snake can fly. Gray was stunned. It seems that he really has nothing to do with this battle. Storm Dragon Wings. Mobi also activated the wind-attributed dragon-killing power in his body, and at the same time, his arms were spread out horizontally, turning into two black long swords, sweeping across the air. Iron Dragon Sword. I heard you, you will attack from my left side. Kebra laughed contemptuously, revealing sharp teeth at the corners of his mouth, and then dodged. The iron sword passed by. Seeing that Mobi was silent as if he was about to give up the attack, Kebra tilted his ear again, but heard a completely different answer from Mobi's heart. Want to change his moves and turn into an iron stick to attack again. In his sight, Mobi's figure instantly enlarged in his pupils, and the original two swords were also briefly covered by light and turned into two hard cylindrical round sticks, hitting him head-on. Iron Dragon Stick. Two-pronged approach. Even if it was the hardest rock, it would probably be knocked on the spot. But Kebra had already seen through Mobi's tricks and quickly dodged backwards. Mobi missed again. This happened again and again. After several rounds, Mobi didn't gain any advantage. Sure enough, he can hear my thoughts. No matter what tactics I have, they can be known in advance. Cobra was even more pleased. Give up. I am not as good as you in pure magic. But I heard every move you made. You can't beat me at all. Really? Mobi showed an intriguing smile. As his arms returned to their original appearance from iron bars, the fighting spirit in his body dissipated little by little. Since you like to listen to my thoughts, why not take a peek and see what I am thinking now? The sudden move stunned Kabula. Kabula had no idea what Mobi was up to. But to be on the safe side, he kept a safe distance from Mobi. In that case, I'd better listen to his thoughts first. Strange, he doesn't have a battle plan in his mind? Is there something wrong with my hearing? I can't hear his thoughts at all. Hey? It seems to be able to receive it again. But this doesn't seem to be a battle scene, but a moving painting, with only me and Kyuberios in the picture. Wait, something is not right. Wait. No? Why did I control Kyuberios in such a rough posture and pry its mouth open? Asshole! Stop it! Cobra turned red in an instant, gasping for breath, staring at Mobi with his eyes fixed. Mobi still looked calm and nonchalant, and said as if nothing had happened. How is it? Can you hear what I'm thinking? Kebra was even more upset, and he gritted his teeth and roared, pervert! Shameless! Dirty! Filthy! Why do you think of such a picture in your mind? Kyuberios is my best friend. How could I do that with him? Are you disgusting? Despicable! Sperm brain scum! Kebra used all the dirty words he could think of on Mobi in one breath. Gray next to him was dumbfounded. Gray quietly poked Mobi with his elbow and whispered, "What did you do to him just now?" "Nothing. He can hear people's voices, and then I imagined some pictures in my mind, and he just happened to know them." Mobi's tone seemed very innocent. Gray looked at Cobra, who was still talking nonsense, and connected it to what he had just said. Is Kyuberios the snake? Damn! Could it be? Gray's pupils dilated instantly. He looked at Mobi meaningfully, raised his thumb slowly and said, "You play so colorfully. I didn't expect that you look so elegant and refined, but you are actually so reserved." Ahem. It's just a tactic to deal with the enemy, just a tactic. Mobi replied awkwardly. P.S. Regarding the battle plots of other characters, the 6 Demon Generals chapter temporarily chooses to briefly write about them. If you want to see the details or just briefly, please leave me a message here. The specific description of the battles of other people in the following text will be determined by your comments. Chapter 42. Cobra had reached the point where he had nothing to say, but his anger had not yet subsided, and he glared at Mobi angrily. But he did not expect Mo Bai to say something that would make him bleed again. Actually, I can think of more moves. If you want to hear it, you can continue. Enough. This was too much to bear. Cobra finally broke through the defense, and desperately maximized the poisonous magic power in his body, wrapped around his feet, and rushed straight down to Mo Bai. The spiral jaw of the poisonous dragon. And this move was undoubtedly what Mo Bai wanted. Mo Bai thought to himself. Want to use magic to hit it head-on? Finally got fooled. The hot bright red dragon-killing magic crystal was ready to move in Mo Bai's body. Energy continued to surge out, materializing into billowing flames, burning fiercely on his right fist, and Mo Bai focused his attention and jumped. The iron fist of the fire dragon. The next moment, Mo Bai's figure continued to magnify in Cobra's eyes. Fists and feet met, and the hot wind and poison quickly intertwined. I will kill you. Cobra had already been jealous, and poured all his magic power into this attack without reservation, and the poison became thicker and thicker. Even Gray, who was watching the fight next to him, couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose at this moment. But Cobra soon discovered that no matter how much poison he released, Mo Bai's expression never changed at all. The flames on his body didn't even dim a bit. Cobra was shocked. How is it possible? Is he stronger than the president? The flames spread, swallowing up all the poison until they touched Cobra's legs. Cobra's whole body was covered with flames, and the burning pain was unbearable. After just a few seconds, he was unable to resist, and his body fell from mid-air together with the flying snake Kyubrios. Woo-woo! He struggled to get up. Kyubrios crouched beside Cobra, wailing. I'm fine, don't worry. Cobra used up his last bit of strength, raised his palm and rubbed Kyubrios' body, revealing a painful smile. In the blurred vision, he seemed to see Mo Bai walking towards him step by step. Please let go. Kyubrios. After squeezing out a few words from his teeth, Cobra completely lost consciousness. The battle was declared over. At this time, Mo Bai also put away the unruly look that deliberately angered the opponent just now, and said in a deep voice. Originally, I planned to let Gray freeze you, which would be safer and ensure that the seal of President Wu would not be unlocked. But the snake venom in Urza was caused by you, and blood debts must be paid with blood. As for Kyubrios. Looking at this lonely purple giant snake, Mo Bai was really a little undecided. Kyubrios has been following Cobra for more than 10 years and has always been regarded as Cobra's best friend. Cobra's long-cherished wish is to hear Kyubrios' voice one day. At this time, he didn't know that Kyubrios' body was not a snake, but a living human girl. It was just that she was cursed by magic in her childhood, which kept her in the form of a snake. If I remember correctly, Kyubrios will be discovered by President Makarov after this battle. Then, the president will take Kyubrios to dispel the curse on her body and restore her human form. After that, she will change her name to Janana and stay in Fairy Tale as a waitress. So it seems that she is still my partner in the guild. Thinking of this, Mo Bai directly called Gray. Gray, did you see the snake? Of course I did. What's wrong? Freeze it. Bring it back to the guild after the war and give it to the old man. The old man will understand. Hey! What do you mean? Just do it when I tell you to. Gray glanced at Mo Bai thoughtfully. Don't you have that kind of fetish? I won't help you. Fuck. Mo Bai laughed and cursed, and just as he was about to slap Gray, his raised arm suddenly froze in mid-air. The sudden pain was transmitted to the brain, causing the whole body to tremble. He had a splitting headache. Mo Bai? What's wrong with you? Gray exclaimed immediately, grabbing Mo Bai who was about to fall. After half a minute, the headache slowly subsided. Mo Bai rubbed his temples and waved his hands, saying, maybe flying all the way here with the storm dragon wings, plus the 2 battles just now, I consumed too much magic power. I will be fine after a short rest. After hearing this, Gray put his heart back in his stomach. You scared me to death. However, since coming to this world, Mobi has been practicing diligently. Magic, the control of magic power is becoming more and more proficient. For this kind of battle that does not require full effort, there will naturally be no overdraft of magic power. Just now, I just found an excuse for fear that Gray would worry too much. As for why the headache, Mobi himself can't explain it clearly now. What is this headache? My head is still dizzy. Let's go to Nirvana first. At the same time, Natsu's team in the west. Lucy, Natsu, and Hibiki of the Blue Pegasus met the only female member of the 6 demon generals, and the Angel who is also a star wizard like Lucy. However, Angel already knew the 3 of them. Using the weakness of the Dragon Slayer wizard who is dizzy in various means of transportation, he tricked Natsu onto a raft and directly destroyed half of the team's combat power. But with the help of Xiang's magic ancient document, Lucy unexpectedly awakened the history of the super magic star map, using the power of the 88 stars in the sky to carry out an all-round lock attack. Angel was caught off guard and was defeated. The entrance to the Sea of Gas Trees. Urza and Wendy were originally left by Mobi to recuperate, but were unexpectedly found by the most mysterious member of the 6 demon generals, Dark Knight. Dragging her newly recovered body, Urza overpowered Dark Knight, who used refraction and fantasy magic. Seeing that victory was about to be achieved, Dark Knight suddenly erupted with monstrous magic power, turning himself into a devil of 10,000 feet in height. Boom! The devil was about to attack Urza, but was suddenly hit by a solid shot and dissipated into smoke. Urza looked at Dark Knight, who was lying on the ground in front of her, and then she realized that it was just his illusion magic. As for the key shot, it came from the One Night team. They also successfully completed the task ordered by Mobi and allowed Christina to return to the sky. Just in time to return to the starting point to support Urza. Dark Knight was defeated. The balance of victory seems to be slowly tilting towards the Guild Coalition. Chapter 43. After defeating Lisa and Cobra, Mobi and Gray have already set foot on the road to Nirvana. Are you okay? Why don't you take a rest here? You've consumed so much magic power, let me take care of the next battle. Seeing that Mobi looked unhappy, Gray asked with concern. No need, let's go. Mobi turned his arm into an iron dragon sword again. He casually chopped down a gas tree, picked up a thick branch and started to chew it to restore his magic power. Although the severe headache after defeating Cobra was relieved, it turned into intermittent pain. It was irritating. Looking at the white light column that was constantly expanding in the sky, in addition to depression, Mobi also felt that some strange changes seemed to have occurred in his heart. But where exactly the changes were, he couldn't even tell himself. We'll be at Nirvana soon, let's go there first, so we don't have to wait too long. But, it seems that someone has started fighting over there. Although Nirvana's existence covered a large area of forest, Mobi still caught some magical breath from it, and shouted immediately. Leave the ice where it is, hide first. Mobi grabbed Gray and dragged him to the bushes next to him. The two of them tiptoed forward together. Not long after, Gray made a discovery and shouted excitedly. It's right in front, I see it. It seems to be Jura of the Snake Princess scale, and surely hiding behind him. They have already faced Brian, the boss of the 6 demon generals. Wait, there seems to be someone standing next to Shirley, I can't see it clearly. Can you see it, Mobi? Mobi? Mobi's voice came faintly from behind. Gray, I don't mind you blocking my view in front of me, and I can tolerate you pointing your butt at me. But you took off your pants at this time, and I can only see your skin. Do you believe that I can give you 1,000 years of death? Gray heard this and hurriedly covered his hand subconsciously. Although he didn't know what the 1,000 years of death was, Gray vaguely felt a chill in his vital parts. He could probably guess a little bit. Ahem. Sorry. Gray turned around and asked seriously, but if we fight head-on, can Jola beat Brian? Should we go out to help? After all, before Mobi arrived, all of them had been beaten by the 6 demon generals who had reported to the group. Mobi was not worried. Don't worry, as long as President Wu's personality does not appear, Brian is just a rookie. What's more, Jola is a Saint 10 and is fully capable of dealing with it. Then we can't just watch now, can we? Gray asked. Go over there. Mobi pointed to the boulder next to him, which was closer to the fighting people. The two moved again and hid behind the boulder. This time, Gray finally saw who was next to Jura, but the result surprised him. Gray couldn't help wondering, is that the 6 demon generals? Why is he on Jura's side? Gray was talking about Heteai, who had fought with Jura before, but was inexplicably influenced by Nirvana in the end because of the conflict between the magic attributes. This was within Mobi's expectations, and he immediately explained. He is hot-eyed Heteai, and his strength is not weak. It should be due to the influence of Nirvana's activation that Heteai's inner feelings changed, so he stood on the same front with Jura and the others. Gray was relieved a little. But he explained to him immediately. Mobi's heart was filled with doubts again. I remember that Nirvana affects people on the border of light and darkness, causing people's good and evil natures to replace each other. It will affect at least 2 people, right? For example, if Het AI returns to goodness, then someone on the Guild Coalition side is likely to be affected and temporarily switch sides. Mobi has an impression that in the original plot, Shirley developed negative emotions due to Leo's serious injury, and was then affected by Nirvana and turned to attack Gray. Fortunately, Leo appeared in time to dispel Shirley's inner demons. But now Shirley is very normal, and no teammates have been seen rebellious. Mobi is more puzzled. It's really strange, who could it be? Is there something wrong with the others? Now, it's better not to go over. If Natsu is affected by Nirvana and goes berserk, it will be troublesome. Mobi and Gray still choose to observe secretly. As for the 2 sides confronting on the field, the smell of gunpowder has spread. Brian's skin was a deep copper-black color, as if it had been baptized by the years. His white hair was like silver threads drooping like a chariot, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, like a wise scholar. But if you look closely, you can find several strange black stripes engraved on Brian's face, like shackles, as if sealing some mysterious power. Brian looked behind Jura and saw that Nirvana had already opened the first stage. Brian's mouth corners couldn't help but rise, saying, So, I have to thank you. Nirvana has actually been opened, and it was easy to get it. Jura heard this, and his serious face also slightly fluctuated. Indeed, Nirvana was accidentally unsealed due to the change in the ground environment caused by his fight with Het AI. Although he didn't have this intention subjectively. Because of this, Jura adjusted his posture again, stood firm, and said word by word in a deep voice. I won't let you go. Brian's face was cloudy. The right fist holding the skull staff began to clench, quickly raised, and suddenly pointed at Jura. Eternal Dark Rondo. The chanted spell fell, and the dark green magic wave was released from the mouth of the skull on the staff, mixed with destructive energy, winding forward like a dragon. Jura's face was firm, and the index and middle fingers of his right hand were tightly pressed together and pushed forward, and strong magic power seeped out from the ground. Rock iron wall. The towering and heavy rock wall broke out of the ground, protecting Jura and Shirley and Het behind him. With a dull rumble that shook the forest, the ever-dark rondo crashed straight into the rock wall, blasting a huge hole. Brian looked at it carefully, and Jura and the other 2 walked out from both sides safely without any damage. Although the previous attack was powerful, it was far from the level of penetrating Jura's defense. Really tough, worthy of being one of the 10 holy mages. Brian finally looked Jura in the face. If you ignore the various fancy effects and application methods of magic, there is no doubt that his attack is the most lethal among all the members of the 6 demon generals. But facing Jura's absolute defense, it seems a bit useless. After a short brewing, Brian chose to raise his left hand this time. Eternal Dark Palm. The dark attribute magic condensed into a palm shape, and with the push of the left hand, it instantly enlarged to a person's height and crashed forward. Jura used the same trick again. Rock Iron Wall. After the loud noise, the smoke and dust dissipated. A clear huge palm print suddenly appeared on the rock iron wall, which was left by Brian's permanent dark palm. It also shows from another angle that the previous attack was just scratching the surface. Brian, who was eager to reach Nirvana, was a little impatient at this moment and began to provoke Jura. Saint 10. Ha, is this the only trick you can use to be a hardcore cuckold? Chapter 44. Jura would not be affected by such low-level provocation, and retorted. I won't let you take a single step forward. Good. Brian laughed in anger, picked up the skeleton staff again, and the breath of death gradually gathered in it. Until the moment when the dark energy reached its peak, Brian, a fragile mage in the back row, took a step forward and took the initiative to rush forward. Eternal Dark Fantasy. Compared to the previous Ever Dark Rondo, the magic used at this moment is more inclined to short-range high burst. After all, after testing, Brian also knew that ordinary attack methods might not be able to hurt Jura, a defensive magician who was as immovable as a mountain. This special burst attack must be used. Jura's eyes were still looking straight ahead, and he was about to continue to block the dark magic in front of him. But in the blink of an eye, the ever-dark fantasy that was originally in front of him, and even Brian who released magic, disappeared strangely like a ghost. Behind me. Although Jura majored in defense, his combat experience and perception were not weak either. He quickly sensed the danger and turned his head abruptly. The brown-yellow light at his fingertips jumped. The rock wall that had been released earlier also twisted again with Jura's fingers. As if it had life, it rushed back to defend and blocked in front of him in an instant. Boom! The thick rock wall once again absorbed Brian's attack in time. The dark hole in the center indicated the huge damage of the previous attack. The sneak attack failed. Brian's face was ashen, and his eyes became more fierce. Even if you took it all in the front. But the next attack will probably penetrate those broken stones along with your body. Eternal Dark Fantasy Sorrow. The skeleton staff exerted force again, undercurrents surged, blood-red beams wrapped around it, emitting more bizarre magic ripples than any previous time. As the ripples flowed, the star points faintly mixed with unstable energy collapsed, making a tiny and hoarse sound, like a devil crying. Brian used almost all of his magic power to strengthen the Chang'an fantasy this time. Rock Iron Wall Chain. Jura still adhered to the one-trick pony, insisting on summoning rock walls from underground for defense. But realizing the danger of this attack, he also urged more magic power, and summoned more than a dozen thick rock walls in succession to block the front. Is this the only level? Brian sneered. The enhanced Chang'an fantasy was unstoppable, and it directly pierced through the rock wall with a muffled sound, but its momentum remained unabated, and it penetrated dozens of rock walls in a row. There was only the last barrier left in front of Jura. Brian's eyes shot out blood-red light, adding power to the magic. Boom! After the loud noise of the collision, the pressure of energy explosion burst out. Even Gray and EPUB, who were hiding behind a large rock in the distance and watching the battle, could feel a lot of fluctuations. At this moment, Jola had no defense in front of him, and was directly exposed to the opponent. Gray was anxious for a moment and almost rushed forward. However, EPUB was quick and pulled him back. Gray was puzzled. What are you doing? The bald uncle can't stand it anymore. The bald uncle was talking about Jola. Even Saint 10 can't stand it. What are you going to do? EPUB asked back. can at least help him reinforce a layer of ice wall. I've said it, watch carefully here. Brian can't be Jola's opponent. Mobi promised. Jola closed his eyes slightly, and the lines on his face became more and more compact. He took another half step forward, tightly protecting Shirley and Het Ai behind him, and his body flashed with brown magic. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Under the double shock of Brian's roar and Chong and Fantasy's attack, Jura suddenly opened his eyes and waved his left arm in the air. He was like a sturdy Buddha, majestic without anger. The dark green energy wave that was originally unstoppable was forced to change its attack trajectory by the terrifying magic power that Jura burst out at the moment of contacting Jura. It bypassed the three people and bombarded the earth slope behind him. All the trees on the earth slope fell down, and the rocks slid down, completely razing the place to the ground. Well, it was very powerful. But it didn't cause any damage. What? The most powerful attack was directly bounced off, and Brian was shocked and finally realized how powerful Jura was as a Saint 10. He had no chance of winning. Brian then turned his heel 180 degrees and was about to start. But he suddenly found a tremor under his feet. As small as dust and as large as gravel, as if controlled by some force, they slowly floated up from the ground. Brian was horrified. He staggered a few steps, trying to speed up and escape, but it was too late. Jorah's powerful voice sounded again. Overlord Rock Shatter. The surrounding rubble was inspired again, carrying potential energy and flying away together. The target was naturally Brian. Thousands of rock and soil particles piled up. Suddenly formed a stone mountain more than one person high, sealing Brian in it. But Jorah's movements did not stop. As he put his palms together in front of his chest, a pair of transparent and illusory giant palms appeared on both sides of the stone mountain not far away, carrying huge power and closing together, instantly crushing the originally piled stone mountain. Brian's figure was exposed again. But after such an impact, his body was already covered with scars, and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth. It was hard to stand up again. Seeing such a strong strength displayed by Jorah, Shirley, and Het Ai, although they had crossed paths with him before, still felt a lot of shock. And behind the stone, Mobi was not surprised by this result. He just poked Grey, who was also stunned by Jorah. Let's go. It's time for us to go out. After the battle, Jorah had just recovered his breath when he saw Mobi and Grey waving at him not far away. Mobi gave him a thumbs up and praised him without hesitation. Uncle, we all saw the fight between you and Brian just now. You were very strong. You are too kind. Jorah responded modestly, and suddenly remembered that Het Ai had not yet explained his betrayal, so he introduced. Let me introduce you. This is His Excellency Het Ai of the 6 Demon Generals. But now he has returned to kindness and become an ally. He wants to stop Nirvana with us. Het Ai tilted his head slightly and added, actually, my real name is Richard. Really? Since Mobi had explained the reason to Grey before, Grey did not question it anymore. Just looking at the gradually growing white light column behind him, he felt an invisible pressure. Grey couldn't help but frowned and said with a little worry, by the way, Nirvana has already begun. Chapter 45. Hearing this, Jorah's eyebrows also revealed a trace of self-blame and helplessness. After all, this matter should still be blamed on me. Jorah's voice had not yet fallen, and a powerful magical energy suddenly burst out from his side. Be careful. The shield of the rock cave dragon. Fortunately, Mobi was quick-witted and opened the giant shield in time to block. The shield was shattered by the strong impact. But through the cracks, the direction of the attack source can be vaguely distinguished. It was Brian who fell to the ground and was half dead. Looking at his hand again, the skull cane that he originally relied on to cast magic has been shattered. It is not difficult to infer that he just wanted to make a final struggle by detonating the cane. But it still failed. Brian's face suddenly showed a desolate look of hopelessness. What a pity. I wanted to kill the traitor het AI. If so, the real president of the 6 demon generals will come, and none of you can escape. Jorah shuddered when he heard this. What do you mean? The real president? If the other side still has a top wizard in charge, even he would not be sure to win this battle. It's okay, just treat it as a fart. Mobi was full of disapproval, and then said, Gray, move the ice out for him to see. Okay. Gray responded. 1 minute later. The solid ice cage was carried out from the bushes next to it, and Lisa was made into an ice sculpture, which was preserved intact. Brian was completely dumbfounded. Lisa? He was captured alive by you. Jorah and Shirley next to him also slowly typed a question mark. What are these people talking about? It seemed that he was not on the same channel as them. Let me explain. I said. Each of the 6 demon generals has a different prayer, corresponding to a different seal, which is the black stripe on the face of the leader Brian. Once the 6 are wiped out and the 6 prayers disappear, Brian's other personality seal will be lifted, and the real president of the 6 demon generals, Wu, will appear. That is a terrifying guy who is keen on destroying all tangible things. Really? Ai's tone was also mixed with deep fear. Obviously Wu's strength was too strong. But, Mobi and the naked guy captured Lisa alive, so his prayer will not disappear. In addition, I was not ambushed. So President Wu will never appear again. Really? After hearing this explanation, Jorah and Shirley suddenly realized. Finally, they admired Mobi's brilliant methods from the bottom of their hearts. Young people are formidable. Choosing to trust Mr. Mobi was indeed the wisest choice. Brian was also surprised. These 2 people just came here, and capturing Lisa alive should have happened a long time ago. It is impossible that Ai, who was influenced by Nirvana, informed. There is only one possibility: the secret about President Wu has not been a secret since the beginning. When and how did you know all this? Not only do I know this, I also know how to crack Nirvana. Mobi's calm words fell on the crowd like thunder. Except for Brian, everyone's face showed ecstasy. Mr. Mobi, are you saying that even how to reseal Nirvana is under your control? How can it be so mysterious? I'm not Zhuge Liang. Mobi curled his lips helplessly. Under the expectant gazes, he smiled and asked Brian again. I heard that you are very accomplished in magic research? There is something called the self-disciplined collapse magic array, which should be created by you after studying it. Brian was even more surprised. His past was revealed just like that? If the secret about President Wu was leaked by chance, then the fact that he created the self-disciplined collapse magic array was also known, which could not be accidental. This kid must be extraordinary. Due to the situation, Brian still answered with a stiff upper lip. Yes. I am the inventor of the self-disciplined collapse magic array. As long as I am given a certain amount of time to set it up, the self-disciplined collapse magic array can theoretically destroy many solid defenses and even destroy the magic itself. At this point, Brian suddenly looked up, as if he understood Mobi's idea. You want me to set up a self-disciplined collapse magic circle on Nirvana? Smart. What do you want in exchange? What can you give me? You have no choice. If you don't set it up, I'll kill you. Faced with Mobi's naked threat, Brian was speechless. But he thought again. Even if Mobi really killed him, Nirvana would not stop. By then, the whole country would be in turmoil, which would not be good for Mobi at all. Thinking of this, Brian had another bad idea, and said with a serious face, You can ask me to destroy Nirvana, but I have a condition. You are not qualified to negotiate conditions. Mobi did not give in at all. I can ignore the other people of the 6 demon generals, but you must set me free first. I said, You are not qualified to negotiate conditions. Please do as you please. Even if you kill me, Nirvana will still start as usual. Brian was not afraid of death, but he was sure that Mobi was just threatening and would never dare to kill him. After all, Nirvana still had to rely on his own self-discipline collapse magic circle to shut down. In this case, let's see whether Nirvana starts first, or I kill you first. Magic power gradually emerged from Mobi, and it seemed that he really wanted to kill. A drop of cold sweat fell from Brian's forehead. At this moment, he could only tell himself repeatedly, "Can't give in, he doesn't dare to kill me." Thunder and electric arcs slowly emerged. Mobi raised his right arm. Once he made a move, Brian would have to go directly to the King of Hell. The fist was about to fall. Mobi suddenly felt a strong heartache in his chest. Even if he used magic to suppress it, it was useless. What's going on? It seems that something dark is devouring my heart. Seeing that Mobi's back had turned around and became hunched, Jura and others immediately noticed something unusual and surrounded him. Mobi. Gray flew to Mobi to check the situation, but unexpectedly found that there was something gray in Mobi's pupils that was scattering. What is this? Before he continued to observe, Mobi had stood up again. Just a little stiff movement. Gray looked at Mobi at this time and felt an indescribable strange feeling. Mobi. I'm fine. Leave Brian to me. I'll find a way for Nirvana. Gray, you come with me. Mobi had no expression on his face when he spoke. He looked like a machine, cold and mechanical, without any emotion. Jura also realized that something was wrong. But before he could speak, Mobi had already grabbed Brian's collar and dragged him away. Gray hurried to catch up, but he was muttering in his heart. Why do I feel like he has suddenly become a different person? Chapter 46. Walk to a remote forest. Mobi looked around, and then threw Brian hard on the boulder in front of him. Although the friction and bumps on his back were still painful, Brian still refused to cooperate, and raised his head and laughed grimly. No matter how many times, my answer is the same. Unless you release me immediately, I will never set up a self-discipline collapse magic circle to destroy Nirvana. Besides, if you dare to use some coercive measures without the permission of the Council, you will surely be held accountable by the Council. Ha 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 ha. Brian's sinister laughter became more and more wanton. But he didn't realize that Mobi's expression had changed drastically. At this moment, Mobi's voice was almost no longer mixed with any emotional color. If Nirvana. If you don't want to destroy it, I have other ways to crack it. Now I want to talk about another thing, you just need to answer me or not. Brian immediately mocked, you have a way to stop Nirvana? What a joke. But he didn't finish his words. Brian suddenly felt a huge force strangling his throat, making him unable to utter a word. Even breathing became extremely difficult. Brian's face became redder and redder, his eyes widened, and he realized that Mobi had lifted him up from the ground with one hand, and his feet were off the ground. I don't want to repeat it again. Next, you just need to answer yes or no. The mechanical and hollow voice lingered in his ears. Brian looked at Mobi in horror. From his cold eyes and the force of pinching his neck, it was clear that he wanted to kill him. He was completely different from when he was near Nirvana before. Out of fear. Yes. Brian squeezed out a word with difficulty from between his teeth. Mobi let go of his right hand expressionlessly, letting Brian, who had broken free from his restraints, lie on the ground and cough loudly. Gray next to him was stunned. Is this still the Mobi he knew? In my impression, although Mobi is powerful, he is always cheerful. He always gets along well with other people in the guild and the residents of Magnolia, although sometimes he does some tricks. But he is definitely not like this, as cold as a butcher. Mobi, what's wrong with you? Mobi didn't even turn his head to look at Gray, his eyes were still on Brian. Listen carefully to the questions I ask, Brian, it also has something to do with you. Me? Gray was stunned. Mobi didn't answer again, and directly lowered his eyes to question Brian in front of him. You have been the director of the Magic Development Bureau, right? Yes. Mobi nodded slightly, and then asked, during that time, you have been secretly trafficking children, and even used them for live experiments, right? Brian raised his head suddenly. How could he know this? When the Magic Development Bureau exploded, all the evidence should have been destroyed, so it was impossible for anyone to know about it. But this thought only flashed through his mind. When Brian saw that Mobi was about to urge him impatiently, he answered honestly, yes. Very good. Mobi paused, and spoke again under the gaze of Gray and Brian. But this time, his voice became slightly trembling. More than a decade ago, a female wizard named Uru found you and said that her daughter Arusha had a high fever due to her innate magic power being too strong, and she begged for your help. Before Mobi finished speaking, Gray next to him had changed his expression drastically. Mobi? You just mentioned Uru. Listen to me first. Mobi glanced at Gray indifferently and questioned Brian again. At that time, as the director, you swore that the Magic Development Bureau could cure the child named Arusha, but in fact you sent her to do live experiments. When Uru found you again, you claimed that Arusha was dead and even the body had been disposed of. The poor mother cried for a long time in the Magic Development Bureau, and her tears were almost dry. Little did she know that her daughter was not dead, but continued to suffer from your cruel and inhuman abuse. Is there anything wrong with what I said? With every word Mobi said, the panic and shock on Brian's face intensified. At this moment, the look in Mobi's eyes has changed dramatically. Who is this magician who came to reinforce the coalition forces from the air? From the secrets of the 6 demon generals, to the creation of a self-disciplined collapse magic circle, and the ugly things he did in the Magic Development Bureau. Why he knew everything clearly. Gray was also shocked. Uru. The Uru that Mobi mentioned was none other than his master who taught him the magic of ice shaping and had passed away 10 years ago. When he was a child learning from Uru, Gray often found Uru crying secretly while holding the clothes of a little girl. It was also at that time that he learned that she had a daughter. But he didn't expect to suffer such a disaster. At this moment, Mobi's goal has been achieved, allowing Gray to hear Brian personally admit the evil things he had done to his master Uru. Now, it's time for Brian to see the King of Hell. For a long time, Mobi gently waved his palm in front of Gray's eyes a few times. Gray. The vision was blocked. Gray finally recovered from the shock, but his eyes were still filled with disbelief. He looked up at Mobi in a daze. Kill him. The faint 3 words came out of Mobi's mouth. Brian was shocked and shouted in a hurry, wait. I have answered all the questions according to your requirements, you can't. I never said I would let you go. Gray, kill him. When Gray heard Mobi's scolding again, he suddenly felt a nameless anger in his heart. Uru. Did you lose your daughter because of you? The power of frost suddenly erupted on Gray's body. The magic condensed on the joints of his right fist and left elbow, forming a sharp ice cone, with murderous intent. Ice Blade 7 dances. Gray shot forward, and the ice cone was aimed at Brian's chest. But just before the piercing, to everyone's surprise, the originally condensed ice-shape magic disappeared out of thin air. The ice cone disappeared. Magic can't be used. Gray originally wanted to reactivate his power, but the magic in his body seemed to be exhausted and no longer obeyed. He subconsciously looked down and found the problem. At some point, a string of dark purple magic words appeared on the ground under his feet. He was not unfamiliar with this kind of words. He had seen similar forms of magic during the fairy tale Civil War. Ritual? It was the rules generated by this thing that restricted my actions just now. Brian was trembling in a trance. This life was temporarily saved. Mo-Bai cast his eyes to the slope in front of him, his brows getting tighter and tighter. The sound of neat footsteps came into his ears from there. Preliminary judgment showed that the scale was at least more than 50 people. As the footsteps became heavier, a moment later, a neat and uniform team of wizards appeared in front of the 3 people, all wearing blue and white work uniforms. The leader wore a pair of glasses and had a righteous face. Walking up to the 3 people, the leader glanced at them calmly and spoke meticulously. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lahar, the captain of the 4th Force Supervision Unit of the Magic Council. This war is over, wizards of the Coalition. Please leave it to our council to deal with it next." Mo-Bai looked directly at Lahar, his eyes almost burning with fire. This group of troublemakers showed up at a really bad time. However, even if the chairman of the council came today, Brian must die here. Chapter 47. Council. Brian seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Even though the council was here to arrest him. But if he actively confessed, he might get a chance to avoid death, and even find a chance to escape from prison and make a comeback in the future. Obviously, it would be much better than being killed by Mo-Bai and Gray here. Brian hurriedly asked for help. "Help me. I am willing to confess all the crimes of the 6 demon generals and repent. They violated the regulations of the council and killed people without authorization." Lahar was calm when he heard this and turned to Mo-Bai. "Thank you for your contribution to the eradication of the Dark Guild. But the war is over, and the 6 demon generals should go to the council to be tried. All their sins will be settled." Mo-Bai naturally knew that with Brian's brain, he would definitely be able to make excuses for himself and try to avoid the death penalty. The council had its headquarters blown up by Jalal and Altair. Except for a few councillors, the current people in power are a bunch of incompetent idiots. You can't count on those people. Mo-Bai thought to himself, since Gray can't do anything anymore, I'll have to do it. Thinking of this, Mo-Bai grabbed Brian's neck again and held it in his hand. Brian had been tortured like a cripple at this moment, without any ability to resist. Mo-Bai glanced at Lahar and said grimly, "What if I must kill him?" Lahar said righteously, "Then you are determined to fight against the council, I will lead the army to send you to trial together." As Lahar waved his right hand in the air, more than 50 council magic guards behind him showed their weapons together. The council's position is the same as that of the subordinate guilds, and I don't want to make the relationship with you too stiff. I hope you can understand. Besides, with my spell, you can't use magic in a short time. Lahar was right. Thanks to the supreme status of the council, he, as a law enforcer, also enjoyed the support of powerful magic crystals. With the help of crystals, the set spells are enough to make the wizards in it helpless for a short time. Let the criminal go now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Lahar advised again. But Mo-Bai seemed to be deaf. Not only did he not stop, he even squeezed Brian's right hand harder. It was like pinching a little chicken. Brian's eyes bulged, his feet kicked desperately, and he stretched out his hand to try to break free from Mo-Bai's palm, but he couldn't do anything at all. You are defying the order of the council. Everyone be on guard." Lahul was shocked and ordered the magic guards behind him to be ready to take coercive measures at any time. Dozens of magic props and weapons were pointed at Mo-Bai, reflecting the creepy light and focusing on Mo-Bai's eyes. Mo-Bai finally spoke slowly, but his tone was full of ridicule. "If it weren't for the magic props, your skill level would be far worse than that of Fried of our guild." Under the gaze of everyone, a fiery red flame appeared faintly behind Mo-Bai, burning and jumping a little bit until it bloomed. And under his feet, the skill text that originally restricted the use of magic had begun to crack at some point, and it became more and more dense as time went by. Ding! The crisp sound of shattering reached everyone's ears. The skill text was immediately damaged, like a layer of thin glass that was broken, and it looked particularly fragile. Laharl and the council troops stared at the scene in front of them, with endless shock on their faces. How? How could it be? The spell doesn't work on him. There is only one possibility: this man's magic power has far exceeded the range set by the spell. Even, it is at the level of the 10th saint. When did Fairy Tale have such a terrifying guy? He is younger than Jalal, right? Glancing at the people in the council, Mobi said indifferently, "If you want to end up like Brian, just come over. I don't mind killing one more." Laying down the last sentence. Mobi naturally no longer cares about their reactions. The real target is still Brian. Brian's face has long been ashen. The moment Mobi completely broke the spell, his heart was already dead. The appearance of the council gave him a brief glimpse of hope, but Mobi crushed this hope without hesitation and threw him back into the abyss. Explosive flames suddenly ignited from Mobi's palm. Logically speaking, Brian was strangled by Mobi by the neck, so even if he died, only that part should be injured. But he could clearly felt the intense burning pain from all over the body. Ah! A faint and shrill wail came from Brian's fragile throat. He moved his eyes down with difficulty, and then found that the bright flames had spread to all parts of his torso and limbs, and even penetrated into his body. Chest, abdomen, and even all parts of the body. Endless despair emerged from Brian's eyes. As the torch flashed in Mobi's eyes again, the power of Dragon Slayer was activated, and the strong burning sensation invaded Brian's body again. He finally realized what Mobi wanted to do. This madman, before I die, will he use fire to burn my magic power into nothingness? Brian had long lost the ability to speak again. Unprecedented pain swept through his body, making his consciousness blurred. His vision gradually darkened. Only at the end, he could faintly hear Mobi's voice. "I'm really worried about leaving you to those bastards in the council. Sorry, you have to die here." The voice fell. Brian finally uttered a faint whimper, and then completely lost his breath. Mobi threw his body aside like throwing away garbage, and habitually clapped his palms to shake off the dust. And the strange thing is that the moment before Brian's heartbeat stopped, Mobi's head was still aching. Now he is completely recovered. This comfortable feeling is like Hwatwo using an invisible axe to split his skull and quietly remove the root of the disease. Relaxed all over. Lahar and others in the council were all shocked by his ruthless means just now. His expression became more and more distorted and ugly, but his body did not move at all. As for Gray, he was even more emotional at this moment. He sat there in a daze, silently looking at the sky that was gradually getting darker. The field fell into a deathly silence. Mobi's mood gradually calmed down, and he began to think about the next plan. At present, the 6 demon generals are doomed, Brian is dead, and the remaining 5 will be taken away by the council if nothing unexpected happens. Speaking of which, the 5 of them have the same experience as Urza, and were all captured by the Tower of Paradise when they were young. They are not hopeless. If you can help, why not give them a hand? But now there are spies from the council everywhere, it's not very convenient to take action. Maybe I have to go to prison with them. Chapter 48. After a long time. Mobi, Gray. A familiar shout came from afar. Mobi could tell who it was just by the sound. Arisa? Natsu, Lucy, and Wendy. It seems that you are all doing well. As those friendly figures appeared in sight and kept running towards him, Mobi smiled brightly at his companions as usual. The bloody executioner image just now was gone forever. Mobi glanced at Brian's remains. There were only 2 black stripes on his face, which just corresponded to the kind-hearted Het Ai and the frozen Lisa. It seems that the other members of the 6 demon generals have been cleared out. If there is only one person who can make Mobi a little worried, it is Urza, who was poisoned by the snake after being attacked by Cobra. Does the poisoned arm still hurt? Hearing Mobi's question, Urza smiled and said, "It's fine now, thanks to Wendy's healing magic. Healing magic is an extremely rare magic in the entire wizard world. It is almost lost. Masters are even rarer. After hearing this, Mobi immediately turned his attention to the blue-haired girl Wendy next to him, and leaned down to touch her head. "Thank you, Wendy." "No. This is what I should do." Wendy has always been introverted, and she was a little overwhelmed by Mobi's intimate behavior. And Mobi also smelled a trace of the same origin magic from Wendy. After all, they are both dragon slayers. Wendy's attribute is sky, and she was raised by the celestial dragon Grandine. However, like Natsu and Gajeel, the dragon who raised them disappeared strangely on July 7, 777. The dragon-slaying magic crystal in Mobi's body does have a similar property to Wendy, the storm, but the difference between the two is still very obvious. Wendy can replenish magic power by feeding on air, while Mobi needs to devour the strong hurricane. Wendy can control the magic of healing through the power of the sky dragon slaying, while Mobi uses it to obtain the magic of flying, the wings of the storm dragon. What a pity, I was going to have a big fight, but I didn't expect that the most powerful guy had been defeated by you. Natsu's complaints brought Mobi's thoughts back to reality. Mobi looked up and down at Nizai, and couldn't help but wondered, "No, buddy. Why are others more or less injured, only you? It seems that you haven't even consumed magic power." Natsu righteously put the blame on Lucy. "I originally met that angel, but I accidentally took a strange means of transportation and fainted directly. It's all Lucy's fault for not reminding me. Can this be blamed on me?" Lucy protested. There was another round of noise and greetings, and the atmosphere seemed to have returned to the fairy tale guild. As for the group of people from the council behind Mobi, Natsu and the others were no strangers either. He had been in trouble a lot during missions, and was invited to have tea by the council. Natsu naturally had no good feelings towards this group of people, so he chose to ignore them. For a long time. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Mobi turned around and asked his companions to leave together. But at this moment, the captain of the council team, Lahar, who had been silent for a long time, finally couldn't help but explode. As a law enforcer, watching Mobi kill the important suspect directly in front of him with thunderous means. Naturally, he couldn't let him go so easily. Lahar then shouted to the soldiers behind him, "In the name of the council, arrest Mobi immediately. If others resist, arrest them together." "Yes." Hearing the shout, the few people who had turned around suddenly turned back. Until they saw the magic soldiers really activated their magic weapons and slowly approached them. They believed that they had not heard wrong. The council wanted to arrest Mobi? Lucy immediately said anxiously, "No, what does this mean? Aren't they here to catch the 6 demon generals?" Mobi really explained the matter of killing Brian clearly for a while, so he had to push it to Gray. "Well, it's a bit complicated. How about letting Gray explain it to you?" Urza noticed the trick and immediately turned around and asked, "Gray, what happened?" Gray also became hesitant at this time. However, Laharl did not seem to be prepared to give them a chance to communicate. "Go." As the attack order was issued again, the magic soldiers in the front row had already rushed up with swords, spears, swords and halberds. A figure suddenly flashed before the eyes of several people. Looking closely, they found that it was Natsu, who had been unable to restrain himself, and the halberd tied around his neck, the scarf was still fluttering in the wind. Natsu's eyes flashed with excitement and belligerence, and he couldn't wait to welcome the battle. "No matter what the reason is, if you want to take your guild partners away, I won't agree. Also, today's battle with the 6 demon generals was not fun at all, so I can just try it on you. I'm on fire." As he pushed hard with his feet, Natsu shot out, raised his double fire fists and swung them directly on the faces of the magic soldiers on both sides. Although due to the strength of the magic itself, Natsu's fire dragon iron fist does not seem to be as powerful as Mobi. But after all, his is the orthodox one. Seeing this, the soldiers behind him wanted to step forward to help, but suddenly felt a scorching heat that was still rising. Looking at Natsu again, the bright flames have evolved from his fists to wrap around his whole body. Fire Dragon's brilliant flame. Natsu took a deep breath and gathered the flames around him into his hands again. The flames continued to expand, gradually forming a huge fireball more than one person tall, which was thrown forward by Natsu. With a roar, the fireball flew forward like a burning meteor, carrying scorching heat and powerful impact. Everywhere it passed, all the grass and trees were instantly burned to ashes. As for the magic soldiers who were hit, they were severely burned and screamed in pain. Some people continued to have flames on their bodies, but no matter how they rolled, they couldn't put them out. But Natsu obviously didn't have enough. After a glance, he shook his neck and rubbed his hands, preparing for the second battle. The magic soldiers couldn't help but take a half step back. Arisa stared at Natsu's figure and could only smile bitterly, but did not stop him. In normal times, if Natsu dared to go against the council and even attack the other side's troops, Urza would definitely stop him without a doubt. But this time is an exception. Under unknown circumstances, the council wanted to take Mobi away. Urza could not tolerate it. At this moment, Mobi looked at the backs of his companions standing in front of him. Especially Natsu, who stood at the front and protected himself from being taken away. Mobi had a completely different plan in his mind. He was going to the prison of the council to do something very important. However, the prison has always been heavily guarded, and it is really difficult for ordinary people to get in without permission. But then again, isn't Lahar going to take him to trial at this moment? If he is arrested, wouldn't it be natural to go to prison? So, now I have to find a reason to go back with these idiots of the council. 3 minutes later, Natsu curled his lips in disinterest, and then he put away the flames on his body. On the field, there were only a handful of magic soldiers who could still stand up. Seeing this, Urza finally stepped forward, gently stopped Natsu, who was still unsatisfied, and said to Lahar in the distance, "I'm sorry. We can't accept that the council took our companions away for no reason. Can we talk about it now?" Lahar looked around, his face full of black lines. Almost all the people he brought were knocked down by Natsu. Only then did he think of communicating. There was no way, after all, the gap in strength was there, so he could only endure it. Lahar deliberately made his tone calm. "Do you see the mummy next to him? He is Brian, the chairman of the 6 demon generals, and he has been killed by Mobi." Everyone looked in the direction of his finger, and then found the charcoal-like mummy next to the stone. It was almost the same grey and black as the stone, with its own protective color, and it was really hard to tell the difference without careful observation. The death was quite tragic. Was this done by Mobi? Chapter 49. Urza just glanced at him and continued to argue with Lahar. The task of defeating the 6 demon generals was originally assigned to our coalition by the council. If Mobi had not used all his strength in the battle, he would have fallen. Just a mistake that resulted in the failure to save Brian's life. I think it should not be enough to arrest Mobi, right? Urza obviously didn't know that it was actually Jura who fought with Brian. But in the picture she imagined, Mobi must have had a fierce battle with Brian before. As the leader of the 6 demon generals, Brian's strength should not be underestimated, so Mobi accidentally hit him too hard and burned him to charcoal. Hearing Urza say this, Mobi suddenly felt guilty. Lahar still couldn't control his emotions after all. He shouted without regard for his manners. "Do you know what happened just now? Brian has obviously lost his ability to fight. I was going to take him to the council for trial. Mobi doesn't listen to me at all. He is like a cold-blooded killer. Do you know what a killer is? He burned Brian's magic power dry in front of me and then killed him. Arisa's pupils shrank. Before she could respond, Natsu next to her snorted with disdain. Tisk, everyone knows that your council is famous for arresting people indiscriminately. I don't believe what you said. Lahar responded unhappily, ask him yourself. Ask if you want. Natsu looked indifferent, even stretched out his little finger to pick his nose, and then turned to look at Mobai. Hey Mobai, is what that guy from the council said true? Did you really kill Brian in that way? In public? Mobai seemed a little embarrassed, scratching his head in embarrassment, and then he spoke. Actually, what he said is indeed correct. Hey! The few people who were protecting Mobai were stunned. So, it is reasonable for the council to take him away. Even Lahar was surprised by Mobai's answer. Originally, when he saw the magic soldiers fall down one after another, he realized that even by force, it would be difficult to take Mobai away. Unexpectedly, he was quite honest. He didn't even deny it. Natsu turned his head and winked wildly, whispering, "What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that the council will really take you to prison?" Ahem. But the fact is that I did kill Brian in front of him. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Mobai did not deliberately lower his voice, and his sincere voice was enough for everyone present to hear. Instantly, both Natsu and Lahar showed some surprise on their faces in the face of this sudden reversal. For Mobai himself, it was certainly not as simple as walking into a trap. He still had to go to the prison of the council to do an important thing, otherwise he would not admit it so straightforwardly. Although sincerity is always a killer move, but it has always been too sincere, so it can only be a must. Looking at Urza and others who looked embarrassed, Mobai spread his hands helplessly and said half-jokingly, "Just think of it as a free trip to the prison. If you haven't even entered the council, wouldn't it be a waste to join Fairy Tale? This is really true. Whether it is Natsu or Grey, even Urza, or other powerful wizards of the Fairy Tale Guild, often fail at work, accidentally destroy half of the town, and then be invited to drink tea by the council. In the end, it was President Makarov who pulled them out. But in Makarov's opinion, being constrained by these rules and regulations will prevent the improvement of magic attainments. He has always encouraged everyone to pay less attention to these things and always stick to their own way. Even if some old bastards in the council who usually dislike Fairy Tale insist on letting him stay in prison for a few years. At that time, Mobai doesn't mind doing what Jalal did and blowing up the council. Thinking of this, Mobai even joked, "I will return to the guild in a few days. Don't forget to prepare a banquet to welcome me." Seeing that no one responded, Mobai shrugged, gently leaned next to Urza and whispered, "Don't worry, as long as I can think of it, the door of the council can't hold me." As soon as the voice fell, before Urza could say anything else, behind everyone, the already violent Nirvana erupted again, and several energy beams quickly meandered up and intertwined. Entangled. The sky-high white light column is ready to move, making bursts of hissing sounds, as if it will break through the sky at any time. Mobai looked back and said, "Oh, I almost forgot about Nirvana. Now it is only the first stage. After a while, it will spread completely from the ground and produce 6 mechanical tentacles like suction cups. When the time comes, each of you will go to a tentacle and destroy the power supply magic crystal that controls the tentacles at the same time, and Nirvana will be completely destroyed." A complex and tactful meaning flashed in Urza's beautiful eyes. It seems that since the first time they met, Mobai has always brought her surprises. Every operation that seems outrageous is inexplicably reliable. Just now, he even casually said the solution to the super magic Nirvana? Although it has not been confirmed, based on my understanding of him, it is impossible that he is talking nonsense. However, at this moment, staring at the thin back of Mobai who is moving step by step towards the direction of the council army, What occupied Urza's heart the most was still her concern and worry for him. Looking at Mo Bai's innocent face, he looked like he was being tied up obediently. Lahar still couldn't let go of his inner guard, and called the magic soldier who had escaped from Natsu's attack unhappily. Put on him the magic shackles. The magic shackles, as the top magic tool that only the council has the right to use, are often used on some criminals with powerful magic power. Once locked by it, most of the magic power in the body can no longer be manipulated, just like a muggle. Mo Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this thing unnecessary? I'm sorry, this is the rule of the council. We are just doing it according to the rules, please cooperate. The two magic soldiers who were ordered whispered to Mo Bai in a half-begging tone. They also saw Mo Bai's terrifying strength, so they naturally didn't dare to provoke him, but it was difficult to disobey the leader's order. Oh, forget it. Mo Bai has always been soft-hearted. He didn't want to embarrass these two poor workers, so he simply stretched out his arms and exposed his wrists. Ding! The shackles were locked. Lahar was still worried, and he came forward to look at it for a long time, and said to Mo Bai with doubt. Use the magic power in your body to see if you can still release magic. Let's try it. Without waiting for Lahar to answer, Mo Bai activated 8 dragon-killing magic crystals at the same time, just like he showed his magic power to Leo and the others when he arrived at the gas forest. The magic shackles responded immediately, emitting a harsh alarm. But there was no magic breath on Mo Bai. Lahar breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I chose the highest quality magic shackles before I came here. Unless it's a Saint 10 level warrior like Jura, it's impossible for others to break free. Boom! An explosion suddenly sounded. In the shocked eyes of everyone, 8 different colored energy beams suddenly appeared around Mo Bai, tightly wrapping him in them, with an extremely magnificent momentum. Look at the ground again. The magic shackles have become a piece of scrap metal, without any magic fluctuations. Mo Bai sighed, showing a smile that was uglier than crying, and couldn't help asking a soul-searching question. It seems that the council is short of funds recently. It has started to produce counterfeit and shoddy products. Urza and Lucy Wendy have received professional training and usually don't laugh. Unless they can't help it. Natsu is different, he never restrains his excitement. Seeing Laharl's frustrated look, he covered his stomach with one hand and pounded the ground with the other hand, laughing more wantonly than anyone else. Ha 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 ha, Hulu. Laharl lost face but could do nothing about it. His face was bruised and black. He could only order his magic soldiers to retreat. Take Brian's body and the other members of the 6 demon generals back to the council. Chapter 50. Magnolia, Fairy Tale. Hello everyone, I'm Wendy, I can use some healing auxiliary magic. Under Urza's leadership, Wendy stood shyly beside Xiaolulu and introduced herself to other members of the guild. 2 days have passed since the battle with the 6 demon generals. After sealing Nirvana, they went to the guild closest to the Sea of Gas Trees, the cat inn where Wendy was, to rest for a while. But they unexpectedly discovered a bigger secret: the entire cat inn was a magical illusion created by its president Robinlu. Robinlu's body had long disappeared with time, and only existed temporarily in the world as a thought body. The meaning of the entire guild's existence was just to accompany Wendy through the loneliest time. A guild that only exists for one person. After seeing that Wendy already had a reliable partner, Robinlu was finally relieved and could leave with peace of mind. Seeing her former companions' bodies disappearing, Wendy couldn't accept this fact for a while and cried bitterly. At this time, Urza lent a hand and took the initiative to invite Wendy and Charlulu to join the new family of Fairy Tale. Wendy was still a little shy in front of everyone. Please take care of me. Girls join the club. Wang Wang always attracts a lot of attention. And in such occasions where they can join in the fun, the 2 old fat intestines, Makeo and Wakaba, always seem to be particularly active. This time, Wakaba didn't even take the pipe out of his mouth, and went straight to Wendy to ask questions. So cute. How old are you, little girl? Why don't we have a welcome party for Wendy to celebrate? Hey? Why is there a female harpy next to you? Seeing Wendy choking on 2 puffs of cigarette, she was even more at a loss for what to do. Urza understood immediately and punched the 2 idiots on the forehead, saving Wendy. Be careful. Yes. Until Wendy completed the membership procedures and engraved the emblem on her right shoulder. Then everyone discussed the crusade against the 6 demon generals. So, the 6 demon generals have been completely wiped out this time, right? At least we can have a peaceful life for a while. You are worthy of being the strongest team in the guild. By the way, I remember Mobai also went to find you. Why didn't he come back together? Did he get lost? I heard from Lucy that he was taken away by the council because he didn't use enough force in the battle. How miserable. But it's okay. Aren't Natsu and Urza often invited to have tea because they accidentally destroyed half of the town? And every time the president can take them out. I think so too. The president must have a way. The members of Fairy Tale seem to have an innate sense of relaxation. In other guilds, if someone is targeted by the council every day, it is estimated that he will be in big trouble. But in Fairy Tale, it seems to have become commonplace. And just as everyone was talking heatedly in the hall, in the room at the end of the attic, the atmosphere was very heavy at the moment. There were only Makarov and Gray in the room. It was silent for a long time. Gray finally recovered from his depression and told Makarov what happened that day. Old man, Mobai, killed Brian in that way because of my past. Gray told everything about Mobai, no matter how big or small. From the first time Mobai told the secret of the 6 demon generals President Wu, to his design to kill 2 members, Lian Klissa and Cobra, to the sudden sexual assault on Dabian and killing Brian with thunder, and finally before leaving, he explained the final destruction method of Nirvana. I always feel that Mobai seems to have some ability to predict the future. Not only can he see our past, but he can even know some information that is nowhere to be obtained. Gray felt much better after telling all his thoughts. Makarov frowned, his face wrinkled, one layer after another, and said, "This matter is also my fault. Since Mobai joined the guild, I haven't learned too much about his past." Makarov sighed, stood up from the chair and was about to go out. Now that things have come to this, let's eat first. Gray slowly typed a question mark and called Makarov again. Old man. Hey. Makarov turned his head impatiently. Gray hesitated and asked, Mobai. Can you find a way to get him out of the council? Really, every time there is a problem, you have to. I am going to the council to pick him up. Where can I put my old face? Let him stay in jail for a while. Makarov yelled in dissatisfaction, opened the door and walked out. However, Gray slowly showed a smile of relief and hope on his face. Although Makarov said that he didn't care about Mobai. In fact, every time they got into trouble and were taken to the council, Makarov always looked indifferent, but he was able to get the person out in the end. It seems that Mobai's matter is settled this time.